aggressive. Brees looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to go to the Lucy.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1 for serve.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SCS Season 6 standalone tournament. We're on day 2. New casters coming in. My name is C-Dubs. To my side, as always, is Mr. Cookies. How are you doing today?
Ain't nothing new, baby. I've been here. I've been doing it. Okay? Let's just get that understood. All right?
Yeah.
But yes,
we weren't here yesterday for the BO1 Bonanza. That was all of the wonderful upsets, like Mystic getting 7-1 by Windstorm. Poison wasn't the issue. But now we have the good old times. We go to BO3s. We have some wonderful replays coming in as Spiker took down world champion Thinking Nade.
Yeah.
That was fun. But the rubber, once again, it's meeting the road. No longer BO1s. We're into BO3 territory. We're starting off with One Shot versus Wichita Wolves.
This is hilarious. Of course, we have Eclectic. They're back. They're still playing. But they ran into a meat grinder. That is West Garfield, those guys. Of course, we're watching the Eclectic game highlights. But West Garfield, the run they've had thus far, at least in the winter bracket, these guys taking down some big names. And that's putting it lightly.
Yeah, like
on their way.
Mirage?
I like Mirage.
Yes, and
actually, no, those guys are
my mic being incorrect. It is now.
No, those guys are
correct,
randoms.
but...
Who's Mirage anyway?
Yeah.
All I know, Forrest and Rudy are better than everybody.
Yeah.
Mirage. It's just the way it is.
I mean, at this point,
look at that.
Like, just build the 10th NAL team around Forrest. That man, he's hit the 9-to-5 grind for years, won a CL stage, and somehow people still have the bad taste in their mouth from a failed United roster. But Forrest is the real deal. He deserves to be in the NAL. Don't say that lightly.
Right, they even took down IF too. I mean, they just beating everybody.
Yeah, they were beating everybody.
Everybody can get the smoke. But of course, Wichita Wolves, without Forrest, Forrest he declared for the NFL draft. So Wichita Wolves, they've got Jay coming back. Of course, you put out a very funny tweet today. You had the Jay jersey, Beast Coast jersey. You might as well just set it. You might as well just set it on fire.
Just unfortunate.
Set it on fire. Get a
and
Jay
I ordered
Wolves
that
jersey.
before Stage 3 started, and it just now got here.
Hilarious. I mean, that's great. But Jay and Wichita, like you said, we got them coming up in this game today. Wichita, One Shot. New look Wichita, not really. Technically, it's the same team. I mean, it used to be, right?
I mean, it's just
Jay's just back.
Jay is back. All outs on flex. Mo and Freak are on entry.
It's the same. It's just different.
And
How about
Reed,
that?
Expletive Adams, is on the Stoic Card Breach.
I think we glossed over Juicers as well. So that's like partially in control from stage 1. Partially tragical. Tragical. We really cooked the soul out of tragical.
Yep.
If you watched...
He took that tragic L and took it into a W because they picked up a Razor. Razor's been playing very well as well.
Yeah, Razor said, I want some game day experience. I don't know about the rest of my team, but I want some game day experience. Playing all these calls and stuff. Razor.
Shout out to Razor. He's also been queuing the heck out of FPL and T3TM, so.
You can't doubt Razor's grind, right?
Yeah.
Can't doubt it. Guy wants to play the game. He wants to get after it. Hit people in the mouth. But we're not going to be watching them today. At least not yet.
Not yet.
We're watching One Shot and Wichita Wolves again. This is the same, but the different. Like Jay was on Wichita before. Freaking Mohes. Those were somewhat of the newer names. Call Out and Reed have been on the team for a while in different capacities. Reed has been a coach. Now he's playing. Call Out is like the one name that stayed consistent. Yeah, like he's the cover athlete for the whole team. He's been there the whole time, And of course, One Shot. It's the same One Shot we've seen since the beginning of the fall,
And Swaylin, who always pops off when we don't cast him, and then as soon as we get in, he struggles, and it makes me feel like maybe he just doesn't like us, CJ. But hopefully he comes out, because for the side of Wichita Wolves, I think this is still a transitionary roster. I don't think this is what they'll be kind of going into future CL seasons with. They could, but there are some immediate kind of alarm bells ringing for me, like potentially with pacing. I think that they almost need another entry player and put Mo back on flex, because I think we'll have freaking Mo going really fast potentially because, you know, they're aggressive players and then the rest of the core, they're the brainy type. You know, you got Jay, Call Out, and Reed. They're more brainiacs. So it could be a really interesting dynamic, but with One Shot's recent success that we've seen and going towards maps that we've now seen them play and feel comfortable on, it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, definitely. I think all these maps are comfortable ones for One Shot in particular. Sometimes, you know, with Wichita, especially with the turbulence they are currently going through, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and go back to what they did last year and what they did in CL. This team is completely mumbo-jumboed at this current juncture. And as a result, that's obviously going to weaken their map. What's going to weaken that strat pool that you describe it as significantly. That's just how it works. You can't expect guys. Jay may have been on the team before. That doesn't mean he's been playing for Beast Coast last year, right? He's not going to be able to pop back in here and just remember everything he used to do for
He doesn't know the Twitch drone lineup through 5 skylights and bank. He doesn't know that.
He missed dry runs. He missed the Wichita Wolves dry runs for the past like 8 months. Okay, so
which
he's
is like for a
stuff.
normal team, like 2 years worth of dry runs.
Yeah, like I bet you those guys have ridiculous amounts of hours. If you look at their hours on Steam or something, it's ridiculous just based off of custom games. But One Shot, of course, Cafe has been described as a map for them. That is like their home turf. Oh, they didn't lose it. They never lose it. You know when they lost it, Connor? Last week. To Surf for the first time ever.
Yeah, and it wasn't very pretty. It wasn't very pretty.
Not very pretty either.
That whole series wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say the Mickey Mouse word, but I just said it.
Yeah.
Our CL teams are getting slammed. The T3 teams look better.
I mean, but you just have to ask the question:
it's
who
crazy.
would win? The team that has coined themselves as the best non-professional team in North America, or Ambi? And the answer was Ambi.
One Shot put out the fighting words.
They did.
And they got 3-0. So now, I guess if we're carrying the story on into today, into this tournament, this suddenly is a lot more important than it will, it should have or could have been. If they had won that final, they wouldn't be here. This wouldn't be a high pressure situation. Now, you've got to beat a Wolves team that's not going to give it to you easy.
We just leaked the score. We leaked the score.
We did? Oh my God. The script.
We're scripted here.
Uh-oh. Well, they figured us out.
The games were actually played 3 weeks ago.
Cut the stream. It's over.
Which is why we know that there is actually a Ying ban.
Really?
Yeah. Totally a Ying ban. And an alibi ban.
I can't tell if you're just pulling me.
I am just going to do a little bit of casual gaslighting on you, CJ. But
don't do that.
You don't like it when I do that. But Thatcher ban, that's nothing. I mean, it's just expected. Thatcher, you can sit on the roof and throw EMPs and destroy pixel setups. And a lot of that utility that is used to, burn and stuff like that is taken down with Zofia. So it should be slightly more defender-sided, potentially. But Flores is still up, so you never really know.
There's still a plethora of options available for the attack. Of course, my getting banned kind of cancels out the this is Zofia ban, doesn't it?
Yep.
But I mean, hey, that's what we do. We do that around here. Mira being banned. That's pretty powerful. Mira has a lot of, especially on the top floor, there's some crazy lines of sight that can be created, especially when you've got two teams like this that are very nerdy. There's nerds on both sides, and I guarantee you they've got stuff for Mira. So when you take that out of the equation, things become a lot more simple. Things become a lot more traditional.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty standard cafe. But what does standard cafe even really mean? Because here we can see very attacker-sided, very defender-sided, just kind of determined based on the teams and kind of how that first little bit of momentum starts. Hopefully, for the sake of Wichita Wolves, this is one of the maps that they're definitely more comfortable with, even with new gears in the giant machine that is this roster's core, with Jay just kind of coming home, the prodigal son. Hopefully, he has a big impact. And from what we saw yesterday, he was still doing pretty well and didn't seem like this team was anything to slouch at.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, there's a reason he got picked up to the big leagues. A lot of it was his play on Wichita Wolves way back when. Guy was solid. Solid as they come. It was to the extent, it was so like Jay wasn't the guy you look at and you say, man, like Jay is costing. You know, you didn't
No.
watch him and think that. He was just doing his job. He did it well. And
Do
the
you
team
notice
did
what
well.
Storms
They won.
has, by the way?
They won a stage with that guy. Well, what does he have?
He has
Oh my dear God.
He has the shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder
Yeah.
if that's a mistake or not. Potentially, if
Yeah.
I don't know. This is because they have
You know what?
3 shotguns and the punch of Swaylin, so it's not like, oh yeah, they need more soft destruction to reconstruct the site. And I can understand always maybe. Yeah, he just has the deagle out and he's holding angles.
And this is a reach. Okay, because keep in mind what I'm about to say, Quartz literally has the same thing. But you go below, like let's say he drops out of here. Or this hatch like that he's sitting on isn't opened yet. So he pops it, drops, shoots a little shotgun hole in like the cigar double like castle there, and then shoots the C4 so it's not as obvious. Or it doesn't shoot the C4, throws the C4. That might be something that could come from that. That's a good thing. But I say that, and Quartz could literally do the same thing without sacrificing your Valk having a weapon at long range. Grenade gonna fly out. Does a decent bit of damage to Storms, forcing him to move, maybe spiking his anxiety a little bit. One thing about shotguns, hey, it's easy to shoot a drone, especially when your shotgun's automatic, another grenade flying out. This is actually really good for the shotgun. Maybe if it was year 2, it'd feel awesome, but that shotgun's significantly worse than it used to be, but of course, it's still a shotgun, Connor. It's still a shotgun. His castle's still alive on that double door, meaning he's not going to die from any windows. He's going to have to die from a aggressive and athletic push from callouts. You know, call out on the sledge. This was one of those things. I mean, going back to the old Wolves, stage 1 forever ago, Slippery flying outside, taking a look outside. Old Wolves, I mean, I'm pretty sure Call used to play that, and he was decent at it. Grenade kill from Kilo onto Kilo, and well-oiled attack from Wichita Wolves as they're just flooding through the bar, but they neglect to clear Pixel fully. It's going to cost them Reed. And Swaylin's going to lose his life to where did he come from? Mohess up white. Jay is actually going to get the kill from the other direction. And well, I haven't had time to breathe because, well, the Wolves are just operating. They're just doing what they need to do. They've taken full control of the site, and now it's just Slippery. Downstairs is Jaeger, going to come up white. And the Wolves are fully aware of that, and Freak just slammed the soul out of Slippery. Decisive opening round for Wichita. Doesn't look like they missed a beat. Who needs Forrest?
Yeah. They're trying to get the rematch with Forrest if West Garfield's able to take out Juicers over on our parallel stream, which should be incredibly interesting. But that was a very, very solid take from the Wichita Wolves. That was no funny business, no fluff. Kill the dude in cigar and say, you know what they're not going to expect us to do? Push everywhere in unison, because Mohess was able to hit that up white into sight, take control of the bathroom hallway, push in, cut off rotations from Heaven, C1, C2, all of that fun areas, as well as the freezer push coming out from the rest of the Wolves. Where are you going to play? What positions are still there? Everything was covered, and with that well-timed push, I mean, Slippery was on the other side of the map. Nobody on one shot really expected the Wolves to operate at such a fast level, which is something that we haven't seen from them very recently. Like, a lot of the big issues in stage 2 and stage 3 would be kind of some slow-ish attacks or kind of maybe over-engineered, as opposed to just the good old-fashioned run in and gun when necessary that we saw out of stage 1 8.
A lot of that was, you know, I'm not roasting Abenai. You're okay. We did that enough. In stage 1, Abenai did that job very well. That's why they won that stage. And that was when they had Jay, of course. Everything was good. Life was good. Obviously, over the years, play kind of tapered off a little bit, and it led to the struggles you described. You know, it wasn't as fluid as we expected, as we see Storms on the mute now. Like I was talking about earlier, like it makes more sense for the mute to be in that spot. And speaking of that spot, well, Call Out kind of just walked in and just...
What difference would... Because it's not the Nitro. I mean, guess the SMG-11, but when was the last time you actually took a gunfight with the SMG-11 in that instance? I guess maybe the auto shotty is just that little bit faster. You don't get caught out between pumps, and you still have a Nitro.
Wow. What a floor nade from Jay. I guess that's one way of dealing with it.
Yeah, that's why you reinforce the hatch.
What I was going to say is, like, Jay, or rather, it's the fact that he had the shotgun. It was so long and, like, sticking out of the little humidor or whatever. I mean, I didn't hate the play, to be honest. Obviously, it was not the most efficient, but I think he kind of got screwed on maybe a little gun length, and obviously got just straight up outplayed there. That was a really nice grenade from Jay. That was a pro league grenade from Jay. Well, it's looking pretty efficient once again. Of course, they need to clear out Pixel. I mean, I think that was the one thing they just kind of neglected and got away with. Swalen didn't get quite... Okay, jump out from Slippery. He ran out of Bakery. Now he's jumping out of White. He'll get Mohess, who, you know, is clearly his job is to hit it from the opposite direction. That time he's trying to repel. Well, didn't work out. Maybe he should have stuck to the up White up in the sight.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of tricks, they don't work multiple times. And oh my dear that's God. An unlucky nade.
I thought it was going to blow Reed up.
Yeah, but those kind of plays, they don't necessarily work every single time. That's kind of like a flash in the pan, and it seems like the Wolves are going for a lot more of a traditional take. Soon we'll see some burn, maybe some gunfights coming out as Pixels. That shield's being removed. Swalen, he's still in this position, managing to fall off. That castle barricade on the bathroom door means that that deep angle was really covered as he retreated. But with all these headshot angles open up and that wall being soft, there is a trash plant or cart plant on the docket for the the Wichita Wolves attackers as soon as things start coming out. Quartz and Kilo, they're going to try to stop that. Down goes Jay as well as Freak. Reed's trying to take some shots over towards anybody in the bathroom, but Swalen finishes off. Call out, and Reed will fall at the hands of Slippery. Learning from the mistakes was one shot as they bounced back and looked pretty strong after getting dominated round one.
I want to say that, you know, but the hilarious number, you know, the Oculix game, the mute jammer was so overpowered, you know, in that clubhouse game last week. I would say that there's actually not a mute jammer in the bathroom. Never mind. They just didn't open the bathroom wall. Full stop. I thought there was maybe a mute jammer in there that was all-knowing mute jammer that prevented them from opening bathroom, maybe preventing Quartz from pushing up so aggressively. They opt to use 2 Selmas on the freezer wall instead. Kind of neglect bathroom, never actually clear that position, and well, that's literally where the round kind of lost its that's where Wichita lost their grip on the situation, I would say. And then obviously it just snowballed out of control from there.
I mean, that's the one thing about Cafe is that attacks either explode or they fizzle out. There's almost like no in between, and there's just a lot of hecticness over towards the executes, whether it be as soon as you get vert and you drop the hatch and try to kill a smoke downstairs, or you just have to flood through White or anywhere, or the top side. And for Wichita, they were never really able to flood because of all those angles in the position that they weren't necessarily able to clear. Mohess falling early was probably the beginning of the end because they didn't have that backside pressure or anything. No variables to keep one shot honest on their defensive positioning. They knew that they had the fall offs. They didn't have to worry about being cut off or somebody walking up White holding that bathroom. Swalen able to just fall back. Always a good thing.
Always good. Well, we see Eka making his debut in this match. Doesn't look like Wichita's actually going for a full clear, actually. So they just find an Echo drone or is that a Valk camera? I don't know. They're killing some sort of intel. But it looks like a really a surrounding attack from the Wolves that is just totally going to disregard the top floor. And Swalen should not win that, but he does. I'm not even sure what Swalen's doing. That guy is a madman. And he gets that kill on the Mohess, on the Ayana, and that's a significant part of this constricting attack that they're trying to do just around the first floor. And I guess no one's going to come from White, and if they do, it's going to be delayed and weakened to push elsewhere for the Wolves. Swalen lurching out and about. And again, I mean, these one-shot roamers are going to go unchecked. And considering that coat wall that you saw is reinforcing the site, that's not going to nearly give the amount of power that it ordinarily would if the site was set up that way for one shot. So Wolves are going to have to search for answers here as they have to do it without one of their entry players as well.
Yeah, Mohess falling early to some seemingly cheap, underhanded tactics is now Freak. He's going to fall as well. Both your entry players for the price of no roamers, but who cares about the roam when you can just start pushing into sight? But that vertical pressure from Swalen will take out Reed. Callout's trying to enter in, but Swalen on red stairs leaves just Jay alone in a not very good position, which is exactly why Kilo's going to immediately pick him off. Starting off strong for the Wolves, kind of getting a nice little punch in the teeth for one shot early on. And then since then, It's been rough.
Also, am I crazy or was that Walt? When whoever that was in code walked into code originally, right? It was like closed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I tripping? Was it actually closed? And then who opened it? What happened there?
Probably Freak, and then Freak died.
Does it look like an impact hole?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Impact hole or like a could have been an Ash Breach shard.
So is it half like soft, half reinforced?
Yes.
Is what I'm getting at. Okay. Because I thought it was just fully reinforced. Anyway, regardless, one shot handled the pressure from that attack perfectly. I say that and Swaylin like, what the hell? Swaylin is literally pushed up on a breach in the garage with an SMG-12 out. See, here's the thing. This isn't 2018. The SMG-12 is not supposed to be that nasty. It's where you win that. And you should be confident in doing that. No
I mean, like, he had
way.
the Kia. He had the K1A.
Just
He said, nope, I want to play. I want to crank up the difficulty playing this game on Legendary.
with the reflex too. Like what? You understand? Like 9 out of 10 times Swaylin should be dead. That's opening pickables. Instead, he's Swaylin, and he just totally shut down the initial momentum for that round for the Wolves. And of course, how One Shot had the site set up, created obstacles of its own, either intended or not. I don't know. To be completely honest, I have to watch the round again. That was weird, but either way, One Shot, they hold firm against the Wolves in their tenacious aggressiousness. At least after the first round.
Yeah. But we also got the timeout from the Wichita Wolves immediately. They're not liking how their attacks are panning out, even though if the result holds, it will be that 4-2 split that we come to expect with a Cafe defensive side. But you know, that's adequate. That's mediocre. And there's nothing about the Wichita Wolves that will settle for that, right, CJ?
Absolutely not. We talk about the Parabellum standards. There's the Wichita Wolves standard, the call-out standard. These guys pride themselves on hard work, dedication,
And nerdiness.
and precision. They pride themselves on all of that. So, of course, you know, I'm sure they rehearsed and talked about that attack. Well, it didn't work the way they wanted. We've gone to just about all of the, well, starting with this round, we're going to be going to all the main sites. So, of course, they want to talk about probably this site they're going into, what they want to do. And, well, they want to hopefully not let this game get out of control too quickly, too early on. And, of course, it's the traditional stuff from One Shot. You know, they've got the line in the sand above in Cocktail. Swellen's actually extended out quite a bit, I would say, considering.
Yeah.
Especially without the one mine, like that's gonna get blown up. That should get blown up instantly.
And I think that is a Vulcan shield as well. So he would definitely have to fall off as soon as he sees any sort of windows open up. If it's, you know, you hear that G36 and you're like, yep, that's an Ash. My shield is gone. I must go. My people need me, or else he's going to be sitting on fire. It's not a fun position to be in, but any time wasted could be nice. Coming from the west side is most of the attack from the Wolves. A little bit of window pressure on the eastern side over towards Cocktail, but kind of forcing Swaylin into that corner. Well, once again, as soon as he starts hearing footsteps, he hears some drops, hears some bullets, he knows he has to fall off, especially considering he's killed a minute and 20. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Looks like Mohus actually, yeah, he's going to deal with that shield. Your plywood as well, meaning you can see the lack of OMI. That's a perfect display of it right there. 2 shields just kind of taken out, 2 positions taken out. And wow, what a snappy shot from Freak onto that C4. Just going to save his life and maybe his teammate's life. I don't know, but
Hey, I mean, that's why the Wolves are sponsored by Aim Labs. They got the combine. They're hitting the C4 shots. Definitely worked out for them. But for the one-shot defense, they've all been corralled back into their fall-off positions. They're gonna have to drop the hatch, or they're gonna have to, like you said, have that line in the sand. But call out, he's just gonna kick it straight to the side. Down goes Kilos. Whalen's fighting over towards the windows, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. He's about to get hit with the crossfire, but instead it's that first angle of Jay taking him out and leaving this a 5v3.
5v3 indeed. Not a lot of utility on the side of One Shot either. Absolutely no C4s to deny. Maybe, you know, that little clock plant next to that reading door. There are 2 defenders in pillar for One Shot, I believe. If I'm not crazy, if I'm not hallucinating, a Slippery who could flank Brown and perhaps catch this sledge from Wichita. Horrible timing there for Slippery. And unfortunately, he's going to repeat, take out, call out. But Corch goes down in the sight, and well, Slippery finds Freak, but not in a good way, leaving just Storms. Lance going down. There's plenty of time for Reed to stick this, even if Freak somehow loses this gunfight to a pistol, which he does. Plant down, though. 1 versus 3 for Storms. This is pretty insurmountable, as Vohess is going to obliterate him with the entire mag of the ARX, not just one bullet. Yeah, just finish him off. And Wichita, well, after the timeout, carries them to a round victory. That looked well rehearsed to me, Connor.
Yeah, it looked pretty well rehearsed. I mean, when you have man advantage or even util advantage going towards like a 45 seconds top control on reading, you should win the round. But what was more impressive was the kind of early round corralling and pushing back those one-shot defenders. Even though they had utility to fall back upon, it didn't matter. Just one person over towards White Window was able to burn for himself, take down the Vulcan shield, make sure that you called it planks, stacks, whatever. Plank stacks. All that position over towards top white that defenders love to sit near. That area couldn't make a cross. You couldn't have a crossfire to help your player over towards C2, over towards the cocktail hatch, and then it was easy pickings. Wichita Wolves, they kind of just had everything covered. They sure sent all out down below, and he got caught out, unfortunately, but the refrag game was strong from Freak, just holding towards bottom white. Got that kill. Should have gotten the kill onto Storms, but, you know, pistols happen. And as we all know, reloading or switching, or pardon me, switching to your secondary is always faster than reloading.
And honestly, I can forgive it. They still won the round, so who cares, right? I mean,
yeah, it was an impactless frag from Storms.
Yeah, I'm just gonna forget that it happened, to be honest. So you see cameras flying out from one shot. They've been trying to make use of this Valkyrie throughout this match this far. With the round or two, you know, where they've taken it off. They have been trying to implement it in. See what they can do with it here. Slippery. I don't know if that was assisted by Val Cameron, if it was just assisted by his eardrums as he hears Iona repelling up outside that little terrace there on the east side and gets a free kill off of it.
I believe Mohas is 0-3 on entry now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I know he has 3
it's
entry
a new role for
deaths.
him.
Whether or not he got an entry kill, that is something I wasn't paying attention to as much as I probably should have, but I know that he has died 3 cheeky ways. 2 jump outs and a Swaylin moment with the SMG-12.
Yeah, definitely that characteristic one-shot intensity that you're gonna get no matter what. Those guys don't play scared, that's for sure. So now Wichita once again scrambling for answers. Once again, call out trying to throw this grenade. Does it actually fly in this time? Yes, but it only does property damage to the wall. But no kill, no damage. And well, the good news is I suppose Wolves have worked away in the Scar shop. But once again, that bathroom, that spot in bathroom. One shot's going to be playing that with a lot of intensity. It looks like they're going to try to just go around it, try to hot breach, try to flash in, see what they can do. Reed gets killed instantly, Swaylin as well, getting a kill of his own. And this just wasn't timed well, unfortunately. I like the idea, but one shot was ready for it literally at every point of attack. And they're going to retake the lead off of it.
Yeah, that was the classic case of a right idea, piss poor execution.
I mean, I respect
Very,
the
very
idea.
mistimed. And maybe that's where the Wichita Wolves not playing with Jay for quite a while and a lot of players on different roles. That's where we can really, really see it. That's where we can really see all that stuff happening. But as it stands, one shot, we're just able to read into the fact that on cocktail attack, you typically hear some stuff going on most of the time. Like they're pushing red, they're droning, they're going to try to burn in pixel. They might have some window pressure here and there. When you hear that eerie silence and there's nothing happening about a minute 30 into the round, you start thinking, hey, what the heck is happening?
Hey, I hear a breach charge going down. You can see how that ended.
Yeah, and then it's like, hey, we should have our guns up. They might just do something freaky.
I mean, to be fair, every round, Wichita's tried to have some guy crouch walk here, walk up white here, come in from the bottom stairs there, you know, type things. And one shot's just like, we can anticipate that. We can expect that's going to happen. And well, they're doing a good job of that, at least for the most part. Going to kitchen for their final defense here. They absolutely shut down the Wolves when they tried to, I guess, do it the light way, the minimal way for this site, and just attack the first floor. And strictly the first floor. Didn't work out for him too well. Obviously, there was someone out on the AC unit trying to do something in terms of denying the vertical pressure the defenders can use on this site if you don't clear the roam. But otherwise, Wichita's not necessarily clearing a whole lot of things. They're still not going to. Callout's going to be the one to take on the Slippery or Swalen or whoever is going to be challenging, who's clearly going to be challenging that garage area near the white stairs off of the assistance of a Valk camp. Once again, one shot, bringing that, trying to see what they can do in terms of mileage out of it.
Yeah, mileage is something that you have to cover if you go for the top down, but seems like the Wolves want to go for that good old-fashioned bakery direct, very minimal pressure anywhere else. And with Mo already being in coat check, that does bode well if they want to go for a site hit, considering they have all of the rooms surrounding site. And they have Jay on a shield. He just has a shield. But Freak, he falls at the hands of Kilo, supplemented with that yokai drone. Another yellow ping over towards Jay's position. Could be cut down, but he reads the link perfectly.
I thought my eyes deceived me. Slippery's going for the flank, misses critical shots there. But Quartz is just able to retake that shield, which is what I was going to say. How in the hell and why in the hell is there a shield there if no one's going to play it? Just gave a shield to the attack, but somehow Quartz is so nasty, he wins the fight with the SMG-11 against the shield. Swalen gonna pistol Mohess and reestablish co-control for a brief moment. And after all that, we find ourselves in a 1 versus 1. Call out and Kilo is on he's on 0.5 HP. Call out has a general idea of where he is. He's gonna peer out that 1.5, just have to land one shot, and he lands a headshot on the Kilo in Wichita. The Wichita Wolves, that is. They are going to tie this game up with some late round heroics. That was just, that was ugly. It was ugly, it was dirty, it was nasty. But they
Can you really complain because it still counts?
It counts. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, the score is 3-3. But that was a weird defense from once. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It was.
There was no one on the shield, but they're also roaming above, and they clearly ceded a lot of control to Wichita. Clearly, they gave up coat again within like the first 20 seconds. Like
that's a good read from Wichita Wolves to establish that pressure again early.
I mean, and then the other thing is one shot opened that wall. That previously didn't open. I swear they didn't open it before. Last time we saw kitchen. Then they opened it that time just to not have anyone playing coat. They had that shield in VIP just to not have anyone in VIP. And they had all those roamers.
Without floor holes.
I mean, and I saw whoever was mute last round. One shot just throwing C4s out on the AC unit. Above Bakery, like. That was all over the place. And obviously, Wichita, you know, that attack, minimal attacks sometimes are all over the place themselves. Sometimes you got to do, it gets dirty, it gets nasty. Sometimes you got to clutch up. Wichita was able to do that as we transition into the defense for the Wolves. They're going to be going kitchen first, except this time it makes a lot more sense. I'm going to be honest, I can break this down a lot more simply. Whatever one shot just did. You're going to see the Maestro likely floating between bakery. You see the rotating bakery. The guy's going to float between the and there, get in on the cameras, doing what he needs to do. Oh, he's flying out. Default cam. Spawn peaks? I don't know. Missed shots. Freak never misses shots like that, but he misses them there. Unfortunately, the red dot was just, I don't know. Freak. I don't know if you changed your sense or what, but you almost never see him miss shots like that, unfortunately. For Wichita, I mean, wow. There's a Finka boost as well, so even though he tagged him up, doesn't even matter. It's like it didn't happen. But you're going to have a roam from Wichita Wolves. You're going to have guys all over the map. Valkyrie again to see what they can do. But unfortunately, wow, I'm almost in disbelief.
Yeah, that is a rare freak miss. And he's taking a little bit of damage as he's fighting for his life inside a reading room. The bomb site all the way downstairs. So with a minute down, if the roamers were to, just die right now, not a successful roam, but a lot of the pressure coming from one-shot attack is now going to be removed immediately as Quartz falls at the hands of Mo. I think he was able to just creep over towards White and maybe killed the cutoff of Quartz, but all of the never mind, all but one are going to make it back to site. Slippery, another C4 aim lab shot coming out. Maybe that nitro from callout could have been blown up a little bit earlier, but fat fingers do exist. It's sometimes hard to just click those buttons super fast. And with everything evened up halfway through the round, it all comes down to whether Storms is able to open up the right holes.
Yes, so Kilo did this before. Obviously, I think it was like a hitbox glitch with his Selma charges. He did that before. He just kind of shoots his hard breach out. I don't know, out of desperation. That Havana fella was never going to do anything. But either way, thanks to Swalen, who gets to play a flex role on Attack on Cafe, a more defined fragger flex role, I guess. It's distinct because this is usually when we get the Sway. We talk about Swalen, the nasty Swalen. You're gonna get it. Swalen's almost certainly gonna have a good attack half here on that IQ, just off the gun, just off the. Yeah, I mean off the gun, off of the utility and the flexibility it brings. They're doing a lot of vertical play. I'm wondering where the actual push is going to come through at. Not necessarily a freezer drop just yet. They're just going down brown. And it's not paying off for them either. Call out, turn your headphones on. Doesn't hear the second player. But Jay's there. Freezer drop finally comes, but it's after a lot. And well, not even a lot. His entire team has died. Kilo's going to fly through the window, but into the waiting arms of Mo Hess. Strong roam and a strong defense from the Wolves despite the whiff early on.
It would have been an even more dominant round.
Yeah, that was actually really cool what they did. You saw, right? They're on defaults. Mohes hops out as a distraction. Freak high-lows him from the top ropes. Freak just missed. He just missed the tackle.
He got his ankles broken by Slippery on the Finca. Bright yellow on a white background. Like piss in the snow. Couldn't hit him.
I'm sure it won't happen. I think that's literally. I've been watching Freak since mid 2020. The guy's never potatoed. Not like that. So if I'd say you get one potato every 2 years, that's okay in my books, right?
Yeah,
we'll let it pass.
We'll let it slide. Wait, do you count his playoff performances as potatoes?
Because sometimes if you go 2-40. In a game, in a match or whatever. Sometimes, Siege isn't even about, shooting people like that, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just, you just be dying to stuff. You're just dying to stimuli. You're not actually dying because you're whiffing, you know what I mean? It's just a crazy game,
There's just some silly, freaky things that happen every round, so...
It's not just an FPS. This is like a MOBA, FPS, strategy, RTS. All in one. So, sometimes you go 1-10. It's not because you didn't aim labs enough. Sometimes it's just because you got outbrained by some nerds.
Sometimes as soon as you stop holding an angle, somebody peeks you.
Yeah, type stuff like that. So.
Just some of those days.
What is Slippery? Slippery has the longest zoom that you can put on an assault rifle in the game, light machine gun. You don't usually see this on Finca. Usually people are running the 1x or the 1.5. That's a lot of zoom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of attention to detail from Slippery.
Hey, depends on what kind of gunfights he's going to be taking. If he's more of a support Finca and he's holding the deep angles through the top floor. But a nice drone from Slippery is going to find the location to call out. But he has a sixth sense for drones. He finds it out. Quartz is on the prowl, trying to hunt down this poor Jaeger.
What?
And Reed has a nerdy hole through a soft hatch.
What was that?
I don't know, but he almost got a kill, but callout will clean it up. Goodbye to Quartz. And hello to the man advantage for the Wolves as their prolific roams once again rear its ugly head and causing a lot of issues early round for one shot.
That was ugly on both parts. One, Quartz just walking past that hatch it's not something you should worry about. And then you got
Did he get
Reed being goofy.
did he get that through the hatch? Or did somebody drop?
I'm not sure. This attack
Oh
from one
yeah,
shot.
somebody dropped. You could see the red paint splatter.
I mean,
'Cause this is a
jokes
simulation.
aside. Jokes aside. This attack from one shot's kind of. We had guys walking in. What did Slippery just do that? Right? He walked in from I don't even know, some random spot on the map, like bottom white or something. And that was how they cleared a cigar hold. It was very strange. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what Quartz was doing either. But all in all, it just wasn't a successful clear from one shot. That's almost goes without saying. A nice snappy kill from Slippery though. On the call out. What are you doing? And what are you doing, Mohest, on the Z ping and Reed on low HP? Wow! Slug rounds on that shotgun. Should get him a double kill. And there it is. Reed. Wichita. Strong defense, but honestly, somewhat of a perturbing attack. Like I said, like they're clearing bottoms up.
Why was he not trying to res himself?
I think he was. It's just like,
Yeah, you're just sitting there taking it.
I mean, sometimes it's like, should I really even bother here? You know?
Give 100% till the clock hits 0, CJ. How
Yeah.
dare you?
You give 100,000%, even when there's a guy with a shotgun who just shotguns you across the universe.
He was 5 HP.
I mean, Call hit a stinky
He did.
poo shot there, but it's also just like,
Sway hit a stinky poo-poo shot. That was a disgusting shot. Hit him with a fadeaway from range.
I'm just not sure what the end goal was. You know, you come in from the basement all the way up, and you haven't even cleared, like, it's not even like Quartz was waiting for the person to drop or anything. He just walked right past it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just genuinely don't know what they were doing. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that bodes well going into, like, they're already down 2 rounds. It kind of just got away from them very quickly. 2 really strong defense from the Wolves.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to the one-shot attacks to try to pull this back because Wichita, they were able to get that 3-3 split that you would have to say, pretty good, especially with how one-shot's attacks are looking. They're just unable to deal with the early round of the Wichita Wolves. The roam game has been phenomenal. One-shot can't get anything going. All the position that they want to entry in, all of a sudden there's a WW player holding on to them, and more often than not, they're getting the better of them. On this defensive side, at least. One shot was picking off entries on their defensive side, but yeah, shoe, other foot, something, blada blada.
People rappelling to the roof, yabba dabba doo. Well, at least they're rappelling to the roof this time. Before, their preferred entry point was the basement. Slippery. Speaking of rappelling, on the rappel gets Freak, who, once again, like, sometimes, again, there's no amount of aim labs that's going to protect you and help you against a guy upside down on rappel with a 3x on his LMG. Sometimes, you know, that's the hand that Siege deals you, right? It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, he shouldn't have peeked it, probably. As Mohest is also peeking it. Drone in his face. Oh, it looks like Slippery. Oh, no, that's... I thought it was the one... They look really similar. From our point. But anyway. Finally, One Shot has a lead on their attack. In terms of man count, opening man count. Claymore.
I've been keeping track of it. That is the first time that Swaylin has used his Claymore. Because I feel like IQ should use breaching charges.
And I agree with you. Especially considering, I mean, what if Storms dies? You know, they just don't have vert for this. Of course, Ash charges, but I mean, he does that. Sledge, I mean, speaking of the Sledge, he's going to sledge through in the bathroom. Jay, looking to get mobile, he's going to get the Finka. And call out as well. I imagine that was synergized. Yes, it was. Holy crap, there are 3 Wichita Wolves defenders in the Whitehall. And they all die. To One Shot. They're all holding the angle. One Shot, they are not going quietly into the good night. They respond. A strong attack of their own.
Yeah. The 2-1 early little split. Exactly what we saw out of Wichita Wolves attacks. Then they were able to properly adjust and then take the 2-1 into their favor as we got to the back half. But you would have to say that I guess both of them were pretty dominant. Never mind, my point is mute as I was thinking about it just a little bit more. But we're going back downstairs to a round that was quite interesting from from the Wichita Wolves defense. A lot of struggle to kill that room. And a lot of unfortunate whiffed shots that could have really turned the tide early on. Maybe Freak won't miss twice if he goes for it.
He never misses twice. You understand? Never. Or maybe sometimes. Maybe off the screen. I remember, I think it was actually Wichita that did the nerdiest cade call ever. They threw it like out of the
10 seconds left.
out of the little garage there, and it got the hatch.
5 seconds left.
I'm pretty sure that was them.
Yeah.
This is like an outdoors cade claw. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
They
But
also
nothing
found that you
like
can
that.
put it in the pot.
Yeah.
And that threw Outlast for a loop for like 2 straight rounds of trying to attack the basement of the clubhouse.
It's always the little minute things for which they try to do. They try to throw you off with it. But this round, that's not. So that's a pretty basic cade claw. And obviously with the IQ, Swalen's just going to walk up and bink. Assuming, and this is a big assuming, they can clear this room clear. Because last time they just couldn't. At all.
Yep, they struggled. Everywhere. They let
Mightily.
everybody but one get back to sight and hold wide horizontally. They had a little bit of util to supplement the rest of their positions, so good on the Wichita Wolves because they understand that, hey, we need to fall back at certain times, and Fallout is realizing that this time is probably coming pretty soon. Jay's ragdoll goes crazy as Quartz picks up a free frag on said rotation down white. And top floor, the top floor, the tippity top is in control of one shot, but not the second, and the sight resides on the first.
Interesting that Jade chose to vault over the stairs instead of the hatch. Laundry. Just dropping that. I guess that wasn't an option. I guess no one opened it for him. I blame the smoke player, except there isn't a smoke player. That's the important thing here. Reed, on the LMG, he would have been the only one to open that hatch as he gets that kill in the storm. I think he would have been the only one to, maybe Freak could have used it. But that's a very serious thing with this Wolves defense right now. There's no shotgun. There's no smoke. They're really investing in this room. As there are 3 Wolves defenders in train. You don't need to correct your television, ladies and gentlemen. That is actually happening. And they're actually trading out onto these one-shot attackers. At this point, I would just leave these guys in here and hit the site. Reed's even roaming. And it's just call out who's stuck. In the, I mean, what? What? They probably don't even know, because why would there be 4 people upstairs? Everyone from Wichita assisted on this roam. Now, of course, with those tagging shots from the LF, surely Wichita's going to know where call it is. They know he's pinned in the corner now. Or rather, one shot's going to know. And that's it. Quartz finishes him off, puts him out of his misery. What? Have you ever seen such an investment on a roam like that? I didn't even catch that there was no smoke, no shotgun, no mute, nothing. All roaming ops.
I guess their philosophy is, hey, if they get top floor control and are able to do vert, they're probably going to be comfortable enough to go for a strong execute, and it's going to be very hard to win. So why not put all the eggs into the basket of, hey, let's not let them get train. They'll never see it coming. Let's not let them get control of white. They'll never see 3 people pushing up in unison coming. But one shot, they do.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean, sort of. They didn't even know call was in there towards the end. They're like,
it didn't matter. He was
happening?
on a 1v4, and I feel like that the window gunfight, he should have won. I feel like he got a headshot there, but you know, Siege be like Siege sometimes.
these do be like. But yeah, that was very brazen. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, it was brazen, it was bold, it was brash.
And if that was the case, why did Jay even bother vaulting over? Why he should have just fought and just, you know, like it was 300 or something. Just stayed there and fought till the end. But he tried to rotate away. Where is he gonna rotate if there was no plan to rotate back? There's no setup for that. Interesting. Now he's playing the smoke with the FMG, so really relying on Reed to shotgun everything. I've been there, Reed. It's not fun. Your team just... I mean, of course, there's an Rooney, too. So maybe it's not too bad. I mean, he's shotgunning everything. He's even gonna shotgun that cute little hole again, like he made before.
I liked
It's cute, right? You can.
you.
People don't notice that's there.
Because who expects the soft hatch to be partially open?
And it's such an oblique angle, right? Where it's not like you're gonna walk under it and look up like, no. Grenade gonna fly out. That's a free kill because Freak doesn't know that he's on camera. Once again, he's 4-9 and he missed one. He had one whiff. But Freak has been dying to people upside down. The most telegraphed grenades ever because of a GPS assisted NSA drone. Heel's gonna clear this castle barricade as well, unless someone happens to shoot those pellets off. Doesn't look like that's gonna be the case, meaning Reed is in a pickle. And this isn't a deli, Connor. This is the last chance qualifier. Or
Not
last
yet.
chance.
Not yet.
Sorry, excuse me. This is the SCS After Dark tournament, meaning, yeah. This is a desperate situation for Reed. He's also getting Z-pinged, and they know he's in this corner. Just swing, Swaylin. You're way better than this guy, especially when he's laying prone. But there's a trade from Mohes, who's pushed up with that ump, but Slippery's already in Christmas. Trades back and forth, actually. It's like a game of tug of war. It's just call out and J now. FMG smoke. Swaylin has been down, but not finished. Unfortunately, Mohes was not able to actually kill Swaylin. Just downed him with the ump. The Claymore that is so powerful against colorblind players is not actually there. Because I don't think Swaylin put it. And Call's going to flank and join his teammate. What is happening? The Ash repelling as well on the east side. Perhaps looking to get a pick. May have just swung on his side, actually. Meaning this is exceptionally awkward for the defenders. There's two different fights going. Quartz is in Freezer. Jay is in Pixel. Call dies to the Ash and Freezer. The Ash and Freezer gets two because, honestly, I can't even believe how I'm saying it because what is this?
I don't know.
The Ash is in
I'm
Freezer,
racking
like,
my brain trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And every time I try to get an answer, it just does not compute because you can say cutesy stuff like, oh yeah, in a post-plant position, the defenders actually become the attackers. But a bomb wasn't down anywhere. Like the diffuser wasn't dropped. It wasn't anything. And there were that was peculiar. Wichita Wolves are playing peculiarly. Their map choice, by the way, is now one round away from going into the favor of One Shot.
So I was so worried for One Shot about 8 minutes ago. I'm not worried anymore. They seemingly have a grip on the situation. But a part of that is just Wichita. They have just gone off the rails. I don't think I've ever seen an Ash repel in the opposite direction and get into the defender's position like that. And if I have, it's been a very, very long time, or it was a very low elo game. Let me just put it like that. That should just almost never happen, but it did. The Wolves are selling out. It's like running Engage 8 in Madden.
Yep.
Or
Every
NCAA.
single play.
They're learning Engage 8. They're full blitzing. They're sending the safety. They're sending to everybody. They're throwing the kitchen sink, the microwave, the toaster, the refrigerator, and the refrigerator in the garage to try to shut down One Shot. And it's One Shot is just ready for that. They
took the sink out of the guest bathroom too. You thought that one was safe? Nope. That one's going out the window too.
I mean, what, like, you know, they're it's almost like we can respect why they're doing it on all the different sites, right? First floor, you want to prevent the vertical pressure. Fine. You know? Top floor, you want to prevent them from getting into Christmas. Fine. I understand what they're doing, but it's just not working. One Shot's just ready for it. One Shot was forged in this. One Shot's one of those teams. Like I said, they aren't afraid to get crazy. Let's just say. So they're ready for this. And Wolves have now lost 3 rounds in a row. Storms is twerking on the roof.
Hammer in hand.
Will they
Now
dial
opened
it?
up.
Will they dial it back, or are we gonna still see just maniac gameplay?
I mean, it's a philosophy kind of thing. It's just not even really a playstyle. It's a general philosophy from the Wolves of just selling out. That's how I interpret LATAM playstyle. So sometimes it looks weird when matched up against NA playstyles, but when you can just keep on getting picks for free over and over again,
Wait, what?
things start to get more difficult. Down goes Mohes early on. It seems like another player. Ooh, a narrowly missed shot onto call out. Looked like it connect, but instead the Malusi will escape with her life, live to fight another day, and hopefully for one shot, that gunfight in Quartz won't haunt them.
And you can tell. So, for example, that little micro gunfight there between Quartz and Callout. Quartz is already anticipating Callout peeking. There was no drone or anything. He was anticipating that someone was going to run to the first floor and try to run out on him or something. He already knew it was coming. Even though there's no drone, no info, he already knew. So you can tell one shots, they have that anticipation for that type of stuff. And I think that's what's working against Wichita actively. I mean, I'm pretty sure Quartz just walked in his sight and ran back out or something, because I'm not even sure how he necessarily got the kill on Mohes. But he got it. It was like a hit and run. It was like a drive-by. Slippery he's got some mouse acceleration going on. I don't know, skipping around. Freak. Finally hitting a snappy shot. Seems like we haven't called his name a whole lot in a good way. Storm pinned in the corner, but Jay doesn't get that kill. He could throw the C4, but if he does, he's going to have horrible timing, so he's going to stay guns up, get that kill, maybe get a double at the C4, only one. Quartz is finally going to come in from that first floor and find, again, like Freak, that's just unfortunate. Kilo gets Jay as well, and now you've suddenly got the worst gun in the game on the headshot machine, and call out. Neither with utility, who have to hold the line with 15 seconds. One shot seemingly dry peeking it though. They have no idea that player's in pillar. Reed swinging across, gets two, the headshot, body shot, whatever. It's Wichita taking this game to overtime. Off the backs of a 2 versus 3. That was, you could just tell one shot they didn't quite know their surroundings.
Yep.
I didn't know this guy was a pillar. I didn't know that Reed's swinging me, you know?
Reed,
kind of
blank Adams.
machines. I don't know. Headshot, body shot, whatever. Machine. He's a machine.
Mm-hmm. Big plays. Big plays indeed. That sends us to overtime, CJ, with the Wolves staying on the defensive side on a map that has been completely even. Completely even. 3 threes or both. Going downstairs, this was where a little bit of a freaky roam came out. The 5-man. Hey, we're gonna stick everybody inside a train to make sure that they can't do any of that funny things people call vert inside of those areas. Hopefully for Wichita Wolves, they go a little bit more grounded, but doesn't necessarily seem like that because they have 4 nitros, so they could bunker if they want, but no smoke is still an interesting call.
That indicates to me they are looking to get crazy yet again. Though Reed and Jay have kind of swapped operators roles a little bit. Jay's the shotgun guy. He's designated shotgun. And Reed is going to be the Falcon. A little gum under the table camera there. But one shot, I mean, in particular, this was something that was a problem against Surf last week. They kind of fall a little limp when met with aggression. Sometimes they take a little bit. I guess there's a flaw with how they do things. Sometimes it's either haphazard and the round's over 2 seconds, or it's like they take the whole round and they have a vitality syndrome. IF syndrome. They don't know what they want to do until it's too late.
Yeah, and when you get to the red zone,
Obviously,
it's not like the NFL. You can't take a field goal. You got to go for the touchdown every single round.
Yeah, there's no field goals.
No field goal, no other option.
So, obviously, every team suffers from that. I'm just talking about it in the context of right now.
Ooh.
Freak, I told you he doesn't
See,
miss
he doesn't
twice.
miss twice.
He doesn't miss twice. There he is. Slams Quartz. Quartz has been playing decently well in that entry on that Ash. He's been a menace. Last round, of course, we saw hit the drive-by on Mohes. Well,
Quartz was struggling. I think he was like 2-5. Now 9-7.
yeah, he's turning around on the attack eye. Weirdly enough, usually it's the other way around. Usually people, defense is just, it's where the kills are farmed, because I guess, like I said, it's like every team suffers from it. Some attack slow based on whatever and whatever, blah blah blah. I'm just talking about in the context of right now. Of course, one shot does have that tendency to stall a little bit, and well, it looks like the sellout strategy is working this time around for the Wolves as they get 2 kills in exchange for 1. In exchange for College or IGL, who's just probably sitting on cams. Well, at least right now, he's spectating Reed. He's like, Reed, what are you doing? I'm sure that's a glitch. But Gall's going to be on cameras, your IGL. And you've got a minute 20 where, I mean, honestly, looking pretty good. Even if they start sledging things out, there's just not enough
They have 2 nitros
manpower
as well to try, plus the vert you know, the cams
Oh,
upstairs.
And there's
but
that.
who cares with nitros and cams and whatever when good old-fashioned bullets do the job just fine. Mohess, down goes Storms, and Swaylin sitting here cursing and wishing he did not have a claymore in his back pocket instead have breaching charges, because there's no way to apply vertical pressure unless Kilo starts whipping out those X-Kairos and placing them all over the floor like a madman.
Speaking of being placed on the floor, C4 placed at the feet. And well, it's just Swaylin. Swaylin, like I said, you can almost count on Swaylin getting double digits on Cafe. If you were a betting man, if you're into that stuff, and that was a thing for Rainbow Six, you could bet on Swaylin hitting those numbers. At least for the time being, it's not going to necessarily net his team victory. Unless he hits the craziest 1 versus 4 of 2022.
It would take a biblical throw from the Wolves, which it doesn't seem like they want to do.
Yeah, they're just, yeah, this isn't happening. We're basically in the, all right, guys, what the hell are we doing? All right, Swaylin gets his 11th. But the teams are just basically talking out what they want to do. One shot, assuming they get to max OT after this next round, talking about what the hell they need to do in the last attack. They're going to need to perhaps take this game, but well, Wichita going into their attack, I don't know. Honestly, not sure what to expect.
I don't
Depends
know
on what side
why.
we
I
go
have
to.
a gut feeling. I have something like something's tingling down here that I feel like we're going to see a WW Rush come out.
You think so?
I really do.
I mean, they've kind of, it's been like a half-baked rush. Like they push in really quickly in a coat and they stop, right? What if they just keep going?
That's
Is that
what I'm
you
saying.
mean?
I think they could
They
just keep on going.
going.
They're flashing the Blackbeard.
Not the slack beard.
Yep.
Okay, now they're Jackal. So, okay, that could indicate they want to clear this now, which will totally, or he's picking Jackal for the gun. There's 2 possibilities. He's picking Jackal for the gun so he can rush, or they're going to actually clear the map and deal with this roam, which I personally think, I mean, you should do. It's good for him. But we'll see. Mohess has kind of struggled.
You know what else
at
we will
times
see,
on the
CJ?
entry.
We will see another stage of SCS coming up soon, right after this tournament, which is running from the 3rd to the 5th. On the 7th through the 9th, we're going to have quals once again. You type !play in chat, it'll bring you to the nice, beautiful link. Unfortunately, unlike this tournament, it is paid because it's a whole month of content as opposed to just 3 days. Make sure to sign up. Spots are going fast. The qualifiers, they're grueling. You're going to want multiple chances because they are tough. They are rough. They are not fun, but that's how you get better.
5 seconds left before insertion.
You should have just marketed it as a fun, happy time.
Defuse a bomb.
Now we are cutthroat and brutal here.
Same camera from one shot. But again, I'm thinking the Wolves are going to clear here. Surely. Mohess did not just hit the I'm picking Jackal for the gun. He shotguns the garage menacingly. But we see that, well, the Valkyrie cam is going to perhaps pay off. Slippery doesn't commit. And then rightfully so. Mohess is literally looking at that. Is he going to jump out now? I don't know. There's decisions to make for Slippery. Do you do this on overtime match point? Do you go for this double kill? Because it's technically a possibility. Another cam flying out. I think he's going to do it. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, make up your mind, Slippery. Are you going to do it or not? Looks like he's not. And obviously that turned out to be the right decision. I mean, they're literally staring at that like maniacs. So here we go. A clear. Let's see what the Jackal can do. So far, the Jackal hasn't necessarily entered the building. It's just Freak. The Echo drone assisting one shot on the roam as well, meaning this is just a duel of drones. It's a duel of Cybertronics. Which team is going to use it better?
Yeah.
We're
Intel
just going to rotate.
is fun, but no rush.
No rush.
Which, you know, could have been fun. But with this full clear coming out, it is slow. It is sluggish. Trying to be the catalyst is that first adrenal surge Freak creeping down White. But unfortunately for him, all the one-shot defenders, they're long gone.
Hey.
Well, actually, they're all piled up at the bottom of White. Quartz rotating into Christmas. Swalin's going to hide in this rat corner that he doesn't get droned out. Could go absolutely massive.
Absolutely indeed. Now let's see. I mean, we've got a minute to work vert. Sledge is doing, well, Sledge hasn't actually used a charge yet. Call out. What are you doing? Start sledging. The game's on the line. This is match point. This is it. This could be it, at least. Call it, again, horrible timing. He just doesn't see Slippery there. Swalen's going for the SMG-12 play. Again, he gets J. You said go nuclear. Well, I guess that's part of it. It's not necessarily nuclear.
The atom is starting to split.
That's just a bomb play right there. It's not quite nuclear yet. Call out knows there's a player in VIP, but doesn't know exactly where Swalen gets. Wow, the fact that Freak read that is incredible. The flashbang is gonna, I guess, mess with the timing there, but either way, Slippery gets that trade for call out. We're at a 2 versus 2 as Reed's in the site. And well, the Wolves can close this out here. There's no one home for one shot. Freak, I honestly, Freak's pushing into Coat while his teammates in sight could have planted the bomb, but it looks like instead we're going to max OT unless Reed can hit a clutch here, unless he turns into Usain Bolt and runs and catches the Echo, but he's gonna go for the plant instead. Whoa, no, Kilo's actually gonna run out of time. I don't know if Kilo's gonna get there in time to deny the plant, so that means Reed can hop off and perhaps win the gunfight, but he doesn't know where Kilo is coming from. He's hearing thumping, but he doesn't know from where. He looks at the double door instead, and we're going to max OT.
Yeah, he couldn't plant originally because of those yokais and that gunfight inside of Coat Check. Huge round winning, absolutely massive, and Kilo was just able to clean up the tiny little bit of crumbs his teammate Storms left for him. But everything got a little bit freaky there. The slow attack. As a result of the initial roam pressure from the one-shot defenders, it was hard to overcome. They eventually did corral them, but you have to think if they maybe had 10 more seconds, they might have won that.
I want to pick your brain on this.
Alrighty, fire away.
Okay, so Freak pushed Coat.
Yes.
The Echo is in Bakery anyway, right?
Yep.
So it's not like he was pushing Coat to kill the Echo, right? So wouldn't it have made, this is obviously hindsight, is 50-50, whatever the saying goes. But wouldn't it have made more sense for Freak to just play Mother Hen over
Yes.
Reed and then just shoot the Echo? Look for it. Try to do that. Because Reed was in there like swimwear, for that whole exchange. They're just killing each other. They're punching each other in the mouth, you know? And it comes down to a 2v2, and neither of the two defenders were within a nautical mile of anything relevant. You had one guy in Coat, and what's Coat going to do in that situation, right? And you had the Echo and Bakery. Shoot the Echo to round win. Obviously, we see that from our point of view, but that was definitely a missed opportunity. And I definitely thought that should have went in favor of the Wolves, and it just didn't. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. We're fortunate if you're on the side of one shot. You gotta think that way.
Yeah, I mean, because either way, fortunately for all of us, we get a max OT round. Where everybody's going to leave it out on the line. This is just map number 1, by the way. I think this Wichita team has more than shown that, well, even without Forrest, even with the uncertainty that faces the roster at this time, the future. It's still looking, they are holding firm with one shot, who a lot of people are ready to crown them the top tier 2 team, maybe alongside IF. But Wichita's saying, hey, we're still here. We're still for real, too.
They're still around. Because right now, if one shot are able to have the successful attack, which we've seen them have on this top floor, things get freaky. All of a sudden, you're in 2-0 territory. That's not fun. That is not a fun position to be in this BO3. With Swalen already going in, he sees, hey guys, guess what? Pixel is clear. The nade comes in to destroy the Goyo shield, making sure that the only place that anybody could play on the Wichita Wolves defense would be over towards White Hallway. But with all that beautiful window pressure surmounting from the one-shot attackers, that position isn't really viable at this point. But the timing, that's what has to be incredibly viable for one shot. They need to speed this up. There's nitros downstairs. There's intel with that pulse. A whole lot of plant denial from explosives. As I look, it's only Jay with it left. But a well-placed nitro could still absolutely rock this one-shot attack down to its core and destroy it.
Well, Jay gets destroyed to start this round, and Freak is in an once again in a hell of a situation where you can have the nicest aim in the world, but it is almost impossible to get out of this when someone can just throw a grenade and not even look at you. Don't even have to fire a bullet, just downs Freak. And One Shot looking like they are going to decisively have the lead in this round. Unless Reed can go for some sort of spicy play with the pulse. Doesn't go for it. And Freak's just going to bleed out. Mohes could get a trade. He's just going to bleed out. Maybe that was a second grenade. Not quite sure, but it's a 5v3 for One Shot. Top control established. Swaylin. More importantly, we gloss over this one. Swaylin on Twitch now, where he's officially become a final boss.
Yes, he is mob boss level 100.
Literally. Runegate going to get cleared. And now you see the desperation. You see the Mohes is literally sitting under floor holes, sitting right next to that reading door. And once again, One Shot really cutting it close in terms of time. The Storms doesn't see Mohes there. The grenade gonna drop and force him to move. So even post-mortem, that grenade may have just changed this round in the favor of Wichita. Reed gets the kill on the quartz. He could deny the plant, and depending on whether a trade comes through in time, no, he's gonna get the diffuser down, and he's pinned in the corner. It's Swaylin, the level 100 Mafia boss on Twitch. He's gonna ice this round out, ice this map out for One Shot.
Not like this. That was almost Reed blank Adams moment. Number 2 for this map. He just had that little bit of extra confidence. That was milliseconds, fractions of a second from going WW's way. This was an incredibly close match. And considering One Shot's recent success in the SI quals being enclosed in just the upcoming weeks, Wichita Wolves with a roster that's kind of half-baked right now, not fully fleshed out, still in the process of transitioning to get this close, is still pretty impressive because One Shot, they're a comfortable team on Cafe.
That too. Y'all didn't see it, but like, so we're in the post-game lobby, right? I'm looking at it. Wichita doesn't even know it's a best of 3, man. Reed said GG left.
Well, do you know why he left, CJ?
It's a best of 3.
Do you know why he left?
What's that?
He had to go run all the way to a gas station and pick up some Myconite. It's he himself, that last round, had he had some Myconite, he would have leveled up his game to the next level. Went absolutely crazy. All the delicious fruity flavors would have powered him up. It would have fueled him up. It would have taken that map for Wichita Wolves, but unfortunately, he didn't have any. He's got to go get some. Come back. Just like us, in about 2 minutes break.
What?
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and he'll get it.
for the kill. Have to kill the Lucy.
Transfers on 1-3. What action! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. And 5-1-half for certain.
Welcome back, everybody. A short break because we want to get this action going. These games are too good to miss. Last map, it ended in a pretty interesting way. We'll have a special treat at the very end. Right, CJ?
Yeah, it was a bloody melee. This was like one of those WWE fights. This was like, I don't know, a 30-round knockout at the end. Because, yeah, the ending was ridiculous. Of course, you see the replays. There were some snappy shots. There were some spicy moments. We went all the way to 7-7. Even here, call out the clutch, the kill on the kilo there. But it was biblical. It was a treat. It's two teams that have a lot to prove. You think these guys are just here playing this tournament like it's just SCS? No, this is SCS, and it just means more, baby. Especially these.
I mean, where else are you gonna have the opportunity to win 5K in a pro-am spot in like 3 days? You don't get that in a Go 4.
This is unprecedented in Siege Tier 2 and T3 history. You have the biggest thing you can play for next to the invitation. And here we go. 7-7. I mean, even this clutch that you saw, that was ridiculous. But it came down to 7-7. Reed, all he has to do is kill that planner. He had, look at, I think there's gonna be a frame here, right? It was a frame where Kilo had about 0.000, or rather Reed had 0.007 seconds. Look at this.
Literally 007.
That could have changed the game because he actually, I don't know if he killed one of the players in Pillar or not after this. I don't remember. I was excited. I was screaming. But it was close. He kills that. He stops the plant. All he has to do is kill that guy in Pillar to his right.
Wow, that's actually crazy. It was 7-7 with 007 on the clock and 007 on the plant. That's crazy.
Ridiculous, right?
Somebody better buy a lottery ticket. I think the Powerball's at like 515 million. There's a lot you could buy with that much money.
This is God's plan. God wanted Wichita to lose, apparently. Map 1 at least. We go into Oregon where, hey, Wichita can play a good Oregon, at least the old versions of the team, but this is a new permutation of the roster. It's still a strong permutation, as you saw. Probably, arguably, one of their strongest.
Them's are fighting words.
If they keep this team together, I wouldn't be mad at it at all. I'd actually be more than okay with seeing this team in CL. So I like the Wichita Wolves team. They took it to one shot. They fought tooth and nail. 8-7. They don't finish it out. They're going to Oregon. Call out has more than shown his IGLing, his team strategy in Oregon is strong and competitive. And one shot at times. I hate to bring this up. Remember the Two-Face game? Remember?
Mm-hmm. I think
Two-Face game, they didn't play that well. They didn't play that well in that game. And they probably should have just lost. But they won. That's the most memorable one-shot Oregon I can think of. There were a couple other times, but like, I don't know. Sometimes one shot can be here and there on Oregon. It's not necessarily a map that I
beat Chess Club yesterday on Oregon.
Yeah, Chess Club's kind of a newer
Mr.
team
B.
though. They're kind of newer though.
Yeah,
like they're an old version. They're a new version of an old roster. Let me put it like that. A lot like Wichita is actually.
Cranking back the time.
I don't know. One shot. I guess to consolidate my thoughts, Connor, Oregon doesn't really ring like a one-shot favored map.
No,
necessarily, not really.
But this is their map choice, so
which is very brave.
It is brave indeed. Because I believe Wichita Club was up, which is something that they're way stronger at. And we have seen.
Yeah, that's the thing,
Wolves. Right? We've seen the Wolves struggle quite a bit on Club. Put that bluntly.
I mean, but one shot is Club hasn't necessarily been as dominant for them as it has been in the past either, right? So maybe going to Oregon's new flavor of ice cream that they need. Ying and Zofia, two powerful LMGs with stunning effects of different types. You're gonna get banned. Ying, more importantly, that's significant. That's gonna change a lot of the.
You know what? You know what,
The
CJ?
speedy dynamicness of attacks. Mm-hmm.
This might be the first time I have seen an Oregon with Thatcher up. And then I don't understand the Cade ban with Thatcher up either, but
I don't either. I don't know. Maybe they just don't like Cade. Maybe they just don't feel like playing. I was gonna say they don't feel like playing Mav. It's like it's 16 there.
and they immediately bring on Mav and don't have the Thatcher.
One Shot. I mean, I think One Shot also had a game where they had Thatcher up on a map where it's usually not up, on a map like Clubhouse, and they didn't necessarily look all that well versed with. So it's like some teams struggle with Thatcher. Like some teams, legit, Thatcher's banned so often they don't know how to use Thatcher as well as
But
these.
do you know
This
what?
is
Do you know what team
this?
isn't like that? I'm gonna predict is not
10
like that.
seconds to go.
which
The nerdy Wichita Wolves.
5 seconds to insertion.
They don't know how to play with Thatcher. You don't scrim 15 maps a night
Defuse it.
and not know how to play with Thatcher.
we'll keep that in mind when Wichita switched to attack. I'll definitely remember that because you would think, right? All those dry runs, you okay. Speaking of the Thatcher, the other SAS operator will die. That's Sledge. Slippery. He gets killed by Mohes on this roam clear. I say roam clear because this is a look at where Freak is. Freak's laying in the middle of security, and you've got two Wichita Wolves defenders up above. And I'm pretty sure they have a mirror for this roam too, because if I am not mistaken, I saw Reed waltzing around. So I don't know if I actually caught it for sure. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Looks like the sight and the mirrors are on the site. And it looks like the guys on the top floor are just going to rotate away. Whole lot of rotating back to... They rotated kind of early, to be completely real. The One Shot's still clearing. They didn't even get a drone into dorms yet, and they had already rotated back down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
In a big thing for these kind of big window sides execute, or kind of the big window pressure that they're going for immediately, and like how they're clearing from this south side, will be having a good amount of nades. And, Slippery falling early, not necessarily the best thing in the world. Thankfully for them, Quartz and Kilo still have some frags in their back pocket. But as call out, he's moving ADSs to proper read of where One Shot's attacking from, saying, hey, let's bolster up these positions that we already have. Let's make sure that Reed, he doesn't die to a nade. He's in a powerful closet that acts like a magnet for going towards those wonderful, wonderful nades. They want to keep him alive as long as possible. Make sure that you can cut off all the plant spots, because if he has a nitro, you can just throw it and boom goes the dynamite, and you all of a sudden can't really do anything. Jay, he's moved out of his position by a Rotero drone that the Flores of Storms is so graciously sending down his way. Sports, he's waiting for anybody to start peeking him over towards Freezer. This first frag is going to be so impactful for One Shot because they have to crank out this man advantage that the Wolves have.
Jay playing adventurously on this bomb. They seemingly know he's there. There's a whole lot of explosions occurring around him. The Flores drone, of course, should have called that out a million times, but because of the Mira, it's going to mean that, honestly, I mean, Jay's in a very good spot as long as the player on his Mira doesn't die. Of course, gets down Freezer as well. Meaning, I mean, with 10 seconds left, this is going to have to be one hell of a flood. They don't check the bomb corner fully, and Jay gets a full trade. What? Swalen didn't die initially. Doesn't get the trade either way. It's just Quartz. Last one alive. Wow.
You have run out of time.
What was that? Like, it's like Swalen. I thought Jay killed both of them. Swalen actually survived the burst and still didn't look at the bomb where they had to have drone Jay out like 4 times. Like every Flores drone exploded there.
Yep.
But they still didn't check the bomb.
Maybe
fully.
they thought that he would be a less strong of a man and abandon his post at that position. But
You
no,
can't.
he stood stalwart.
There's people in Freezer. How's he gonna cross?
Yep.
That was just Okay,
That
they
was
just,
red
like,
zone syndrome where you lazy check corners and you don't think about anything because you got to get the bomb down because there's no time.
They just didn't look. You'd have to remag the whole dump. Mag the whole dump.
Yep.
Dump the whole mag. They still
But
didn't
they
look.
don't have LMGs.
Attackers need
They
to
can't dump
locate
the whole
and
mag.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Not a single LMG is being brought. No crutch weapons.
I mean, we didn't credit the roam enough.
Yeah, they're
Obviously, that
almost dead.
killed. Usually, like, sometimes, like, I mean, I see
I think
people
that's been
saying
the moral
snore.
of the story for the Wolves.
What?
Their roams have been really good.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they're sellout runs, but
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing, though, because I guess I already see people saying snore again, right? Well, usually that's the case because we see the same synopsis on, basement, right? Attack just kind of runs in really quickly because they know no one's roaming. They move like it's clockwork. So when you actually have a roam to clear, it kills that extra, 30, 45 seconds?
Attackers' objective is to locate
And obviously,
bombs
if
and
one shot had those 30 to 45 seconds, maybe they win that round. Maybe they check that corner. Maybe that round goes differently. But instead, they run out of time. They stall out, etc., etc. This is, I guess that's why you like to put a wrinkle into things, right? You don't just run the site the same way. So when you see a roam, like on a site where you don't traditionally see a roam, that can change everything. And it did for Wichita, at least that first round.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to see a very similar roam. Kind of, the Mohes and Freak dynamic duo just causing mayhem wherever they see fit. Making sure that these downstairs positions aren't very easily taken for the one-shot attack. Sure, you could go for a very vanilla attic split, but that's not fun. Who wants to go for that? Instead, one shot, they're starting to put pressure over towards the shower 90, over towards that western side of the map, small tower. And the first Rotero drones are going to come through, destroying barbed wire, making sure those audio cues do not go out for his teammates, and even some of the utility up over towards the bomb site. Probably more barbed wire up at the top.
This is not a barbed wire safe space.
Nope, it is allowing the good old patented up white into sight maneuver.
Which is somewhat of an open possibility as well. Jay's kind of stuck in security. I think I just saw Wamai drop to the basement. If my eyes do not deceive me. Yes, there is a Wamai who's currently swinging Z right now. Freak, are you out of your mind? What was that? I've never seen a path like that from a Wamai, and Wichita has just exploded this round. A flawless round. And one shot just gets eviscerated. They never even opened the big window. What is Freak doing? Freak went to the basement, up the stairs, through Z. It's a Twitter clip.
That second shot was kind of nuts. And that's why
Honestly,
we
it
said that
It had to be nuts.
the red dot clip was a rare Freak goodnight miss. Because usually he's doing stuff like that.
Damn.
Usually he's doing stuff like that. And now, Wichita Wolves, they're surging out early. Sure, you can say, oh, but CJ, it's just Oregon defense. Ha ha ha. But you could argue that the top floor has definitely fallen out of favor. It's not as strong of a bomb site as it used to be. And
attackers need to locate
that was
and
a
defuse as many
pretty
bombs as
damn
they can.
dominant showing from the Wolves defense.
Honestly, I mean, listen, Freaky was a great play. But it's also like, dude, you have your Wamai downstairs, in 2 floors away from the site. Any other player, let's say a Muppet, like, I don't know, some random player, Peanut R6, goes to the basement with Wamai. Like, that's a noob move, right? And he's not getting back to site. He's just going to die off site like an idiot. But Freak, because he's actually talented at this video game, he goes down to the basement. Freak Goodnight R6. He goes down there. He goes up the stairs. He gets a double kill out of it. He turns what is honestly not a good situation at all. Period. No matter how you look at that. It turns into a god situation. He turns it into something he's going to put on his YouTube channel. And Mohes looking to instigate out of this tower doorway as we segue into round 3, which, well, Connor, if I'm not mistaken, this is meeting in kitchen.
Yep. Making sure that armory isn't super easy to get. He's trying to instigate, like you said. He's trying to initiate. He's trying to
Okay.
incite violence. He almost nails
What?
Slippery on his rappel in, but couldn't quite get anything. Wall banging out, trying to find call out, but instead Jay will fall as the spray transfer comes through.
What? What just happened? It was,
Oh, that's pure talent and game sense right there. That is
Was-
reading poor Mohas like a book.
was he just shooting into dorms and killed someone?
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, that's one way to get yourself into the game if you're one shot. 2 biblical kills from Slippery on that sledge. And now Freak once again has to work that magic OMI. This time he's dodging grenades. And this time the big window, more importantly, is actually open. One shot. Kilo on Ayana. Honestly, this is nice to see. Interesting to see. As well, the pain is becoming real for Wichita, but they actually fight back a little bit. 2 double kills, or rather, a double kill. And well, this is doable. I mean, a minute 20 is a lot of time to kill, though. A lot of opportunities for one shot, a lot of openings they can go for. And I mean, look at call out. He knows that. That's why he's pushed up in such a weird off angle.
Yeah, wherever this execute comes through for one shot, having the man advantage and all this vert pressure, all of the vert pressure in the world, means that they can get this bomb down, and now it's just up to poor Reed. Quartz takes out call out, and he'll actually pick up the second one as well, pushing up Z. Just knocks down everybody. Well played by the former pro from Mirage. Coming in, cleaning it up, even though Wichita Wolves, they had that pushback at the end. I thought it was not a horrible position, but when you have playmakers, anything can happen. One shot take their first attacking round. They're looking to kind of build some more momentum, but they're going to have to break over the basement bomb site, which was a real struggle.
I mean, that's putting it lightly. And a lot of the struggle was on that Roman. Slippery can do that, what we're witnessing on your screen. Against the Rome? Maybe get a couple picks before doing that execute onto those mirrors, those impenetrable bunkers. Maybe there's a chance for one shot to steal and attack, or they could just attack the other direction. I mean, to be completely real with you. Finishing the front stinks. Connor, don't you agree? I know you agree because we have this debate all the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I don't even think we debate it anymore. We just say it.
We
Like,
just say it.
front against the mirror, have fun.
That is our opinion, and we are entitled to it.
Nope.
But our opinion is correct. If you
My
don't
opinion's
share our
fact.
opinion, then you're wrong.
Yeah, I just don't see the reason.
I
So-
like front takes with Ying,
Seconds left.
but then if you also have Ying, why would it just makes hatch drop easier
5
too?
seconds remaining.
I don't know.
All I know
I
is
just
if
like
they
back
walk
takes.
into if they walk into a front mirror with 10 seconds left again, I'm gonna throw up in my mouth.
You'll be puking. You'll be not having a fun time. Then you'll have a whole nother BO3 after this to deal with. After you already just threw up and have one shot leave a real poor taste in your mouth. Just like last time we saw them attack this bomb site. Hopefully they learn from their mistakes. They know that the early round aggression from the Wichita Wolves over towards Small Tower, over towards Z, over towards everywhere on that western side of the map is possible. But it seems like Freak as well as Mohas, they're a little bit more reserved. Jay, all the way on the top floor, is in an interesting position. If Slippery doesn't read into this properly, could find himself on the wrong end of an SMG-11 or even shotgun blast. But with the mute jammers, with those Mozzie pests, gathering intel is kind of a thorn in the side of One Shot's attack.
You see, call out's going for pre-fires, trying to do what he can do. And once again, look, we're a minute in. Normally, a minute in, people are sledging that little rotating kitchen, and starting the deja vu clear of the basement, which is usually it's just business as usual. Right now, it is not. We're probably going to get under a minute and 20 before one shot finally actually starts setting up for the actual attack. And again, try to push into the front with limited time, you're going to have a bad time. Period. C Quartz, and we're minute 20. We're minute 20. He's just now getting to security shooting the disc.
Yeah. And with all that utility on site, the mirror windows, still 2 nitros, as everybody from Wichita has gotten back the site is not necessarily a fun task ahead of the one-shot attackers. They're going to have to do a lot, and they're going to have to get jiggy with it a lot sooner rather than later. First Flores drones, they're coming out trying to remove any of that utility that's exposed, but with Jay being a little bit more alert towards the Roteros coming his way, probably going to be able to take him out before they even blow. More drones finding out his position, but with how spread the Wolves' attack defense is, anywhere they push, they're going to run into resistance.
See flashbangs coming from the front, but more importantly, you see some misdirection from the tower side of things. One shot. It's not strictly a front push. It's actually looking like it's a push coming, well, from every direction. And it's enough to confuse Wichita enough to create some slight opening. Freak peering around. Well, Freak, he's been a highlight player in this one before. He's going to have to be here in this prone position. Usually being prone is a death sentence, and it is for him there. The mirror has been cleared because Jay is dead. And well, Mohes is no longer on his mirror, as looks like Habana pellets have dealt with that. So now, One Shot actually has a chance. With the player pushing down tower, wow, Kilo just slams call out, gets another, and it's just Mohes laying prone in the corner, but you have to play it! Where's the diffuser? It didn't play it! What? 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 That was perfect. Guys, we forgot the bomb. We forgot the case.
I'm going to spell it out for you, CJ.
What?
R to the E to the D zone. Red zone. A single thing going wrong means that you lose the round. And it just so happened a couple of shots went towards their diffuser carrier while trying to get the plant off. And boom, it doesn't matter. That could have been a 1v4. Just getting that one kill onto the planter means that the Wolves take that round. Kilo, he had heroics on the backside, but guess what? It don't mean jack squat when you don't win.
What? Where was it? How did it get? That was so good. And until it wasn't.
But it didn't work out. Who cares? Didn't matter. And this right here, the top floor was Wichita Wolves' most dominant bomb site. Sure, I doubt the Freak is going to be able to hit that maneuver that is not replicatable in those disgusting shots back to back.
10 seconds remaining.
But everybody else was alive.
We need to see this again. Look where it is.
Yeah, Mo, they planted default. They planted by the reinforcement. Mo killed him, and he goes, "Hey, I have diffuser. There's 2 seconds left. It don't matter." Turn to a savage.
So he wins their clutch laying prone. He's laying prone on the ground with no health. Red zone. That's why you can't attack in the red zone. Let's see how One Shot responds. Gonna be attacking Dorm again. I mean, that's backbreaking. I'm deflated. And I'm not.
Yeah,
even
but that is
playing.
one that I can guarantee One Shot are gonna wish that they had back. And regret. It's not a great feeling to have, especially on your map choice, which it almost feels like these are flipped. Maybe, hopefully, for One Shot's sake, they're gonna come out with the defensive side and feel pretty good. But considering bans, you have to think that this definitely swung a little bit more towards the attacker's side. You know, you got Flores and Thatcher up, no Valk. Sure, you have the Mira, but there are plenty of ways to deal with it. Just like Callout gets dealt with by Quartz. Once again, entering in, making the plays on the Maverick. Doing a pretty good job so far, 5-1.
Full stop. This is just strange. Once again, they have the Wamai downstairs. So if One Shot, had on a whim, decided to attack Tower, for example, attack Attic.
Wait, how is Quartz 5-1 when they've lost 3 rounds?
That's what happens when you lose a round because of a diffuser dropped in the middle of the room.
Yeah, but the top floor, the top round was decimation, and then the first one they all died too, right? Round 1? I thought they all died as well.
I don't know. I mean, the game says he has 5 kills. What do you want from me? All I know. Look at, we have a roaming Wamai. There's a roaming Wamai again. If One Shot decided to push anywhere else but white, it would be very easy to clear utility. Even pushing the trophy door, which I'm pretty sure there's a shield and attic that they may or may not have dealt with. Swing from Jay. And a kill onto the frost means, well, yeah, the roaming Wamai is the last one left. Once again, maybe this time, yes. One shot will get the plant down. Let's go. They get the plant down with 40 seconds now instead
They
of
would have gotten the
2.
plant down, but instead, boom.
Instead of 2 seconds.
A lot better of an attack. We can just chalk it up as that.
It was. Honestly, I still want to get to the bottom of the roaming one my here. That's very peculiar because right now Freak is shooting diff, right? And he's in a position. I mean, what? He's in security. Like, there's
I mean,
one my in
at that point,
security. Who cares?
I mean, he has. I understand him being early round inside a kitchen. He's setting up util. So if they want to go for a big window or if they want to continue pushing small tower, it's going to be more difficult to put him out of those positions. But after that, I mean, he had 2 Wamai discs in his pocket late round for that because it wasn't really anywhere useful for him to put it when the push didn't come through. If he's playing the Wamai for the gun, he could have just swapped with the mute that was on site.
They're also throwing grenades there at the end. You saw, grenades, even when they don't kill, when you have this in your ear and your whole screen shaking, grenades are useful in that. I mean, so I just don't understand. I genuinely don't understand that one. And I think Call It also, like, just kind of died off no context somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we're seeing an adjustment in this defense because right now, One Shot is, it's seemingly figured it out. They struggled with it the opening round. Freak hit a clip.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But will that type of thing work consistently? Will that work? It's all in. I'm going to sell all my Bitcoin. Is that going to work? Again.
Maybe. But
I mean,
this roam last time we saw
maybe.
got decimated pretty early. Freak is feeling himself to peek main door.
Right?
That's not a gunfight that you want to take, but he doesn't care. As Quartz is entering in from the garage, he'll make sure that the Mozzie pest gets removed and the drones can go ahead him and make sure they can find all of these wonderful, wonderful Wichita Wolves defenders that are sprawled all across the map. Meeting, it's clear. The hatch is open. There's some soft holes and destruction. Trying to make that a kill box, so not a viable entry point necessarily. But Garage, the entry point of Quartz, is potentially under attack. It seems like Mo, he wants to push, and that should be his fall off, but that's an occupied position. Freak's trying to make it happen for him, but don't quite know where Mo has scurried off into. As Armory, it's starting to get pressured. Mo, he made his way all the way back to Attic, could drop Meeting. And Freak wants to take this gunfight as soon as the sledge could peek him, but they're just playing passive.
Definitely. He's just playing on my. He loves the MP5K. Sitting behind a shield with Wamai is not Freak's thing. No. Throwing them to protect your Banshees? Absolutely not. He's going for the spectacular catch, the one-handers,
He's going for that Odell Beckham style.
And, well, right now there are 3 roamers on the side of the Wolves. And a whole lot of pressure coming from Trophy. And Mohes, obviously sitting in a great position to, honestly, he could get like a quad kill there. He could get the entire one-shot attack if he goes at C4 perfectly. But it looks like he's going to move off that position. Save it for another day. And I'm not talking about the weekend.
Nope.
But
No
will
Grammys over here.
Will this
But
actually
the
come
Nitro
oh,
from
there it
over
is.
top, that's going to claim Quartz. And Jay's going to take out Kilo as well. This attack, it's falling apart. As the repeat of the top floor bomb site, it's bearing a lot more fruit. Slippery's also going to fall at the hands of Freak. Jay picks up Storms, but the refrag comes through. The Swaylin takes out Freak. There's only 28 seconds left on the clock, and a single bullet, a sneeze, anything towards Swaylin's direction will take him out. His screen is all red and bloody because that's how it goes when you don't have very much HP. Wichita Wolves, they're playing crosses, they're playing passive. There's no time. They're going to get this 4-2 split. You even have players stacked up and swinging with shotguns.
One thing I've noticed, I mean, pretty much every attack, one shot is not considered. They have not considered the possibility of pushing tower once. And that's with this Wamai, who, again, is not interested in holding pit or holding a shield here or there. He's running around like a maniac, and nobody from one shot has attempted to mav out push tower at any point.
Nope.
So all Wichita has to do, well, you saw, I mean, the one utilitistic thing, that's not a word, I just made it up. But the one thing you can do with 3 people below is you can hold the big window. You can make sure a white push doesn't work that well. And that's all One Shot had going for them outside of the trophy pressure. So they didn't go for the map control that was being ceded to them, the advantage that was being ceded to them. They just didn't attempt that at all.
Yeah, because even if you send your Maverick early over towards Big Tower and just Mav open that wall, that position that Mo was occupying over towards Pit, you can't comfortably play that because you don't know if the Mav is going to sit there the whole round. Some people do. You're not going to be able to just walk up, throw your Nitro lineup. You spent like 3 seconds lining up and sitting there in the corner and calculating the trajectory and doing advanced geometry at a college level to get that first kill. And at that point, that first kill was enough to take a lot of the wind out of the sail of the one-shot attack. They stalled out. Then they got put in a blender and they just died. Weren't able to recover. But now we are seeing the switch. Hopefully One Shot will come out and be dominant on their defensive half, considering this is their map choice after all. But with all of the wonderful attackers that left unbanned, Wichita Wolves could definitely bounce this back into their favor. They're bringing the Thatcher, no Flores, good old-fashioned throw an EMP and don't worry about utility game going on.
Well, there's an asterisk. You don't worry about utility for about 10-15 seconds.
Yeah.
Then you have to worry about it again. So I guess that's the one difference between almost said Thatcher and Flores. That's worth noting. Flores, when you kill it, it's permanent. Freak's gonna get that kill. Speaking of permanent, well, at least for this round, Storms is permanently dead. Rooney instantly killed. Not sure if he was probably hanging around too long on the drone shootage, which I respect it. You try to kill drones on this side, it has been shown time and time again that it, obviously can help you out quite a bit in those execute phases of the round when you don't have drones. Or rather, when the attackers don't have drones to use against you. So, Wichita, I mean, again, see how quick they're already getting hatches, 1 minute 50, since there's no roam for one shot.
Yeah, there's no roam. They droned it out, and they have 8 drones still left on the board.
See, I'm not making that stuff up when I say,
7 drones still left on the board.
They got 7 drones, and now they have about an extra 50 seconds compared to one shot when they attack, and they have ban advantage. So things are looking up for Wichita. Stonks.
They're rising.
Wow.
Especially when Jay
just dunked on him.
Yeah, Jay just can slam Swaling. Having this backside pressure is nice. Nades flying out. Kilo falls at the hands of Mohes, but Jay falls at the hands of Slippery.
What?
More frags going out as Quartz hits a beautiful shot onto Freak, making it not that bad of a situation. But the Wichita Wolves, they're on the prowl. They're on the hunt. They're going for this execute as Callout's going to take out Slip. Just Quartz left in the 1v3. Make that a 1v2. Make that a 0v2. Beautiful execute by the Wolves, pouncing at just the right moment, getting trades, getting refrags, getting all that wonderful stuff as they exploded into sight. They'll grow their lead.
And this kind of goes back to what I said at the end, or before this map started. One Shots Oregon. It was never something I wrote down as one of their must ban. You know what I mean? In my little computer, in my brain, I never wrote that there. One Shot Oregon never was something I would have considered. They obviously are trying to mature their map pool. Because I guess that's honestly kind of been something that's a problem. Even when this team was Lenny GG, man. They only played 3-4 maps. When you want to be an elite, considered elite,
You want to
pro
be considered
league
the
rare,
best team, not in
NA already, and all that stuff, you got to be able to play all of them. Obviously, they're trying to do that. They're trying to play Oregon now more. They're trying to play not rely on Clubhouse all the time. But, I mean, Wichita's just showing. I mean, they're still... Wichita, for the longest time, was one of those teams on Oregon. You just don't do it. Their team's built for it. This is
pretty good at it.
This is the dry run map. If there's ever a map that you should dry run and have it down so you can have an edge on people, it's probably this one.
Especially for the attacking side. You get your attacking dry runs, because this is the map that just relies on entries and good old-fashioned boots to the ground, follow a drone, grab that map control by any means necessary. And right now, Wichita Wolves, they were able to do that because all those beautiful, wonderful cutoffs. They understood that, hey guys, guess what? The second floor, the first floor, it's free real estate. We're going to take that lightning speed. We're going to have all this extra time to execute. We can start poking and prodding and just pushing all these different directions because we have no pressure on us from this one-shot defense. The time, it was working into their favor, which it usually doesn't as an attacker.
As you're explaining, it's literally happening. I mean, what I said, the sledging rotate thing people do. Oh, he's already doing it. We're at 2 minutes, 20 seconds. They're already ready to go. And one thing we also...
an 80% speed run on a basement attack.
I mean, the other thing, like, part of the reason that attack before worked so well, misdirection. You've got... Freak obviously got turned on, like, Force just slammed him, but it was like, you had Freak coming from the front while the rest of the team pushed it back. That type of thing works really well. It's what I describe, and you're going to hear me describe, as well, pushing in a triangle, attacking 3 different points simultaneously. And, well, it works really well for Wichita. And, you know, I don't know if dry running it is the perfect way of describing it, but it's pretty much, they're on the same page. It's not just him, it's not just Freak saying, you know what, I'm going to crouch well up. Obviously, they're on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
They did it on Cafe a lot, too. Just pushing from the opposite direction, like maniacs, and it's enough to create that misdirection.
It's enough to make One Shot think, hey, we can't just be lazy and expose ourselves. Like, you can't have Slippery just playing in blue because, you know, they could push that at any given moment. They can't just play Pillar and swing over towards Freezer because all of a sudden you got Mohess on this backside trying to push and take away all these power positions. But one of them, it's still alive, is Pillar. Storms is going to be able to take out one, and Kilo finishes off Reed. Jay, in the meantime, he dropped down Slippery, but is it a little bit too little too late? Storms is still going massive inside of Pillar. Mohess, he can't land the shots because of that smoke. It's robbing him of his vision. He can't see through the yellow clouds. And Swaylin, he's still close on next to the door. And Twitch somehow survives it. Okay, the second shot will come through. Make that the third, as Swaylin will finish off Mohess as well. This attack, the timing and everything looked good, but it fell apart late and looked rough towards the execute.
You can blame for that Swaylin, even though he didn't actually get every kill there. Storms obviously hit the shots necessary, but there was actually really well-timed smoke. Because everyone dropped, right? You saw them literally die to Storms. But at that same exact moment, hey, Sway Lee, he threw the smoke at the stairs, which prevented that player from pushing down and trading. So even though he didn't get the kill, he stopped that one element of the attack, made the other 2 attackers look like Muppets because they didn't have the backup that they were banking on. Off one smoke. And of course, he got the kills at the end as well. So honestly, Swayla gets the crown for that round. That was almost Vivid-esque. I don't think he was playing the same spot, though.
Yep. But now we have a new bomb site, at least. A new bomb site. We have upstairs for One Shot. It seems like they're going to be setting up an armory extension, which we didn't really see out of the Wichita Wolves defense. You know, you have the nice head hole strips as Kilos or whoever is playing towards attic can be peeking, making it a lot more difficult to go master side, which is not going to be fun with the plethora of crossfires and all these different angles and players that One Shot are going to be peeking. Making sure that, you know, you can't just push the front side. You're going to have to push multiple. You can't just sell out towards one area. You're going to have to clear people like Ports out of armory. You're going to have to probably push big tower, try to mav open the wall, but instead, you can probably just breach it. You know, go down below, shoot that mute jammer off. That's the only form of anti-breach. And potentially the only form of entry.
What? Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Excuse
Nitro,
me?
please? But instead, Freak's going to take out Kilo. That's...
excuse me. How in the world did that C4 not kill him?
It didn't do damage. The first bullet of Kilo is what did damage.
What the hell? Anyway, Kilo's probably just like, I hate this game right now.
Yeah.
I know I would. I'd be like, really? Like, That was really good entry from Freak too. I mean, you saw the guy followed up on the drone. Wichita Wolves, they don't mess around. They get physical, they get intense, and they get passionate, and they push you. That was good from Freak. But of course, the honest to God, he should have died. Like what? Okay. Nonetheless, Wolves had the lead, and this is a funky strategy from One Shot. A rotation in the master closet. But will that be enough to overcome being down a man, being down your leader, or one of your leaders in Kilo?
I mean, right now, WW kind of has all the pieces ready to start going for their execute. And if you look at the time, they still got a minute and 20 left to do extra fun stuff. They can sit there, they can waste out these smokes, they can push somebody up white like Jay. They can start just going wherever they so desire. You can use nades, they can clear out positions, they can get on all sorts of windows like Jen that Callout is rotating to right now. But that sometimes doesn't matter if Slippery, he can just pop up out of nowhere and take out Mohes, evening up the man count and the hero so far of the Wichita Wolves team. Only one in double digits, doing quite well, but he's going to be sidelined for the rest of this round.
And once again, we talked about misdirection. Look at Freakish trying to go here and there. Gives up on the main stairs push, and he's actually just going to push right in, but the rotation I talked about earlier is what net slip, or rather Swaylen that kill as, well, Freak doesn't know to look there. But the LMG from Jay. Jay's getting mobile, but Storms and Slippery are better. They absolutely meet that attack at the brink. I didn't really see all the kills from the defenders. I just saw the Finka flicking and flacking. But it was Slippery and Storms there at the end. Then actually outshined that push from Jay and from Freak, unfortunately. That rotate didn't see a whole lot of airtime, but when it did, it was just enough to take out the entry.
I still want to know where that nitro went. That is just, I don't know. Maybe feel like Kilo should have gotten that first frag, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. One shot, they're slowly clawing them way back into this game. They're going to be going to the tertiary bomb site because they weren't necessarily feeling it anywhere else, because they couldn't go anywhere else. They're forced here, CJ.
Forced. I mean, they could have went for the other version.
Yeah, but this one's more fun.
They aren't forced here. They could have went to dining. So, why don't you have some respect for the site rotations?
I'm just still trying to figure out where that nitro went. It just decided to say no, just like Siege says sometimes.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah.
Not a single HP of damage.
Reed just casually dropping a breadstick. You know I couldn't let it go. I never do.
Yeah. Or Reed.
I mean, it was a really subtle one. I mean, to be honest, I haven't noticed it at all until now. So I just had to let. I'm just so. Why do I instigate? Anyway, swinging through the tower is Freak and his friend Jay. What? They didn't reinforce this. And honestly, wow, he should have killed that mute. Narrowly missing. Mohes goes down elsewhere. So they're just going to breach that wall for free. Mohes tried to push it to small tower. I didn't know Quartz was just up there, I guess. I don't know. The Quartz is 1 HP. I guess that's something. That's some consolation. But at the end of the day, Wichita, down a man. But they do have tower control, and they do have attic control since, I mean, no wall denial. They're actually pushing up quite a bit into pit. And Wichita's lost another player. This time it's call out. So it's looking like one shot. Connor. One shot. Could tie this up.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, sure, Quartz doesn't have that much HP, but I think anybody in their right mind would trade Quartz going down to 10 HP for 2 attackers. Especially the Thatcher and Yana. Those are 2 pretty important ones, especially when you factor in the fact that Mohes has been doing quite well, but kind of falling short in the last couple of attacking rounds. Freak, he's getting active inside of Pit, drops down and is trying to take gunfights, but there are none being never mind. Slippery exposes himself. Freak will take him out. Swaylin falls at the hands of Jay. The Storm swings around and gives Freak a good old taste of a whole lot of buckshot. More shots coming out as Jay. He's inside the site. Quartz goes down. The players, they're up above with the bomb down and to hold over towards security. And Jay has site control. It's an interesting position because Jay also nades himself. He can heal back up that extra bit of damage, and he's on for 3. The final member, it's Kilo with the FMG9. These toxic babes can do a whole lot of damage towards Jay because he doesn't have very much HP to play with. He's on a bulletproof. They know his exact location. He has to push into the bomb site, get that bomb, try to play the diffuser potentially, but instead Kilo just doesn't see him. The client side smoke. And what a shot and clutch from Jay.
What? Let me run that back in my head. He just ate a shotgun from the hatch.
Yep.
Ran in there. What's funny is he ran in there, right? He flicked around when Reed died. He almost TK'd Reed. He nearly blew himself up with a grenade. And then all the while, he's just running through there, killing everybody.
Yep.
And then the ending, I genuinely don't know what to say. Kilo, he literally stared into Kilo's eyes and said, and just kissed him goodnight.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I mean,
Yeah. That was ridiculous. Jay looking like he has not skipped a beat, returning to his old roots of the Wichita Wolves roster. Now the Wolves are on match point, trying to extend the series, go to that decider all the way in Villa, which would be a very interesting matchup between these two teams.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Definitely.
5 seconds to go.
I'm just gonna move into this round. We're moving into this round.
And defuse it.
Let's talk about it. Basement defense. Where again in one shot, I mean, actually no, I want to throw it way back. The case getting dropped on the ground with 3 seconds, and obviously that last round. 2 very winnable rounds for one shot that just kind of got crumpled up. Throw in the garbage. And are the difference in this game? I mean, Wolves on match point because of it. And once again, they're not really roaming, not really resisting. Wolves can have a lot of time and a lot to work with, a lot to think about, a lot of seconds to think about what they want to do. They are looking to close this one out.
I mean, and last time it was just really well orchestrated plays towards the backside that stalled them out. Storm's managing to just hug that left wall and get in the tight corner that was droned out previously and assumed clear was just the complete undoing of the Wolves. They dropped E-Box and boom, they were all dead because they didn't expect that corner to be populated. Storms was able to hit quite a few shots. Then the Wolves had nothing in map control wise, and they had to start throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it stuck. And unfortunately, nothing stuck at all. And they got slaughtered.
Bomb has been located.
Well, I mean, at least the Wolves have determined that no one's on this mirror, at least for the time being. Have to be a maniac to cross and play that mirror at this point. So yeah, looks like there is good news for those. A lot of one-shot defenders pushed back. But it looks like instead of going for that power push, there's a lot of emphasis around Freezer. And I suppose this works a little bit better when you don't have to worry about this mirror near the bomb. But obviously, it's still very problematic. Unless, again, this is something the Wolves have always done. Come from the other direction. That might be the opening they need, because there's a lot of one-shot players looking towards the front. Understandably so, as the push could go through at any second. Flashbang's going out. The Finka, they still haven't actually dealt with the shield. Gone 6 to the forehead is going to deal with that. Jay goes down, though, almost at that exact moment. He's going to Finka boost himself back up. And Mohes, again, looking to make this play. But Freak's going to make it first. gets the first 2 kills of this round for Wichita. Kilo's just hip firing on a nothing, and if you blinked, you just missed like 10 people dying. It's just Kilo in a 1v4, and he can't even get 1 call out, 2 pistol shots. And we're going to map number 3. Villa.
The trade of map picks.
That's just a myth at this map. Map pick doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I guess not.
We should just stop hyping it up. You know? These are big boys. Maybe when we're talking about tier 6 teams, map pick is this and that. These guys, you better come ready to play on every map. And One Shot did not. Obviously, they let a couple rounds get away from them. Quite literally 2 rounds explicitly. Whatever Jay did on Kitchen was biblical.
Ridiculous.
I mean, just biblical. And then, of course, the diffuser dropping. I hope there's a replay of that. That was so... Wow.
Yeah.
That was disgusting. Of course, Freak just
Freaking
running
that
around.
shot.
You know, you got to come to play. It doesn't
This
matter
was you know
if it's
what?
your map. You got to come to play, baby.
You know what, CJ? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say
Wichita
this was actually an enjoyable Oregon. I don't say those words very often.
I always enjoy any opportunity to watch Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. Like, this is just like my favorite map personally.
I think I like Villa the most. That's what we have coming up next. Should be fun. Should be fun for sure. And like we said, it's the full decider, CJ. Because the Wolves came out and they looked pretty damn good on Oregon. Especially those attacks as soon as they got cleaned up. Freak was doing a lot better as soon as he swapped to the attacking side, especially in the early round. His push over towards that small tower side, it was dominant over and over again.
Domination, physicality, intensity, motorcycle in the background that I just heard. That number 3, Connor. Will it live up to the first 2? Because these first 2 maps were an utter treat. They were otherworldly. But will Villa be otherworldly? Or will one of these teams
down to
pull
who's
away?
more comfortable on the map, right? With it being a decider.
One Shot's Villa at times. It can be mind-numbingly great, mind-numbingly underwhelming. I think the last time I saw it actually, and they won, I saw a really cool play from Kilo and Soylent in particular.
That was a beautiful play. So they're definitely comfortable on the map, but are they comfortable at their setup, CJ? I think that's an even bigger question. Because if they're not, they could go over to Mavix.com and go get a beautiful gaming chair. They're only $24.69 a month if you finance. 0% APR, whatever the heck. It's just nice and easy. You don't even need a loan. You don't need a credit card. You don't need anything. Just pay $24.69 a month. That's good. And if you use code NSG55 at checkout, you get $55 off. Not 55 cents. $55. Pretty good deal. Because they are our exclusive chair sponsor here at NSG. They make pretty good stuff. Critical ergonomics, all that comfort stuff while you're sitting on these long gaming sessions in these grueling tournaments that we put on. Go visit Mavix.com.
You sit through 2 best of 3s like I am. Let me tell you, I need a Mavix chair because my butt cheeks are they're just going through it right now. I need to stand up. I need to take a break. I think we all do. Going to map number 3. Take a break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned for the conclusion.
Have to get aggressive. Freak's looking for it, and he'll get it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1/2 for certain.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We called them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun. All thanks to the nerds.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2, and 5-1/2 for serve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The thrilling conclusion. It is upon us, isn't it, CJ?
Yes. You said, this is winner take all and all that. So we zoom back and see the map 3 is indeed Villa. Whoever loses Villa,
Down to the losers.
they're not done. They're just going to loser bracket. They'll be okay. They'll survive.
But hey,
It's not like it's the end of the world.
that's not a fun place to survive. We have Mirage still in there. They're alive and kicking. They just knocked off Mystic. And Chess Club just beat IF.
Mirage knocked off Mystic. Usually when someone says knocked off, they mean like, oh, that was an upset. So are you saying
They knocked them out. My bad.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm all for the Mirage slander. Just kidding. But yes, I would honestly, if One Shot loses and they got to go through Mirage, that'd be funny, wouldn't it?
It would be very, very funny. Do you know what's not funny, CJ? Do you know what's super, super serious?
What's serious?
The fact that we have another competition coming up. Got Stage 2 quals. Got 2 of them for you, because not everybody can make both of them. We're just like the SI quals, Got Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the same qualifier for the same event coming up. We just concluded Stage 1. It was a blast, a full month of high octane, back-to-back games. We're going to have those quals coming up. If you type !play in chat, you'll get a whole bunch of information. You'll get redirected to the wonderful page that will let you sign up, get your team, get your stack, because in just a couple of days on the 7th, going in for 9 BO1s, a bunch of craziness, and then go into closed quals and trying your best at doing BO3s, just like we have here. Make sure to sign up.
Especially if you don't want to just roll the dice, because there's this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are y'all listening? There's this one you're watching. That's for a Pro-Am spot. There's Stage 2, which we just advertised to you. The Stage 2 is a whole qualifier, a whole league you gotta go through, or there's a last chance qualifier.
There is. And there's also a spot it's also a wonderful spot for the highest placing team, like with points. We're like SI points.
Right.
It's like One Shot, they got second. They got a good amount of points. If they finish pretty high here, they can get more points. So they can still make it for being a consistent team across all of the competitions.
Make
But
it
if
to
you're a
the
team that
final.
hasn't competed in anything, then you got to try to catch up to One Shot. They're in the lead by quite a bit. Maybe that last chance qualifier will be it. Or you can just fight through Stage 2 and join the likes of Surf and all the NAL teams at our wonderful Pro-Am coming up.
Remains to be seen. what will need to conspire for these teams. Villa will decide that, though, or at least partially. Valkyrie's going to be banned. Valkyrie was a huge hallmark of Cafe. Not going to be the case here. Mira was a huge obstacle for both teams on Oregon. Not going to be here. So we're going to see a defensive half that plays out a hail of a lot different than the first two maps, I imagine. It's going to be different dynamics that are going to lead to round wins. And speaking of different, I'm looking at a Dokkaebi, as Zofia has also been banned for the consecutive map.
This is the third map. The Wolves, not a fan of Dokkaebi. Or not, they are a fan of Dokkaebi. They're not a fan of the Zofia, the crutch weapon. Weapon that Quartz is pretty good with when he just runs at you with the LMG. Not a fun position to be in, but no, Zofia, she remains silent. Kind of a mainstay of most attacks, which if you don't use a Zofia and you know how to play without it, it can definitely cripple a lot of teams, but with how One Shot has looked on their attacks, you aren't necessarily thinking like, oh, if they had that extra bit of utility, blah, 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 blah. Not necessarily the end of the world. And for the Wolves side, Freak is just as comfortable on the Ash, so not really much of an issue.
5 seconds left.
That's one thing Freak has looked very comfortable and very dynamic is that Ash. You do see an alibi from Slippery, which honestly is, I've seen this before from One Shot. He's known to be a maniac with that. He's likely to flank, likely to play instead. He can do a lot of different things. One Shot can give you a lot of different looks. That's for certain. Of course, the other thing that's remained consistent is them just kind of walling off the northern side of the map, ceding it to the attack. Should they want to go that way, grenades flying out through the flow onto that rotate, but not necessarily killing anyone. Not necessarily killing that shield either from Swaylen because it's positioned so strategically with such strategic prowess on the hard floor that a grenade from below won't deal with it. Jay just walked in, and so did Freak. So did Reed. Everyone just kind of waltzed in from the study door and promptly got folded. Even just call out Mohes. You little laying prone on the staircase.
Which we have seen not work out very well.
He does have the smoke. Soylent smokes are like a guardian angel.
Bomb located by
Yep.
attackers.
And look,
So-
look at Slip. I knew it. Slippery in this corner.
He loves
Naturally.
that corner.
Of course
Did he get
does.
misdroned with the Yana? Probably. No, they know. But he's going to get immediately refragged because, you know, plethora of crossfires was on the side of One Shot. And even though laying prone on staircases usually doesn't work out for Kilo, it definitely does. And I guess this hold from One Shot was just so perplexing, so terrifying, and so daunting for Wichita Wolves to overcome that they never really got in on the round.
Clearly, it was a study flood there. They tried to just walk right in the sign. Quartz is there. So that was the thing. Obviously, it becomes very hard to win around at a 5v3 at that point, and well, they didn't. One Shot. They're alert. They drank their coffee today. At least on that round.
Attackers need to locate
And well, we're going to a
bombs if they can.
trophy statuary. Statue endear. Whatever you call it. That's where we're at. And One Shot bringing that Thunderbird for the first time in this entire best of 3, actually. We've seen a whole lot of Finka, a whole lot of Finker overhealing. No Thunderbird.
Now we see the You know, I really thought Thunderbird was... I mean, I guess it makes sense that she hasn't had that much of an impact into the comp meta because it's hard to work in and justify the utility, which, sure, it is nice to kind of have your roamers fall back with full HP or supplement power positions and you have a good gun and a nitro, but it is just hard to work her in. But a lot of times, mainly you see her a lot on Villa because you can justify just bringing any operator with a nitro because nitros are so prevalent. It's very nice to see, and as prevalent as nitros are, Callout is going to find out
Spawn
that
peak
yeah,
nitro?
they're pretty damn prevalent.
Did this guy just get spawn peeked off a nitro?
Yes, he did.
That's genuinely funny. I don't think I've ever seen.
You
Have
see
you ever
it on
seen that?
Coastline.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like, wow. On Villa, like that, call out.
And everybody's entering from the basement, CJ. Do with that as you will.
What is happening? A Spawn Peak C4 is going to be the opening pick. And Wichita Wolves is coming from, they take a sip of Bacardi from the wine. Storage is in the basement. And they are now looking to attack. I mean, the site is not kitchen. There's roamers down here in kitchen and dining, but this is most definitely not the site. Freak, more importantly, one of the entries is outside on Mashabao. So it's safe to say this round is just off the rails already. Swaylen just puts Jay out of his misery. Mohes as well. And Freak. And Reed's still outside. That might be one of the most tragic rounds from an attack you're going to see. What? Yeah, I mean, Reed's just like, I mean...
He goes, what just happened to my team? Guys? What happened?
Call out what happened.
This could be a full flawless. Because
Let's
everybody
roleplay
just gets healed. No damage done to any defenders.
No, let's roleplay the timeout for Wolves. What are they saying? Like, I bet you call out's like... No, Reed's sitting there, right? He's like, yo, call out what happened. Call out's just like, I don't know, man. Like, he threw a C4 at me. And then the others are like, bro, I don't even know what's going on. No cap. And now Reed's just like, okay, I'm gonna go die. No, they're still talking about it. And Mohes is like, well, he shot me in the back because I'm not even sure what the hell we're even doing, man. We're just walking in from the basement. And then one shot's just like, I mean, good stuff. Good stuff. Don't let him get this kill. What's happening?
Everybody is holding angles like good little boys and girls. They're playing safe because they want to win. You know how much stress that would be off of One Shot's shoulders if they just didn't have to compete in stage 2 or in the last chance quals to get to the Pro-Am? They can focus on other things like potentially SI.
10 seconds left.
That would be nice for them. They're just chilling. They know that Reed wants to save his KD. And it was kind of rough after last map. Did well on the first one. Second one, not so much. But
That was one of the most devastating rounds I've ever witnessed.
that's 2 of them.
I've seen the 1v5 stall before. That was like a full minute and 50. You're right, too. Even the first round was just like damn.
Yeah. One Shot feeling good. On Villa.
On peak C4.
Spawn Peak C4. Never have I ever on Villa seen a Spawn Peak C4. I mean, I guess actually the one when you jump out of closet and you throw it down towards fountain. I never seen the one that freaking Storms did.
Yeah, like call out. All I know is if I died to that, I'd be
Call out's like,
perplexed.
hey, why didn't we find that one in our dry runs, bro? Come on.
Attackers need to locate and
You can definitely count them on one hand. The amount of times I've seen some stuff like that. So one shot, I mean, 2 rounds in. 2 defense wins in. They're going to go to this third site, the kitchen, dining. They played this area very intently on their statue defense. Obviously, we just witnessed a roam in kitchen. So this should be no strange concept to them just playing this site, playing the pulse. It's almost like if you don't see the pulse in this site, you know, you're just flabbergasted, but there's a pulse. There's always a pulse. There's always a bunch of C4s.
10 seconds to go.
And well, if you're Wichita, maybe entering from the basement again isn't a bad idea because there's a good chance
Remaining.
someone's going to get blown up by a C4 this round.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
We've even seen Hilo before. So that time you get 2 of them. You just run around with your little Pokeballs and say, I
Oh.
choose you, and try to kill somebody like the sledge that is absent completely from the Wolves' attack, which means in my brain that they want to go horizontal. Right?
Yeah, I mean, and well, the general theme of this match, they did the same thing on Cafe. They were not
Yep.
necessarily interested in clearing. This could be a gunfight. 3 Wichita attackers versus an ump with a red dot. Jay jiggling. He's peeking, peering. Yeah. I saw Storms in that spot. I knew Storms is really talented, but not with that weapon. Freak gets another. Swalen trying to rescue this round, and the first 3 rounds of this game and this match have pretty much just been a story of polarizing victory for either side. Just
It's not
lopsided.
over yet. This round is not over yet.
You're right.
Wow.
Not quite. I mean, he's going to get a freebie on the call out. The call out didn't have the case, and more importantly, there's a minute and 40 seconds, meaning even if there was a miracle, yeah, it's what could Kilo do here? Doesn't even know where the plant's going down at necessarily.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
And at this point, we might quite literally watch him save too. We might
Maybe.
watch 2 rounds in a row where someone saves.
2 rounds in a row of saving. I think we're watching like
Look.
Counter-Strike or something. This
Like,
is not
what?
an economy-based shooter.
Yeah, like you can Kilo.
You get your guns no matter what.
You can still use the T5 next round. Like, you don't have to buy your scope. This isn't pick 10. Look. I mean, he's throwing the goo. Like, it's not like you're gonna... All right. Well, Kilo's chilling out. We got about 10 seconds left on the round here.
Yep. He's just sitting on the bed.
And then
Having
he
a nap.
does. Then he dies. Like,
He wastes
you
all
couldn't have
that
done that.
time.
You could have done that 30
Why
seconds
couldn't he
ago.
do? Yep. What to say? Why didn't he do that? Like
Just
a
puts
minute ago.
Look at it. He just puts his butt cheeks right to. I don't get it. Okay. That was. We talk about how the Wolves sell out on defense. That's a sellout. Your pulse is 10 years away from the site. Your pulse is an illegal alien in another country, in another zip code, away from the site, roaming, whatever he's doing. And Swalen
Okay.
comes running in.
I think we all know what he was doing, CJ. He was trying to get that early intel. He was trying to like sit there and
What more do you need?
be like, but then they cut him off, and I don't think he expected that. Like he wanted to see, like, hey guys, they're going up to study.
Why say it like that?
I don't know.
Hey guys, are going to study.
That was the plan, but instead, dead.
Just unbelievable. All I know, look, he doesn't need to be that far out there. Swithin comes flying in, like he's Batman or something. He's gonna save the day. No. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting C4s. I was expecting whatever. It never came to that. And literally every round has just been damn near flawless, and then someone saving at the end, pretty much.
Yep.
All right, we get it. It's an intense environment right now. But I'd like
So
to see.
tense you could cut it with a knife, right? Match point. Upper bracket semifinal. And the same strats are going to be exposed over and over again for one shot. We saw this hold last time. Wichita Wolves, they were not able to, break it last time. Hopefully, when you can just make a shot like that, you can make some sort of opening onto Slippery. Things can get a little bit easier.
Slippery said, dude, I got work tomorrow. I got time for this. I'm gonna spawn peek. Well, there will be a clear from the master side of things from Wichita this time. Not a study flood into light, whatever that is. We're gonna clear from master. We're gonna take it step by step. And now, able to do that with, well, an extra player on the board. Slippery just said, hey, kill me. And they did. He said, I bet y'all won't shoot me. And then they did. What? I thought it was a person. It was just a clone that... It is a person. Okay. Kilo's just standing there. And there's absolutely no chance they know. Because what? Kilo's a maniac. Of course dies as well. And in all this flashbang stimuli... I guess Kilo gets away with his life.
Somehow. It was a admirable effort. Could have been fun, but Swalen, he'll fall at the hands of Mo from down below. Storms, he has to stop this 90 push if it's going to come out that way towards Classical. For more nades, Still a lot of utility in the back pocket of the Wichita Wolves. But more important than that, CJ, is the massive man advantage that they have. Sure, Reed falls at the hands of Storms and the Diffuser falls, but there's still a lot more guns on the side of WW. They're firing in their direction. That's what Storms figures out the hard way. Kilo gets one frag, but it'll probably fall impactless as Freak finds them cheeks and drops him straight off.
We're now 4 rounds in. None of them have been close. I'm wondering which one's it gonna be.
This has been a game of polar opposite rounds.
It's very polarizing, I would say. Very polarizing.
Yep.
And
It's all going downhill on one of the rounds coming forward. It almost feels like a coin flip of who's going to get demolished. Because if the trend continues, it goes like one shot, Wolves, Wolves, for dominance. Or maybe more than anything, you could say the Wolves attacked a tertiary bomb site, and now they're going into a strat that they've seen before so they can adjust properly. You got to say the adjustments on how their timing was pushed forward, the angles that they were covering, the more due diligence they were going for on their drone work and their UTO clear, etc. worked out a lot better last time. And they'll be trying to repeat it once again as the AVG is brought for the second time in a row, third time overall.
10 seconds to go.
Well,
5 seconds left.
I mean, I feel like I've watched Course do this
Attackers objective
a million times.
and defuse it.
One Shot's played Villa quite a bit actually in SCS over the past month. And I think they've literally not, like, they probably changed a thing here or two there. But Course has done the same thing on, like, this has been the same general, like, base strategy this entire time. And you know the Wolf, I mean, even though Forceful is not there anymore, they still have 700 other coaches. And I'm sure they have read into this. No one's going to be over here.
One of the first teams to do this kind of hold that I saw before it even got popular was the Wolves in like stage 1. Sure, whipping out the top red hole with all the Aruni gates and crazy stuff. It's just a modification of it. So if you run the strat, then I'm sure you can figure out how to break it down.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they've attacked this about multiple different ways. Though obviously Attack from Master's been the most successful. That's where they got one of their wins. I mean, it's so many barricades that it's torching a lot of time. Jay's still breaking them down. And Mohess on the 90 repel to hopefully humble Storms out of pushing him 90. That may not matter. It's whoever that is, the Ash, I believe. Or is that Mohess? Oh, Mohess has gotten off the repel. He's opted to go up main stairs, perhaps. We'll still kind of biding their options. They're still trying to think of ways to deal with Quartz. Mohess coming in from where he is should be an opportunity for him to come up and maybe flank Quartz from bottom red, but not necessarily happening. Quartz is wasting a lot of time in this position. Still wasting a lot of time. Still alive. I don't know how he's still just doing it. He might just run straight into Mohess. And yes, Mohess is going to meet him in the hallway, pop him in the face.
And make sure that the Wolves are still in control of this round. They have all the pieces to go for this vault door plant. They really only have to worry about the toxic babe canisters and maybe the nitro of Storms if he has a strong enough arm to pop that over towards that default area. But there's a lot of rotation still occurring on the side of the Wolves. They're stacking up 90. They're rotating to study. Seems like they might just want to go for frags all out. More shots going out towards Swaylin, but it's the one-shot angle that's going to go his way. He can be rezzed by the adrenal surge and left with not that much HP. As the rest of the team, they're going to have to start going now. Call it, he takes out Storms. Mohess is able to drop out Kilo. It's just Swaylin behind the bar. He has to go massive, but he'll fall immediately. There's shots traded both ways, but Call Out gets the last laugh. That late study wrap, netting 2 kills. And a big round, a big momentum burst once again from the Wolves, making it 3 in a row.
Momentum burst is a great way to put it because these guys, even with limited time on the clock, they force the issue. They take those fights and study, and they win them. Even though Swalen was doing a great job holding down 90, even had the case drop 90 at one point. Just wasn't enough. The flood from the Wolves the other direction. Yeah, well, it turned into a flood, all right.
From everywhere in unison.
A tsunami. I mean, there's
Better
just
get your arc out.
there's been no opportunity for anyone from either side to it's not been a clutchable situation. It's just been
Yeah.
brutal, pulverize, all or nothing.
All or nothing. And for the Wolves, they've been getting the lion's share of that high. You want to draw the line, it's like you got the down, the midway, then you go to the right. And it's boom. A lot more in Wichita Wolves' favor because they can very easily get this 4-2 if they want to keep up their momentum. They're looking good, a lot stronger on their attacks, especially when they know what they're pushing into. Which, with the repeat of what we saw on this bomb site, as you said, the most devastating round that you have ever seen in your life. Can they adjust strong enough?
I'm not exaggerating. Have you ever seen someone get C4 off spawn?
And then everybody else just get systematically eliminated?
In 45 seconds, and it wasn't even a rush. Like, it was just them pushing, and it just didn't work.
Yep.
Have you ever seen that?
I have not.
No, I use words like biblical and worst thing I've ever seen. I don't exaggerate. Never. I have never exaggerated in my life.
Yep.
Speaking of, wow, Ash has already pushed in. That could be a double. Slippery, just tell him to do it. Tell him to blow it. There it is. A double kill from one shot. And finally, they get those C4s I was talking about. It's not on maybe Kitchen Dining, but Statuary instead.
They're running the 8-minute delay.
Yeah. This map's just one of the best C4 maps there is.
Yes. Which is why I like it. It's that added level of fear with every step you take.
It's like an escape room.
Mm-hmm.
Who's just laying on the ground? Slippery. He really, let me tell you, if there's ever a player that lives up to their name more, it's Slippery. This guy hides in corners on hatches. Yeah, he lays on the ground. Look at this maniac. And no one's going to expect that. I mean, Mohet's probably going to do... What? Floor hole. He's actually dying too. That could actually kill that smoke. No, just kidding. The game said, you're not getting a kill today, Mohes. And yeah, surely Slippery gets this. Or not. Is anyone going to beat this corner?
This is the most patient man I've ever seen.
Did he shoot that? Oh my goodness. What's happening? I think his teammate shot it from the hatch, which might give him away. No, there it is.
Yep.
Slippery gets him finally. Amana swings for the trade and can't even land a shot, actually, meaning it's just Reed. Everyone from one shot's on the ground. And it's another flawless round, another dominant round. And a timeout. Timeout. What exclaims.
Hey, last time we saw a timeout, the Wolves were able to pull it back. Timeouts, there's something in the water. Which for one shot, CG, I think we all know what they do after timeouts.
Oh,
They like to rush.
that is true. And they
They
are
also
indeed.
just like to rush every attack on Villa, so they have like their pre-rehearsed rushes that like are actually just their main execute. And it's a little bit interesting. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And hopefully, for the Wolves' sake, they've seen some of these rushes before. Because they've shown them quite a few times. And I haven't really seen them pull out anything new. And I wouldn't expect them to, considering the magnitude of the event that's going on in just a couple of weeks. SI closed quals.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I think I even saw they're saving. You get saved for 4 weeks?
Yes.
You have championship energy all the time. How else are you? Even if you go to, like, imagine that, right? Even if you go to SI, well, you think you've beaten BDS
Yes.
with this mindset? Or are you just gonna get 2-0'd anyway? I don't mean to start a regional debate, but I want to see championship gameplay 24/7 till the whistle blows every day.
Yes.
Not just because, I have this coming up. Don't ever say that in my presence again, CDAVs. Don't ever even mention it. Because if you don't play every game like it's your last, you've got a problem.
Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be your last.
You don't know. Maybe you snap your finger and you'll never be able to aim again. You need to play everything like it's your last. Anyway, one shot. They're going to start an attack. They have a jackal, which can indicate one of two things. As I said on Cafe, I think, when Mohes picked it, only other time jackal's been picked in this series, I said, hey, you can pick it for the gun, or you can pick it to hunt people down like a dog.
Or for the smokes.
Oh,
Let's not forget about the smokes.
5 seconds remaining.
that's one way too.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
But usually people pick it for the gun. And to be completely real with you, Quartz has been shooting, at least on attack.
Yeah, definitely more on attack than defense.
Let's see what they end up doing. This doesn't smell like a rush to me. And it looks like Quartz instead is just using his C7E to snipe. Trying to get a, oh, he almost caught Jay. But he's using that C7E to snipe, maybe get a footstep or two. But this roam clears. Very patient. Oh, I say that. Storms is in. Never mind. Disregard what I said. He just ran in there and
It is not
obliterated
patient
Mohes.
at all.
There's no patience. Excuse me. Yeah, they are just sledging. They are just destroying property, doing what they need to do. Very quickly into this round, honestly. Already 40 seconds in, and they're below the site, tossing nades.
Yeah. They're starting off fast. Maybe a little bit angry. Not quite the level of furious. Not quite at that level. But they still have to make sure that they have a pretty successful attacking half, because after a 3-3 defense, not necessarily the best thing in the world if we're going to see a defender-sided Villa. That could just be a overall weakness for one shot, because their attacks have been very, very inconsistent. You'll see them be absolutely amazing, and sometimes they don't know how to attack. Hopefully, this is one of the sides that they know how to attack if they're to win this map. Or maybe Wichita Wolves could do anything that they so desire as Freak. He's going to swing out, take down Storms. Down goes your nades, down goes your hammer. But considering the site is on the second floor, probably not going to need that soft reach.
I mean, we see a callout has slipped out of his position on red stairs, and more importantly, it seems like the situation has slipped out of control. I say that as Reed just walked up 90 with smoke. The madman. He pushed up with a very critical operator for this site, must say. And he is dead. Field trying to push in, trying to find an opportunity from study. But I bet you he has no idea the callout just rotated all the way around to the stairs. He's going to have two defenders to contend with there. And it looks like someone's considering swinging operator. That's Freak, and he gets just folded by Swalen. The hollow on the ARX. And with 15 seconds left, again, this seems like a common reoccurrence with one shot. C4's flying out preemptively. And Jay, with the coverage, actually, just straight up shoots Swalen in the head. And Kilo, once again, taxed on time, doesn't know exactly where to look, as it just doesn't check that corner at all. Call it swung so wide. Kilo had no chance to react to it. And Wichita Wolves start out swinging on their defense half.
Yeah, starting off strong. Not quite as strong as we saw from One Shot, where they just decimated everything. But strong nonetheless, because getting momentum on your defensive side was something that One Shot never really got. They got 2 rounds, then it was the Wolves who got the momentum swing into their favor with 3 in a row. But now starting with your best foot forward, going on the 2 top floor bomb sites, could bode well from the Wolves and start getting them a little bit of a lead. You know, make one shot, have that energy, try to bounce things back, and constantly feeling at the, you know, brink of getting sent down to the lower bracket. It's not a fun feeling. Not a fun feeling at all.
Yes, we have 6 from the
Attackers need to
Cade
locate and defuse as many
to the
bombs as
Cade
they
from an
can.
Oryx. There's no NBA athleticism for this defense. Something a little more traditional, a little more robust. And honestly, Wichita brings Legion more than I think anybody. Legion's not exactly it's not exactly an auto pick in these day and age. Freak just, and more importantly, this team in general, they just love it.
To insertion.
I don't have the exact statistic in front of me, but I am pretty sure
5 seconds remaining.
in T2 at least,
It's for the gun. The gun is
Attackers'
good.
objective is to locate a bomb and
you'd be
defuse
hard pressed to find a team that runs Legion more.
Yeah. The dying art. Legion mains, ever since they took away the wall hack goo mines. You could see from across the map. He's been on the lowdown. It's very unfortunate. Because Legion's a cool operator. With a very cool skin on his gun in the pilot program, but more than anything, what's the most pressing issue is call out roaming all the way down in the basement. We've been very harsh on players sitting in the basement, but Freak, he's going to take out Quartz. Down goes your Jackal. That's going to make a lot of these roamers on the side of the Wolves that much harder to pin down, CJ.
See, I mean, Slippery's desperately trying. Storms as well. Trying to find some way to cut these guys off. Impact's flying out, creating chaos. Yeah, well, there it is. Chaos has been created onto Storms. Down. And the Legion I talked about. Showing his worth. Still a very strong... what? He just got finger boosted. Okay, and he gets finished off. Swaylin. He makes that... Listen, if I use that, I would suck. I can't use the hollow on attack, but Swaylin makes it look like the greatest gun in the game. Especially when he's trying to clean up some kills. Honestly, like Swaylin, we talked about on Cafe, he's playing more... He's definitely more involved in the clear. Let's just put it like that. In past couple maps, he's played more traditional support roles, the Habanas, the Nomad. And, well, conveniently enough, he's also more quiet as a result. And I'm wondering if that's something One Shot should address at one point. Because, you know, like I said, if I was pulling the strings, the voodoo doll, Swaylin would get to lock Ash. Every round.
He would get to lock whatever he wanted.
Like, he could be the one playing Jackal for the gun right now.
Yeah.
But he's not.
Let him play Oryx every round if he wants to on defense.
And I say this because I'm watching him get a lot of nice exit kills. After the round has already been decided, oh, that was a nice shot from Swaylin. But yeah, like, this round is going to be pretty difficult to win. Swaylin is still, like, waiting for something to happen. They aren't actually going to open this breach either. Kilo is, if anything, they should be switching positions. You would think the Habana would be on the breach, but either way, they never dealt with the electric law. That never actually happened. Kilo's just walking around checking every corner with his face, which is less than ideal as he gets shot in the back of the head because he doesn't check where Call it is, leaving just Swaylin again in a position where he's probably going to get some exit frags. He does get that down in Astro. C4 flies out onto nothing. And with 5 seconds left, there's maybe a chance if Swaylin hits the nastiest pistol shots of 2022, but it's not going to happen. Wichita Wolves take consecutive rounds, and man, they just never got they never got the Cades off the wall, and they were clearly trying to clear below to do that, but it just never happened. The roamers were too good at the video game. Connor.
Yep. Rome game. Been saying it. Seems like every single map from the Wolves, whether they're selling out on it, whether they're just with the sellout having 5 people off site, or whether it's being insanely impactful every step of the way, really bolstering their defenses. It's been a definite talking point. And the Wolves on Villa, it's just here, back to back to back. You can bring a Jackal, you can do whatever, but it doesn't seem like All Out
by
Mo,
attackers.
Free. They really want to slow down that early round aggression, making it hard for One Shot to get anything going at all. You have no momentum. You have no map control. You're losing these gunfights. It's so hard to find a foothold at any step of the way on your attacks. Every step you're going towards, there's some sort of disruption. It's like the Wolves are in the heads of One Shot rent-free. They're selling out the penthouse balconies. They're doing everything, and it's cheap, free real estate. $5 a square acre. And One Shot, they're struggling.
10 seconds to go.
But we've seen them turn it around before. They faced
Definitely
this.
have.
They literally faced this exact deficit previously
Objective is to locate a bomb
on
and
Cafe, and they kind of won Cafe. It took a comeback and overtime, but they overcame the same 5-3 deficit and made it happen. So there's no counting them out. But you gotta, of course, ask the question: if this trend continues, especially with how the Wolves are playing these Rome and actually succeeding in doing so, it'll obviously be a lot harder to do. See Storms pushed in. Piano yet again, no hesitation. He might cut off. I believe that is Freak Goodnight roaming around in living room. He could get cut off by Slippery as well on that. And no, it's just going to be Chorus, actually. On the pixel off the window, he could get 2 as the Malusi's tucked in the corner, but Jay, with the Beast Coast skin, still repping the coast. Even after the fact. Stormers goes down as well. Chorus as well. It's a lead for Wolves again in this room. They're dominating.
Yeah, and Mo's hitting a nice shot onto Slippery. Just like that. I feel like we've been here before. Swaylin and Kilo, the last alive, the final 2. Not really any map control, not really anything going for them. They're going to have to definitely pull off a miracle for the Wolves not to go onto map point, match point, series point, send One Shot to the lower bracket point. Because all of the members of the Wolves, they're in precarious positions. Reed's just running around with his cardiac sensor, making sure he knows that eventually when that Ivy push comes out, it'll be good. He has the shotgun.
Wow.
So if they run inside of...
You see that skin?
They run inside of Art, they're not going to be having a good time. Especially because the vert pressure over towards the window can't really hop in. Not a good position to be in. Goo Mines, they're sending off the audio cues of, hey, I'm pushing from this position. Hilo's going to have to jump in, and he'll probably meet the shotgun close. He lives with 1 HP, but from above, that's where he'll get DB and O, just up the Swaylin in a 1v3. Everybody's holding strong. They know the general idea of where he's pushing from. That first flashbang rings out, trying to get anything going. He'll take out Mo. He swings out just a little bit more. What is Jay looking at?
Yeah, I was about to say, he didn't die from it. He died to the Legion Mine. Which, honestly, is the only reason Swaylin didn't win that, because there was so much confusion around that. The Malusi thought, well, Ivana's still up. Surely someone didn't just die to a Legion Mine. Who dies to Legion Mines in 2022? Apparently Kilo does. But it's like, that made him look that way. He thought, well, the guy's still a threat. And unfortunately for Swaylin, he had one more person he had to take out. But wow, at Wichita, I mean, they've played these roams flawlessly, which is in stark contrast to Cafe at times. Let's just say those roams didn't go their way. We were even questioning the philosophy, the concept of what they were doing. But in Villa, it has paid dividends. They look poised to take this map and the series, unless One Shot can pull answers out that they have just, at least through these first 3 rounds of defense, or rather attack. They've not shown the ability to deal with it, let alone for 3 consecutive rounds.
Yep. They went on that perfect site rotation. All 3 in a row. They cannot be stopped. This bomb site, Wichita Wolves most comfortable. Picked it first. Back up on the docket. One Shot, they have a pretty tough hill to climb. They have a pretty tough hill to climb. Because you're going to have players all over the place. on the side of Wichita. They're in every nook and cranny. They're going to be peeking you. They're feeling confident. They've got momentum. You got Mo with the 1.5 Roni swinging whatever he's so pleased because he has no respect for one shot because they haven't given him a reason to.
And the feral beast that is a Wichita Wolves roam. Can one shot handle this? See Slippery running in. His first opponent, his first boss fight is going to be Mo Hess, who's just getting obliterated by an LMG through a wall. And as I say that, Swalin's also in a gunfight.
Wow.
Jay with the fadeaway on a Slippery. He's looking for more. He's looking for more of a fight. Reed's dropping too. These guys, they, again, sell out city. You have the smoke dropping. Poor timing on the jump in. And Reed, thankfully, thanks to the smoke dropping, it's gonna make something out of that. But at the end of all that, mayhem. Wichita's actually trailing in man count. I say that. Knock on wood, call out comes waltzing down red to take out Storms, and we're in a 2 versus 2. There's still 1:30 on the clock, by the way. Reed narrowly makes his way back up those steady stairs, which is huge. The Habana of Kilo. Honestly, probably should have died, but he didn't. He's still alive. Swalen. Still creating pressure as well. And it's going to be a hectic 1:30. I gotta say. It's or not even hectic, just intense.
This is going to be intense. Everybody's lit up. Everybody's 1 to 2 bullets.
And there's like...
And there's
on
a
a
full
site like
minute
this?
to work with. A bunch of flashbangs. 1 smoke left and call out with no util.
On a site like this, there's no secrets or anything either.
Yep.
This is...
It's just good old-fashioned, even as you get 2v2. Guns are going to have to come out. Reed, he can swing at any moment, but he's just staying calm and call out. He has that 90 pressure, could go for a flank at any moment. That's what Swalin's going to cut off. Doesn't want any cheap play. He wants to make these Wichita Wolves defenders earn their paycheck. Make sure that they have to stop this execute if the plant is what they're going for. No more toxic babes as Kilo and Swalen. They're going to stack over towards the skull door. Another air jab coming in, possibly to just stop the swing from Vault. But Reed, he's vaulted. He's on the elevated surface as the flashbangs ring out. And the plant, it's starting.
And Collett's actually going to go for the flank instead. He's not actually going to go for a traditional swing from Study. And this could get him both attackers. But he stops. He stops at that moment. And Kilo hits that. He hits that shot on 1 HP. And Swalen finishes off Reed.
He had to stop because of the air jab.
Air jab was there?
Yeah.
Who puts an air jab there?
There was an air jab there.
Dude, I don't know. If I'm calling, I would not have expected there. Maybe on red. Maybe in Study somewhere. But all the way up near the double door? That's something. I mean, if I didn't, if I didn't expect it, how could God expect it? Maybe you did.
We saw him place it.
It's easy for me to miss slight details, okay?
So he had all of his air jabs remaining. He just threw
Because
them
he was near Study like half the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Now he's Ying.
Yep.
I mean, what? I guess he held on to him for that perfect moment. I mean,
There's some freaky stuff you can do with Ying on this site.
I respected what Collet did. I'm sure someone's watching the, why are you flanking? I respect that play.
It was a game-making or game-breaking play. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect the cojones to whip that out. Because they still have a buffer. They still have something to play with. They can go back to that site if they want to. They have their pick. They can go wherever they want.
5 seconds left.
And they're choosing to go to Statue. And with the Ying up from Swalen was saying that you can do some freaky stuff because there's a skylight
Drop the bomb diffuser.
on this bomb site. You can just sit up there and throw all your candelas into the bomb site, throw smokes, do all this random stuff. Could be crazy, could be a rush, could be something fun on the side of one shot because they do need some momentum to try to fully pull this back and make Wichita Wolves start sweating.
I know I'd be sweating if I saw the was those Candelas. Now, especially from that guy, Swalen. So we have what seems to be a master push coming through. I'm not sure if they have a plan in mind for the Candelas, considering, or not the Candelas, rather, for the wall and the wall denial. The Candela plan actually is to go around the wall denial by entering from deer and pushing through the marble door. Scorch is just in the site, by the way. Someone's pushing up Astro Stairs, by the way. Scorch just starting the plant at that same moment. Swalen from the other direction with the Candelas is going to establish control of the other site, and just like that, we are potentially one round away from OT because I don't see how the Wolves could possibly retake this one. Swalen with another. Mohes trying to push back into the site, but One Shot just took control of the entire site without opening the wall in the most clever way, or rather, one of the most clever ways you're going to see. The Candelas from deer window while simultaneously pushing through the statue door. Ridiculous.
Yep. Is that the momentum that they need? Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. With the last round on AVG being so close, maybe if WW peeled back a little bit earlier, and I guess even if Call Out inside a study was able to take out Kilo, they probably win that round. But instead, like I said, they're going to be going for more of a bunker, more reserved. They're going to be chilling back. They brought the Clash probably for a supplemented 90 effort. Or maybe they're going to get crazy and have him on main stairs or something.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Like, that's what you consider crazy.
Mo has to be playing 90, right? They're going to do something crazy.
I don't know, there are a plethora of spots he can play. Honestly, I mean, considering this, you see where Call is putting his ADS, we're going to see a stair hold here. He could just be standing right in the site door, for all we know.
10 seconds left.
So how often do you see someone use that little window near the maps door?
5 seconds to
Yeah. Nobody ever uses that.
So there's
Attacker's objective is to locate
there's
the bomb and
options.
defuse it.
That's for sure.
The only time it
And
gets used is
that's-
for like a spawn peak.
Yeah, I mean, you only see people dying through it. Swampy. Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. Of course, Jay is in the basement expecting the unexpected, which you have to do against One Shot. But it looks like, honestly, I mean, to be fair, One Shot there, we haven't seen a single rush. I wouldn't even consider that last round a rush. That was just really like, that wasn't a rush in the sense that One Shot does it, because One Shot will gone 6-up barricade 5 people through the door. The last round was more, it was like deliciously coordinated. I wouldn't call it a rush. I think there's a slight difference.
Yeah, they have like their pre-orchestrated rushes.
That just seemed like it was a well put together dish. It wasn't a rush. I'm gonna go with that.
Yep.
And it's gonna, wow.
Retakes out Swalen.
I mean, this round's gonna have to be extra well put together. You're now without your top frag.
Mainly, you're without your buck, and if you're going for a main side push, having a buck is nice. And you could, displace that Clash that we're seeing pushed over towards 90. Because, he's sitting on a soft floor. Instead, he's going to be able to just roll around. Be chilling. Unless he gets taken out with a floor nade. Actually, no. The Clash is on main. The freaky thing that I didn't expect would happen is happening.
I mean, that's nasty. I mean, One Shot, on paper has absolutely nothing to deal with that. Jaeger and Omai together, I imagine the Clash would be standing near that utility. So this, we've also got someone looking through a floor. That could be a kill for Storms. Honestly, that almost needs to be a kill the way that this is going for One Shot. We're getting under a minute now. They still haven't necessarily established control anywhere, really. Just kind of waltzing around below. There's the kill they need. Onto the smoke, onto Reed. That could be what changes their fortunes. But again, that Clash is holding down the main stairs, and that's pretty much where the meat and potatoes of this push should come from. But they're coming up red stairs instead, and Callout's just waiting. But he actually loses that gunfight to Storms. Meaning that, well, One Shot now, like it or not, has some sort of crossfire. Or rather, no, they're all on red stairs now. Everyone rotated to red stairs, and Freak reacting accordingly. Slippery getting taken out. And with the clash, I presumably helping hold down the site door, not necessarily. Kilo just walks in and plants. C4 flies out. That'll kill Kilo, and that might kill One Shot's chances in the winner's bracket. They'll be going to the loser's bracket, and Wichita Wolves are going to survive and advance.
The outcome that probably not a lot of people would have expected. They probably would not have expected that to happen, but Wichita Wolves, they definitely earned this win. First map, it was close. Arguably, it could have gone in their favor. Oregon was definitely theirs, and gotta say, Villa was definitely theirs as well. I was saying that maybe we're going to see some disparity with speed, with having Freak and Mo, and then the rest of the team kind of a little bit slower behind. I think this Wichita Wolves roster is looking pretty damn good, especially because it's their first tournament together with this full iteration. I think it's definitely a very promising roster.
A lot of people. There's a lot of talk in the streets right now. Who's the best tier 2 team? A lot of people crowning One Shot. Parabellum moved up. So that opens the spot for a One Shot. Or an IF. Or a Wichita Wolves. Because clearly, even without Force, even without arguably, depending on who you ask. No, I'm not even going to say. I'm not even arguably. I thought Force was their best. They're without him. And they're still looking this good.
And then Force is also looking amazing without them. They're both having breakup blow-ups.
I don't know.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I know these teams. And I just love that SCS opens this opportunity, because otherwise we'd be sitting here, in this 6-month gap, talking about.
Oh, I wonder what the Wolves are going to do. It's like, now we get to see what they're going to do. They're going to take out One Shot.
I wonder what One Shot's up to. I wonder how good One Shot's look. Well, you know what? We know now. It's clear as day. Well, at least not really. This tournament's far from over. There's still an upper bracket to finish. There's still a loser's bracket to finish.
There's a whole lot of lower bracket.
And speaking of Forest,
CJ, our lower bracket will be covered from now on. Super has just started his stream, as well as Collegiate R6 after the conclusion of West Garfield, and Juicers will be going down there as well. So if there's a team in the lower bracket that you really like, you can go follow them. Hopefully there should be Twitter updates on where games are. But we're sticking with the upper bracket.
Oh, we have received word. A loser's bracket game's in overtime, actually. So we'll see how that goes. But yes, we're talking all this Forest and this and that. We actually have Forest. I believe Forest. We're gonna watch this team next. Not mistaken.
Forest versus Wichita Revenge Tour?
Oh.
Could potentially happen.
Just kidding. I'm gaslighting y'all. The other game's not done, guys. So we'll wait and see what's next. All I know, we were treated to a treat today. Wichita. They're still popping. They still know what's going on. And they're still a team to fear. And One Shot maybe needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Other teams starting to catch up. They can't get complacent on their past placings and whatnot. It's shaping up to be an exciting year. Exciting rest of this SCS season, Connor.
So CJ, this game was definitely a treat. What is your favorite sweet treat, CJ?
Me, I love a pack, Connor, of some Mike and Ike Mega Mix, personally. What about you?
Mike and Ike Mega Mix. It's pretty good. Fruity, delicious flavors. And even more if you pick up the Mega Mix, it takes your game, and it doesn't, if this is your game, CJ, it doesn't go down. Don't level down your game. Nope, you level up your game all the way to boop. The difference between upper bracket and lower bracket, that's how big of a difference it makes. Make sure to pick up a good old pack of Mike and Ike. Level up your game.
And well, I'm going to level up my awareness of what's happening next. Because we need to stay tuned. Oh yeah, stay tuned for this, guys. I mean, yes, there's an entry fee. You guys spend what is it, like $80 if you include all the players together? Cool, $80.
It's like, because that gets you both. It's like $10 a player. That's one Uber Eats meal. Just don't order food. Not that hard.
It's like one combo from Chick-fil-A, that you have to skip out on to advance your competitive career.
and have a month. You know, a meal lasts you like what, 20, 30 minutes of eating, and then like you're not hungry for a couple hours. You know what lasts for an entire month? SCS if you make it.
That's a great analogy.
Or an entire weekend of games even if you don't.
Yeah, I mean it's like a bunch of best of ones. At least like what, 7, 8?
I think it's 9.
9?
8.
It's 8. Yeah, because 9. We can't have odd numbers. But yes, sign up for those. It's literally right after this tournament. If you think this tournament's epic, you think this tournament's poggers, sign up for that one and play. Do what you need to do to market yourself.
Yep, and we are going to be going over to a quick ad break, waiting for that other game, the Juicers West Garfield Park, to come in. And then we'll have that game on here, Wichita Wolves versus the winner of that other semifinal. Make sure to stay tuned because we still got a whole lot of Siege left to be played.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Lucy.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2, and 5-1/2 for serve.
The government has acknowledged professional video gamers as athletes.
The crowd, everyone's cheering the team on, you make friends, these are people you talk to, you play with online. It's all about community, it's being part of something that you're incredibly passionate about.
Oh, I love the smell of a cup of joe in the morning. With roach. Oh, hello.
A letter has arrived, sir.
A letter. For me. You have been cordially invited to compete in the 2022 Winter Championships.
Wow.
Featuring multiple game titles, competitive leaderboards, over 25,000 in prize money, and glory. By golly, time to get some headshots. What a perfect time to tell a story. Gather round, everyone, and hear the tale of the NerdStreet Winter Championships. There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. Players rose from their beds, from the east to the west, to compete and prove which players were best. Through weeklies and monthlies, the hype did climb, as soon came the grand finals. locations in due time. Aspiration and community was preached to the masses. Amateurs became legends. Mavericks supporting their...
I was gonna say glasses.
The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun. All thanks to the nerds. Oh, how I love that story. I think we will compete. What do you say, Chiefs?
I can compete, sir.
I suppose better bring the KD up. And you should too. After all, if you're a competitor, this is the circuit for you.
trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2, and 5-1 for certain.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a little bit of a long break, but I hope it's worth it because we've got the Wichita Wolves against West Garfield Park. Should be a very good game. I'm excited.
Excuse me. I'm uncultured. What does West Garfield mean?
West Garfield Park is an area in Chicago. I had to Google it.
All right, so we got the boys from Chicago versus Wichita here.
Yes.
Forrest. Oh yeah, because Bio, you guys didn't know, Bio is from Chicago. That's like a fun fact. And of course,
That's
Rudy.
a very fun fact.
Rudy.
He's also got Forrest Matt Bonger, Psychosis out of the Valorant retirement home, and Rudy going up against the team that we just watched here for a full series against One Shot. Call out Reed, Freak, Jay, and Mo Hess.
Yes, we just watched that. We just literally watched them play. So, unless you need an introduction. This, I guess if you don't know, you didn't watch the all the time. This Jay, when he was on Wichita Wolves, they won a stage. They were a quality team, and then Jay was so good that he went to Beast Coast. And then they had to pick up Reek and Mo Hess. And then Reed uncoached, and now he's a player. So that's the story for Wichita. And well, we just watched Oregon and Cafe as well. We're gonna watch it again.
And Villa.
What is this, like a joke?
I don't know.
Is this because I'm not laughing, Ferme.
This is not a joke.
That we are literally playing the exact same maps, but in a slightly different order. It's gonna be Oregon first. But I wonder if we go through maps, to be honest, because Wichita's Oregon we just saw look pretty damn good. Obviously, that might also be one shot's Oregon not looking all that good as well. So we'll see. You're shaking your head.
I don't know. I think one shot's Oregon was fine, but I think the Wolves looked better. They had the ideas bound. They had them down packed.
You're shaking your head. Okay. All right. Well,
it's
fine.
getting late. I got to get the blood flowing somehow, or else I'm gonna fall asleep.
All right.
Unlike you, West Coast man, I'm on East Coast. It's rough out here.
It's 7:39.
It is 10:39 here. And we've got Oregon coming up. Snoregon. I don't want to cast it anymore again. Blah, 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 blah. Your favorite map, because you're a weird, masochistic person.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I know what you mean. I enjoy this map a lot. Of course, we don't have to wait too long, y'all, before we get into the game. Introductions. Ding, ding, ding. We know who's in the orange corner. We know who's in the blue corner. But here we are. We're waiting on one player. You want to know who it is?
Bio.
No. Bio's in there. Looks like Bio turned
guessed.
first, actually.
Gotta respect him. Bring the professionalism of a former pro player to this lobby. Actually, a bunch of former pros in this lobby. On both sides.
It's weird. I feel like
It is weird.
this one is going to age really well, and we're going to see all these guys. This was just like their development arc. All these guys are going to come out of this little thing here, out of this little SCS, this random coincidental SCS qualifier game, and do big things this year, I think. Don't you agree? This is a piece of history we're watching.
Oh, yeah. Because here at SCS 6, guess what we do, CJ?
What do we do?
We make history.
Do we?
Yes. SCS 6 make history, everybody. Make sure it is made. Make sure the history is made. And if you want to be a part of the history, bring my finger up a little bit more. If you want to be a part of the history, Stage 2, Walls, coming up soon. Next week, actually, 7th through 9th. That's the first batch. It's about $40 or $50 for one qual. 80 if you get both. Pretty good deal.
It's only 40? Oh my god.
It's 50. $10 a player, or you get a little bit of money off if you buy both.
Oh.
You can go through.
See, that's important to note. It's important to say.
Yeah, see, CJ, it's this right here. This is just 3 days. But the SCS season, it's like a whole month. It's like a whole month. Still the same pro-am spot, same prize pool, all that fun stuff. Join us, !play in chat to get more information, get the link to sign up, and the link to see that Wichita Wolves, once again, guess what they're doing, CJ? A Zofia ban, the 4th map in a row.
Just want to know what Zofia did to them.
I don't know. All the Wichita Wolves staff, like the org staff, they don't know where she is. It's probably because Wichita Wolves keep on banning her. I don't know, but Val Cabana, standard bans, what you expect to see. Maybe a Mira coming out, maybe a Cade. Yep, Cade coming in. Because, you know, Cade, you don't want to have to run the Maverick, even though Thatcher is up. I don't know. They did the same bans last time we saw them on Oregon. It worked out pretty well for them. So I'm not going to really throw or cast any stones their direction.
Yeah, I mean, they literally did the same thing. And, you know, I don't like giving people credit. That come in the Twitch chat and say things. But Forceful's like, oh, Hutch is already easy to get or something. Something like that. And that was the reasoning. Forceful's not the coach anymore, but I'm sure, you know, he still has a good thought process as to what the Wichita thought processes are still. And we're seeing a few. Rudy, he did this on Clubhouse when on FPL Queens. And now he's still doing it here on West Garfield, Chicago. But I'm not sure what Fuse is gonna do, to be honest. What I would love to see what he does with Fuse here, actually.
That is intriguing. He can fuse a hard hatch.
Yeah,
That's
like,
about it.
hello? All right, we're gonna see. To get to throw the hockey pucks.
Yeah. He can make a lot of noise when he's running on top of them.
You just pick it for the gun.
LMG. They're running the double Jeep is what is it? 6P1, GP61 or something like that. The double Russian LMG. The band of brothers. As it seems like they want to go fast. They're already entering in a couple of different areas. Mohes feeling the pressure of main door being open and Forrest entering in through garage. Probably supplemented with some drone intel as Freak is going to take out Matt Bonger all the way on the other side. Gotta say, Forrest, he had drone intel, but I don't think Matt Bonger did. A certified no drone Jerome moment.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Matt Bonger seemingly okay. Mohes just walks up and slams Rudy. And then slammed Forrest as well. That's what you get, Forrest. For leaving this humble abode. And now it's just bio and psychosis. In a pickle. And yeah, I don't know. This clear. Obviously, Matt Bonger. If there's anyone in this lobby, unfortunately, and I don't mean to call him out, but if there's anyone whose name you kind of go, huh? It's Matt Bonger. Everybody else in this lobby is XCL, XPO, and then there's Matt Bonger, who's entering. So it's tough for that guy. But you gotta rise to the occasion. You gotta be the man of the hour. Bio. He's been that guy for about 3 years. Gonna get that kill on the Mohes, but there's still a lot of ground that has to be remade. And Bio, of course, didn't get the kill for free. He lost 98.7% of his health.
Yeah, it's a lot. But thankfully, because there's no Cade, he can just breach the hatch as Thermite. He can be comfortable on his Fragmite role that he's been playing for a millennia, it seems. With a minute left, not a whole lot of positives for the side of West Garfield, besides that they have the hatches open. They're trying to push front side. Guess what, CJ? Guess what's on front side? Mirror windows.
Mirror and Jay playing that bomb the same way, which also has a mirror on it. Same way he did literally about an hour ago. Very powerful position. Bio unfortunately just did not have the health. Do anything in there. Okay. Psychosis. Welcome back from Valorant, buddy. You get turned on by Jay. Of course, there was a mirror there. But yes, a strong roam once again from Wichita Wolves. They are continuing the exact same recipe that they used to great effect against One Shot. Running around the map, not letting anyone get anything for free. And I think it's going to pay off. Like I said, Matt Bonger. Hey, man, this is the SEC. This is the NFL, baby. This is big time. This is showtime. This is prime time. This is Friday Night Lights. And you've got to look the part. Obviously, he's had some nasty clutches, too, I must say. Matt Bonger. It's a funny name, too, to say.
It is. It is a... I remember watching him on, what was his team? Was it Troll Team 6 that he was on forever?
He's been on like a million teams.
No, he was on the same team for a long time. And
This year
everybody,
he's
like,
been
when
on,
they
like,
would
3.
play against him, be like, dude, Matt Bonger is like the greatest player to ever do it. And he finally turned 18 and he's starting to like really get some looks.
Yeah, he's gotten looks from like...
Okami, who disbanded today.
No, they're just LFT and humoring offers. They didn't actually disband. Like, come on, man. They're just looking at other offers. That doesn't mean they're disbanding. They're just looking for other offers. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, Matt Bonger found his offer. Sheesh. He's on
West Garfield.
This is a good team. This is almost an
If
upgrade.
if that team does CL quals, they're winning it. I don't care.
Yeah, they probably would have beaten Okami. I mean, this is an upgrade to Okami. Matt Bonger.
Yep.
I don't think he made that 5-man, did he?
I don't think he did. I think he was subbing in. He was like a sub. He was subbing in for Lava, and then Lava came back from his vacation.
So he's got a lot to prove right now. Psychosis with the reflex. G36, obviously, a lot of people having sight conundrums because of the change. Jay is anticipating someone's coming from the basement, apparently. Which I don't blame him. I bet you Forrest still has that Wichita wolf in him. He's nading absolutely nothing. There's literally no one there. What? You see that? There's no one in the zip code, and he just naded nothing.
Oh, he is right next to...
What?
He is right next to the Jaeger call out.
There's probably some very confusing comms from West Garfield right now. They're blowing up their inner demons right now. Mohess is still in dining, looking to contest, and well, I said the entries, the young entries, the psychosis, the Matt Bongers, looking to get something going against these guys, but it looks like they're not going to push small tower. A lot of emphasis around master, but really that's it, at least for the time being. They haven't cleared out the roamers in security, and well, they haven't pushed in a small tower yet. Just kidding. There it is right there from psychosis. Mohess actually rotated away in that exact moment, meaning, well, that's potential. And I'll leave it at that for Psycho to do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we've seen call out peak this multiple times, just spraying across, trying to get any pressure on main stairs. As GA is making sure no pressure on big window amounts to anything. Typically, when you see, hey guys, there's a Ying, you would expect big window, but it doesn't seem like that's on the docket for West Garfield. Instead, the only big window pressure will be the rotate on the late half for Forrest. Maybe just trying to make sure that cutting rotations, you can't really swing out onto the double side, but Mohess is going to swing out close and take out Psychosis. Reed also tags on one to Rudy as this attack is falling apart quickly. Freak also picks up Forrest. That's the big window player. Call out will pick up Bio. It's all falling apart as Matt Bonger gets one exit frag and Freak finishes him off.
And through these first two rounds, Wolves have just been suffocating. The only thing West Garfield, the only thing they were able to do was open a breach. Even when Psychosis managed to sneak his way into small tower with honestly some really good timing, it wasn't even necessarily a great clear there. Just kind of walked in, hoping he could make something happen, and OS instantly came back and snapped onto him before he could even get to the white stairs. And otherwise, there's not much else happening for that attack. In Wichita, of course, just overbearing, even at the point where there was some, I guess, potential for West Garfield, it instantly was snuffed out.
Attackers need to locate and
Yeah,
defuse bombs.
really well done. Just back-to-back rounds of systematic elimination, just one player over and over again being taken off like dominoes as the chain reaction of Wichita Wolves frags flooded the top right kill feed. It's just been a rough situation for West Garfield. They haven't been able to get anything going. It seems like all their entry points, they're contested by somebody like Freak, somebody like Mohess. They're just running around, feeling comfortable, not feeling any pressure. The solo entries definitely not working out on the side of the West Garfield attack. They're being cut off. They're not getting pressure anywhere. And as soon as they lose those gunfights, they're left with absolutely nothing with half the clock burned.
5 seconds to go.
Now, with those 2 rounds of dominance, we're going to the third site meeting and kitchen. Not kitchen and dining, which we just have not seen today. It's all meeting. No one believes in dining anymore. And well, Jay was worried about someone coming in from the basement, and for good reason, because it looks like Forrest, like, you know, how's the saying go? You can take Forrest out of Wichita, but you can't take the Wichita out of Forrest. So look at him coming up from the basement. That could be problematic. Freak obviously holding this angle. That is very bold from Freak, and it actually pays off. Gets him a lot of damage on a Psychosis. And Forrest, fortunately for Forrest, there's actually someone in T2, so Forrest could actually get the drop on him, but I think he hurt him. I don't know where Forrest is. Forrest is going here and there. Rudy just repelling in. They have not dealt with this player in T2. The absolute nightmare. And Freak is just running around with the pistol. With the green laser, just running around. And once again, this is felt like every round this far. West Garfield just unable to do anything.
Yeah, and this is West Garfield's map choice. I understand that, yes, it is Oregon attacks, and it's not fun, it's rough, but I would more say that the good old-fashioned fundamentals and ideas of these attacks are not looking that good. There's a lot of skip steps, a lot of lazy droning, a lot of just people walking in random areas and not doing full due diligence that Wichita Wolves are capitalizing on. That's what they're built for. They are here to expose weaknesses. Right now, it seems like everybody on West Garfield might be one of those weaknesses in the eyes of Mo. He just swings, lets it hang, and lets good old Matt Bonger go to the grave.
At this point, if you're West Garfield, you're searching for answers, you're talking about it. What can we do to enter the building? Because someone in T2, I'm going to be like completely real with you, should not work. That should not be some insurmountable obstacle, but it was. I don't think anyone actually considered repelling in T3. And well, Bio, got to win this gunfight. He can't even win that against Reed. Reed just puts the hits him with shaking and baking. And well, I think they have 3 kills in 3 rounds as a team.
And they were all very last minute impactless frags. That is not boding well. As for Wichita, you've got to be on cloud 9, not the org. You're just feeling very euphoric right now as the perfect site rotation. It's been completed. It proves that, hey guys, we can win every single bomb site. We're feeling comfortable. All we got to do to get a 6-0 half is do it again. Just do what we've already done. In actuality, that is a lot more difficult in practice. As for the side of West Garfield, hopefully with the experience that they bring on their roster, all the pro experience, all the CL experience, all the high-level players that are on their team, they know how to adjust. Bios have been touted as a very strong IGL. Rudy, a great support. Lex, whatever, anywhere he plays. As well as Forrest, being in CL and in Pro League. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. And hopefully they can kind of realize that, hey guys, our solo entries, they're not really working. We've got to really muscle up. We got to have somebody following drones. We got to go for like the duo entry, clear the whole map, take a little bit more time so we don't get punished.
I definitely agree with duo entry because even, like, for example, when Psycho went into Small Tower, he's just by himself. Forrest walking into base, he's just by himself. So maybe that could be a change. As you said, Hatch is getting reinforced. Yeah, I mean, Wichita's just looking really comfortable. And, I mean, this could, yes, it's West Garfield's pick, but also, we just watched Wichita look incredible against one of the best teams our amateur scene has to offer. So there's no reason to think, well, Wichita should struggle. That shouldn't be entering your mind right now. As well, at least, I mean, honestly, to West Garfield's relief, it actually looks like Wichita's not roaming like they've roamed pretty much over the past 2.5 hours.
Wow.
I say that.
Who needs a roam when you can kill the hard breach?
That's not a roam. That's just call out waiting for a drone, and then he still walked out and killed Bio. He's not roaming in that context. He just gets that kill anyway. And well, when your thermite's dead and you don't have any hard breach charges, you almost wish Rudy was using that hard breach charge on Fuse. Unfortunately, he's Twitch, and Twitch can't get hatches. It doesn't matter how many times you Twitch drone it, the hatch will stay closed.
Yep. You can punch it, you can shoot it, you can do whatever. It's not gonna open, and that leaves just what, 4 entryways that are not that fun to push in. 2 of them blocked by mirror windows make that one, as the closet mirror will fall at the hands of the Twitch drone. We were just saying Rudy has. It's still not going to be a fun push by any stretch of the imagination. There's going to have to be a lot of phantom pressure and a lot of heads-up gunfights won by West Garfield, which, as of right now, they haven't really done.
At this point, it's like banging your head against concrete. Literally, because this map...
Which one's going to break first, your skull or the wall?
Let's just say this map is quite literally concrete. Like, if you look around, there's no vertical play that can come through here. There's no magic you can... misdirection you can do. You're pretty much just pigeoned into trying to face... I almost said a bad word. Do you know what I mean? Face check into angles being hard held by defenders, and well, it's all Wichita Wolves in the kill feed 4 rounds in a row. And right now, this West Garfield team looks nothing like the team just comes so far. This is the winner. I know, Connor.
Yeah, this is
Wichita.
I was thinking it. I wasn't gonna say it, but I was thinking it. This is looking rough. This is the team, West Garfield, that Forest dropped 21 on Mirage's head and sent them to the lower bracket before to where they forfeited to one shot.
If you were wondering, an update on that, yeah, they just forfeited. So
They forfeited. They did. Completely understandable. SI Close Calls is a little bit more important than this tournament that they were playing just for good old-fashioned game reps.
and it's the fact that you've got, I mean, that was a signature win for West Garfield, and Mirage just made it meaningless.
Yep.
Especially if Wichita comes out and lays the wood here, which they are currently doing.
They are currently laying all sorts of wood. And have you seen those lumber prices, man? That's expensive.
Yeah, especially the gas prices too. I mean, geez.
Gas prices, lumber prices. It's rough out here. It is rough out here, and it's even more rough for West Garfield as they just cannot get anything going. Psychosis, Forrest, and Rudy. They could open up a Tim Hortons. They got a whole lot of donuts on their side, as it's just been Matt Bonger and Bio going, and Bio died first last round. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Forced that really rough attempted flood right into the loving arms of Wichita Wolves. They knew that they only had to watch, like, what, 2 doorways and a staircase, and they had more than enough bodies to do that. West Garfield got absolutely slaughtered. Just like last time, where they were at this bomb site, and they all just got obliterated in trophy.
Let me just tell you, you said loving arms of Wichita Wolves. Those arms are not loving. Let me just tell you right now. Those are arms of hatred. And big, burly, manly biceps. With tattoos. Nothing loving about these
You
arms.
got the anchor that says mom on the bicep.
Yeah. So... Holy cow. So much... What? Well, who got Peyton Manning on Ace? You see that?
Rudy.
We got Patrick Mahomes on Ace out here. Dude just threw that from 10,000 miles out. But unfortunately, they didn't drone out tower, and they aren't clearing it effectively. So he just shoots it. So it was all for nothing. That was a great throw, Rudy. You know what? I'll give him that.
Unfortunately, they should have pieced together 2 and 2 that, they were in Big Tower last time and they found success, so they'll probably do it again. But Matt Bonger, he finds success onto Reed. Mr. Adams falls. That's a first pick for West Garfield, the first time that we've seen them take an entry, and the first time they've been in the man advantage this entire match.
You call it an entry? I don't know what Reed is. Let's call a spade a spade. They're challenging the trophy door, and these guys can't even get the breach open right now, Your Honor. Okay, now they're going to get it open. But at what cost? Wichita, you lose 2 players. Bile's prone on the floor. Neither of these guys see each other.
Freak doesn't see.
Freak.
What?
What in...
What? Freak! He had a rare miss, but this time is... Oh, the breach isn't open for him? That's unfortunate. But Forrest, he's going to take out Mohes, and Psycho lands the shot onto Jay. Apparently, Thatcher, he's banned so much that if he Thatchers a wall to remove mute jammers, the wall just never opens. It's an interesting position. And West Garfield, off the back of that, that was the site pressure that they needed. They flood through, and they finally get around on the board.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't see any of it. I think it's easier that way.
Yeah, we never saw anything.
Great entry from Matt Bonger. Incredible entry from Matt Bonger. And great awareness on that breach there from Bio. That totally, that was really great awareness to get that kill. And to expect that play from Freak. So with that, there's some life. There's a pulse. And I'm not talking about the operator.
Yep, no operators here.
There is a pulse in West Garfield. They are not going down easy. At least not yet.
Forrest and Psycho, they came alive. They got some kills. Let's go.
That's pretty important as well, because if you've watched the Challenge League desks, we've always had praise for the psychosis. I've called him Shycosis at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And Forrest.
And we had to call Forrest Fofo-san XD for an entire stage, so How much does names really matter?
He's also a victim. I mean, he's
5 seconds to go.
he's apparently not marketable enough, you know, to get where he wants to be, just to the big leagues. But undeniably an impact player when, well, he's not 0-4. When he's getting his kills, when he's doing what he needs to do, Forrest is a menace to society. And obviously, if you're West Garfield, you want both of those two players in particular to show up in a best of 3 against Wichita Wolves. They cannot disappear. There cannot be look at this. Look at Patty Dimes here. Like, what is? I don't think I've ever seen someone reach this like this. So that's pretty good stuff from Rudy.
I mean, is what it is. Well placed throw. Rudy's about to retire from Siege and go to football. I think the NFL pays a little bit better, so maybe a good career choice for him. But for the time being, he's got to just sit and play out the rest of this game. For West Garfield, if they win this round, all of a sudden they go from us saying that they don't have a pulse, they're having a rough time, it's not looking good, blah 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 blah, to a pretty decent attacking half. 4-2, that's standard. You can't complain about it. You can't complain about a free kill on Reed Psychosis with the nade, probably from down below, I would assume, maybe from White Window or something like that, taking out the smoke. Never mind, Psychosis is just doing it from the breach. Well played. But from the breach, he will die as Jay rotates into Classroom, sends that nitro straight up, and evens the man count.
Honestly, a narrow missed kill. Rudy almost got Mohes as well. So this attack, and I really like what Rudy's doing with the ace. Ace isn't honestly terribly common on Oregon.
With the Habana ban, it makes sense.
So like when you actually see like little plays like that, I like it.
It makes sense because the Thatcher is up.
Absolutely. I mean, that does make it easier because normally you wouldn't be able to just...
You just bring the Maverick instead.
There's usually crap on the wall, which Wolves aren't bringing, at least for Tower. More importantly, speaking of Tower, they've opened up Attic to the extent, well, that allows for a Dorn's Repel as well. So, Forrest gets flanked before anything actually sets up. And, well, that's the opening that Wichita Wolves need. It obviously shuts down that white player that could come up and perhaps cause trouble. Instead, Call's just sitting here in this great position. Obviously, you saw Rudy didn't make that rotatable in Attic. So, of course, just has to force the door. And the Wolves are ready for it. A 5-1 half.
Yeah, interestingly enough, with that hole being opened, it was purposely made one by one. One Selma going down. Because Mr. Rudy, he shot his other Selma. He only wanted it to be head holes. He didn't want it to be a full rotate, which can make sense in post-plant positions, or even if you don't have enough people when you're going for the plant, having a rotate that the defenders could possibly use if you don't strip Attic away from them could be dangerous. But you would assume that one of your post-plant players would be playing inside a trophy watching that, because you have it opened as a head holes anyways. So a little bit perplexing, but at the end of the day,
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
still an unsuccessful attack nonetheless, and I don't necessarily think that that was the main issue. But if you notice something about the Wichita Wolves attacking core, guess what they're going for, CJ? They have a read on West Garfield.
I don't know what they're going for.
They know that West Garfield's a pug stack, and they're probably going to flank a lot, so they're bringing Gridlock and Zero.
Why don't they just bring Nomad? Why did they bring it two for one? They could just have 1 for 2.
The smokes?
It's like getting...
I mean, people, I will say,
what?
Man. Hey. People sleep on the F90. That gun is lethal.
So you mean to tell me you would buy 2 cheeseburgers instead of just 1 double cheeseburger? You're one of those? Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe. Just maybe.
Because that's literally what they're doing. And it doesn't even pay off. He's dead off spawn. Now, how do you feel, Mr. Theory Crafter? Your gridlock theory. It's fruitless.
Gridlock also has a gone.
You're gone.
And she is gone. Where is she? I don't know.
For not to be outdone, Forrest has Ella Shoddy on freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Forrest. An Ella Shoddy kill. That's what I mean. I don't know why people don't do that more often. That gun is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not a mainstay sometimes. It's actual cheese.
That gun is.
It's pretty cheesy.
Freak had no chance.
It doesn't matter how good you are. You have a 3-speed Fanto peeking you like that. Like, good luck. And he can hold this. Like, there's so many spots you can hold too. Oregon is shotgun central.
It is.
So Ella's shotgun's very sensible. There's a lot of kills going in the favor.
Like how are you supposed to kill that?
Yeah, you just can't. And obviously Matt Bomber's going huge in blue. Some friendly messages being exchanged. These two. But we are gonna have a timeout. Wichita Wolves. I mean, they dropped one round. All right, no, we're not gonna blow a 5-1 lead. Timeout. Timeout, coach. What's going through their minds right now, Connor? As they go into dorms. Bitch.
Maybe somebody has to pee.
You think so? It's that simple to you?
I think it's that simple, to be honest. Because there would be no reason for them to take the time out.
Bro, we literally... Nah.
In the driver's seat so
No,
heavily.
no, I'm not even gonna let you... Because they legit just had a break. They waited for the Garfield game, where Garfield came back from set. By the way, Garfield came down. I think they were down. They run 7 rounds in a row to win their last game. To get here. Okay? So Wichita Wolves was watching that happen, then had a 10-minute break. So there's 2 things at play here. 1, there's no way no one's peeing right now. 2, West Garfield can come back. They've done it before. Literally today.
No. When nature calls, nature calls. Unless the Wolves are really that stressed out about a basement defense, or pardon me, a basement attack, I think it's gotta be something else, because I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they don't want West Garfield to get any momentum at all. They're going straight for the jugular. They want the throat.
Did you hear what I just said, bro? Did you hear what I just said, bro? They won 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's possible.
And I'm sure there's been times where Wichita's blown a lead over the past year, as you would recall.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us.
So take the time out, close this game out. You can't let it get close, because the closer it gets, the more, the heart rate rises, the more the anxiety, the more the fight or flight turns up, right? So you got to keep, right now, the serotonin levels are very low. It's only 5.2. When it turns to 5.4, then it gets epic. And you don't want that if you're Wichita. So you close it out now, while emotions are still somewhat tame and you're in control of the situation. I respect that timeout. I respect it. And you better
Hopefully
respect
when
it too.
Smitty hears this, he'll type in chat what the reason for the timeout was. We can see it was correct.
I was.
Maybe. But now we're going up to the top floor. It's West Garfield. They're trying to get the momentum going. Seems like a pretty bog standard defense. Good old fashioned retro. Hey guys, make sure they have to burn everything. Absolutely everything inside of Attic if they want to go for it. But when you have setups like this that are so centric upon Attic, there are alternate takes that are still pretty viable. Mainly the big window take, which we've seen the Wolves, they are very comfortable pushing over towards that western side of the map, over towards Small Tower. They like it. They're comfortable. They'll send those players there. They'll hit the up white into sight. They'll just kind of flood wherever they see fit. And if you see a whole lot of utility that you don't necessarily want to go for, you can just rotate out, not push.
Rudy C4 in hand. There's no one actually there yet, Rudy. A little early. Have a C4 in your hand, as Wichita Wolves, not only that, is pushing from the other direction completely. I don't think there's anyone near Trophy Tower. And it looks like white stairs and dining for the Wolves. Not a soul near master bedroom, which honestly would align with kind of what they were doing previously. Reed's gonna swing in. Yeah, with his is that like an America charm? I don't know what he's got on. He's gonna put down the thermite charge? Question mark? No, because there's a vaunted Connor, the most powerful object in the game. A mute jammer.
And I just place it on the side, and he did, and it blew up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was I don't know. I can't resist sometimes.
Yep. Mute jammers for breach. That's old school. It's a way of the past. This Freak, he's holding rotations. That's where Psycho is going down in the basement, but seems like the timing, he just barely missed him. Flashbangs, all the util dump. The beautiful simulator is occurring inside of Attic, and Psychosis, he falls at the hands of Reed with that beautiful flank watch up the tower stairs. Forrest, he'll be able to knock down Jay as the Gemini replicator comes in. Shows that the left corner, that's clear, over towards Pit, but Matt Bonger, he's still playing close, and he does not want to give up Attic control as the smoke canisters are burning away what precious time the Wichita Wolves have left.
And while you see Wolves looking, oh, that's a great drone from Reed. Reed and Freak trying to make something happen here. But Freak's going to get fouled by that default camera, I'm sure. It's going to give away that he's pushing that direction. But he is up the main stairs, and call out, more importantly, is a menace on this big window. Flashbangs flying out, but into ADSs. Freak's going to go down. That's actually a really significant gunfight for Forrest to win, because the fact that I believe Freak had the drop on Forrest and still lost is interesting. And well, it's an interesting ending to this round. A 1 versus 3 for call out. He's going to have to basically take the same path Freak did.
15 seconds to go.
And well, let's see how that goes for him. Yeah, not very good.
Not very well.
You see what I mean, though? Like, Freak was coming from there. And Forrest is literally standing on the side of the... What's it called? I don't know what it's called. A bed.
Bunk bed. Bunk bed.
Exposed to it, but he still won the fight. That's just some grown man gameplay right there.
Yeah. Forrest is finally heating up. Started off slow, but since then, he's been on fire. Sure, the round was looking good for the Wolves, but as time just kept on going, they stalled out. And it seems like they didn't quite have enough utility, and as soon as they rotated enough over, the smoke canisters bled away the rest of the time. They had to really just man up and push doorways, which is exactly what West Garfield wanted them to do. So those are very easy gunfights to win.
Once again, dining is treated like... Never mind. I don't want to hurt Discover's feelings. But the stepchild. And so, here we are. Once again going to meeting Wichita Wolves. They have the Dermite. And more importantly, they don't really have Walden out to have to deal with. They can kind of just open what they like. More importantly, there's a... Oh, is this... am I seeing a bio on Vigil holding down tower?
I believe in him.
You believe in him? Think he can do it?
I do. It's about to be him versus the world. As soon as he gets droned out, we're going to see 4
droned out.
players just
he's Vigil.
pinching him.
He's
They
Vigil.
want him dead.
But he's Vigil, though. How's he going to get droned out if he's Vigil?
They'll see squiggles in tower and be like, he's probably T3.
But you don't know where in T3.
That's why you put one on every window.
So he's invisible.
If they wanted to go that direction, but CJ, seems like they don't. Instead, it's going to be Matt Bonger and Psychosis that they push through. Maybe Bio will be alive for a late flank, but Matt Bonger, he's trying to make sure that nobody in Master is alive before he peels off. Looking for drones, trying to play that intel denial game. Instead, just tucks tail and says, hey, they can have that control if they want. But as soon as they step foot over towards Trophy, over towards the traditional bomb site upstairs, that's where things are going to get a little bit more interesting. As Freak, he's just going to say GN, the same 2 letters that are in his tag, straight onto Psychosis. He gets baptized. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And more drones are now coming in to try to confirm the final remaining roamers. As Freak is just running all over the place. Bio takes out Call Out, and Rudy will slam Freak. The quick refrag will come in as Reed makes sure that everything stays even, nice and squared away. With Matt Bonger still upstairs and Jay trying to hunt him, that gunfight is going to be incredibly important for the outcome of this round.
Well, you said Bio could flank. Forrest is trying to flank. There's a whole lot moving parts right now. Drones, alibi pings. But who will come out on top in this 3 versus 3? Looks like the Wichita Wolves are trying to pinch out this Thunderbird and Dorms. This could be a critical engagement that goes in the favor of either side. It's going to go to the side of West Garfield. A third potentially for Matt Bonger, but he gets melted by Reed. You can just Bio and Force, and well, yeah, Force is flanking in a 2v1, and it works. Because why would you expect this?
I mean, Matt Bonger's play inside of Kids was definitely enough to win that round, and really well played by him. First with the rifle, tagging up a little bit of heals, and whipping out the bearing like a grown man.
Remember how I said,
and like I said, that gunfight was pretty important for the, outcome of the round. It won them the round.
Remember I said come back? Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's happening. Even after the timeout, it's still happening.
Which is indeed scary.
I mean, they had the advantage initially, and then it rapidly evened out. You said, like how you described what happened to Psychosis, like 3 different euphemisms. You got baptized, biblicized, italicized. I mean, you name it. But they still didn't convert that to the round win. And they didn't really seemingly have sense of direction until it was a 3v3 and they ran into Matt Bonger.
Early round and mid round for Wichita has been so good. But they can't do anything in the late round.
All or nothing, maybe.
All or nothing.
This is, remember how I said the serotonin and the all that?
Adrenaline.
It's starting to get there. We were 5-1 now. It's 5-4, guys. What the hell? You know what I mean? You start to feel that way. And of course, for West Garfield, you start to believe more and more that you can win this game.
Yeah, especially because everybody's starting to heat up. Except poor Rudy. Rudy's not heating up. Bio's doing all right. Psychosis, meh. The Matt Bonger and Forrest, they're really the ones bringing it to the next level. The first Rotero drone, it's coming out as Psychosis is placing a Banshee very, very late. And with the utility brought by the Wolves, it seems like they do want to push this blue and backside. We've seen them do it a couple of times. But now Forrest, he's very aware that, hey guys, they have a Flores. Tried to rush the drone and catch him off guard, maybe making a rotate hole on another area so you can get that shield for free. But Forrest, he was playing for that early denial and is able to really sniff it out, which is quite good. But on the other side, the Wichita Wolves, they've sniffed out the fact that there are no roamers on the side of West Garfield. Something with their cutoffs that we've seen all yesterday. Oh, poor Reed.
What were you saying?
The victim of the double cap can traps. So unfortunate. And down goes your can openers. Down goes your hard breach charges.
What were you saying about
what
Rudy?
happened when the hard breach died first for West Garfield's attack?
I'm sorry. I just want to know what you were saying about Rudy.
Huh?
Rudy is not popping off. You said.
Yeah, I said he hasn't heaten up.
Well, that's worth any amount of kills. What he just did. That's worth about 30.
Yeah,
kills.
that's a
vibe
if you
changer.
gotta calculate it, that frag is pretty important. But Matt Bonger getting freak, that's another important frag. Jay's there for the attempted refrag, and that's exactly what he's gonna get. There's another player inside a pillar, but as he cooks a nade, seems like the timing is just unfortunate as Psychosis is swinging away, trying to get this kill onto Jay that could solidify the round into his team's favor. But Mo, on the other side, he's trying to do the same level of playmaking. Rudy reads that out. Forrest takes out Call Out with that shotgun. The FO12 is singing. Jay is on so little HP. The shotgun's coming through. And the FO12 again. Sure, Rudy dies in the meantime. But Forrest, 2 kills with a shotgun. Back-to-back rounds. Makes it.
Back-to-back.
Wait for it, CJ. It makes it a tie game.
You're saying back-to-back. More like back-to-back-to-back-to-back. 4 rounds. In a row. For West Garfield High. All right, we'll see. Who's gonna win this game in regulation overtime? I have no idea. My prediction, my next gen stats predictor as to who is gonna win this game, I have no idea.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Is it's like Wichita Wolves have the right ideas? They have had rounds where they've had the early advantage on attack, unlike West Garfield, where, I mean, quite frankly, a lot of those were a lot more one-sided. Let me just put it that way. When they would lose their attacks. I would say that's one thing that's going in favor of the Wolves, but obviously if they just, you know, close only matters, and I don't know what how the saying goes.
Or shoes and frag grenades.
Yeah. So being close to having the rounds close doesn't matter if you just lose 7-5. So let's see what happens on this Norm's D, Connor. Let's see.
This is getting scary. This is getting scary because the confidence is oozing for West Garfield. Forrest, he's going for this peak, and it seems like his timing is very good. Down goes Jay. Down goes your Finka. Down goes Nades. Instead of 6, you now have 4, which, you know, all things considered isn't the worst thing in the world. But opening pick for West Garfield has been plentiful on their defensive psychosis. He's about to get another somehow call out lives. Another impact coming out as it's fighting for his life. Freak, he trades DB&O for kill with Forrest, a headshot landing out. Matt Bongerville finishing off with another impact nade. I guess I was talking about the wrong kind of nades when speaking about the attack. It's actually they should have worried about the impacts, as Mohes narrowly mistimes a floor nade and will not get any damage off.
Well, I would say the stress levels are now at an all-time high. Wichita Wolves, they are now staring down the barrel, perhaps, of being on match point, where they're going to lose. But Reed has something to say about it. He tries to even this up, but almost as soon as it happens, all the trades go in the favor of West Garfield. And it was, again, a close attempt, but not enough. There at the end in West Garfield. I mean, 7 in a row previously. How many are yet now? 5. They're the comeback kings.
Yeah, this is not looking good, CJ. As unfortunately, Chess Club, their run is over. Juicers slammed them into the Shadow Realm 7-2. And they'll have to focus on something else coming up in the future. As eloquently put in a Gunner tweet, that they need to focus on the next SCS quals, CJ, which are coming up soon.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
They got slammed into the Shadow Realm.
Yep.
Right.
They got destroyed. Now they have to wait a couple more days. Not that many days, though. It's just next week, starting 7th through the 9th. We've got another qualifier coming up for a month-long competition. Stage 2. This is just the appetizer. This is the standalone tournament in between the stages. The stages, that's the entree. That's the good stuff. Make sure to type !play in chat if you're interested in joining, because these spots, they'll fill up. Qualifiers are rough. They are not fun. They're grueling. You got to earn your spot because there's still 5K and a Pro-Am spot on the line for the next upcoming season.
I still heartily disagree with how you describe a qualifier. The way you're describing it, I'd rather spend my day like sipping some lemonade on the porch. I think qualifiers are a fun, epic experience.
Hey, this time I really believe in Bio.
Do you?
Yes, I really believe in him.
This guy. Okay, so he has the Vigil ERC7 scanner, which means that the enemy will not know where he is. They don't know if he's standing in this spot, or if he's right under the window, or if he's close under the under window, or if he's on the little plywood thingy, or whatever the hell. And he's got support from Rudy. So there's a lot of places he can be. They can't just say, oh, just kidding, they're pinging him and they're throwing a grenade. But it didn't kill him. And they don't know if he's downed or not. So they have to try again. Okay, they killed him. And they knew where he was, clearly. But more importantly, Rudy's still below in T2. He gets it down onto Jay.
He can just res himself.
Wait, what? The supporting fire from small tower. Significant. Psycho still peeking that. And it looks like the wolves. Whoa!
Whoa.
What? That was a nice shot, but it may not be for anything. As Force gets downed as well. And despite all of this pandemonium occurring in the tower, the wolves come out on top of it all. It's going to be a time-consuming pickup. Where did Forrest even... My boy.
I think he was peeking across satellite.
So right now they've got one player on site. Obviously, Wolves can't establish this all. Yeah, they're not going to find this out. That those two are having a pickup party across the map. They're going to take their time, setting up the walls, setting up attic, doing what they need to do. And honestly, not a lot of utility in favor of West Garfield. Matt Bonger could go down in the basement to C4 onto the stage. But otherwise, they're really relying on their guns, and they're really relying on some athleticism to perhaps steal this round from the Wolves. Reed could go for that plan at any moment. Actually, what is there? No one holding attic?
They aren't watching. They aren't watching the flank.
Nobody's holding attic. And Forrest, I guarantee you, is going to take that opportunity. Jay gets taken out after, wow, Call It just appeared out of nowhere and split. Maybe that was worth not watching the flank. Maybe not, because they're not watching this. Mohes looks away at the wrong second, but Forrest misses. Oh my God, Forrest missed every shot. He didn't land a single killing shot there, and Mohes looked away at the wrong, instant. But fortunately, if you're the Wolves, you're glad Forrest left. He missed those shots, which meant that we're going overtime, baby. Now that gun stinks. The gun does 2 damage. It's not Forrest's fault, bro. If he was like Jaeger or something,
hey,
we might be in the victory screen right now.
Is that you can just blame it and say, guys, but MX4 Storm got a recoil nerf. It actually kind of moves now. But that was almost like target anxiety, where he saw so many people that he didn't know who to shoot.
Yeah, a lot of stimuli there.
That flank could have been massive if the rest of his team was able to just stay up. But the flood from the Wolves was well timed. Very well timed indeed. They pushed all the way through. Sure, the plant was still going on stage, but they flooded all the way through. Flooded main lobby into split. They pushed all the way to the rotate hole of kitchen, over towards the pews, everywhere. Took the site by storm.
And you criticizing the flank was not watched. Well, Call Out hitting it from the back. Worth it. Because that was actually a really nice. Call Out's had some.
10 seconds left.
I mean, let me tell you. He's had some Olympic plays on the sledge and on the Mav and on whatever today. Throughout the whole day. And it's enough to get his Wolves. What? This dude just run out with Ella's shotgun? Maybe to kill a drone?
He has no fear.
Oh, Forrest.
So he was asserting dominance.
Is Forrest crazy? This guy just ran out with Ella Shotty.
Have you seen his Twitter? Have you seen the Twitter spaces he joins? Of course he's crazy.
Unbelievable. Well, here we are. He does have the Ella shotgun again, and that was obviously an insurmountable object for Wichita previously. He got 2 kills off. He's got a bunch of kills, honestly, over multiple rounds with the shotgun on the basement stairs. And likely going to get some more, looking to get some more. No roam from West Garfield. They're just kind of saying, all right, we'll just do what you want. But you have to get past these shotguns at the end of the day. Or just shotgun. There's only one, but it might as well count for 3.
Yeah. Because for the Wolves on their attacks, this has been the bomb site that they have just not even touched the soil of the actual bomb site. They've barely gotten into the basement with the horizontal extension all the way through. The kind of closest they've gotten is Freezer, and that can be turned into a kill box. They haven't even gotten down the stairs to try to push into Pillar. He's been slaughtered by the shotgun of Forrest. And no matter where the Wolves have pushed, nothing has been really working for them. Sure, the second time they attacked this bomb site, they were without Reed, unfortunately dying to Capcan traps. But shout out to Rudy. Perfect read, gave them an easy round, but this one's going to be a lot more difficult. The attempted burn coming out as Matt Bonger. Actually, no burn. It's just going to be a smoke. Which I think was just thrown easily, but the Ella's shotgun It's gonna sing. It's an absolute slaughter, as it's a flawless round for West Garfield. And they all died. Mohess is sad about Nelamine.
That's like the least of his worries. They got obliterated by a shotgun.
Yep.
I don't know if they. Do you think he was gonna win that fight if he wasn't Elamine? I honestly don't know why. I feel like teams should just run 5 shotguns. Like, I'm not even joking.
Yep.
That's pretty cringe. The Wolves just dominate. Just kidding. They dominated the first 5 rounds. Maybe 5 out of 6. And then West Garfield said, I bet. And just like their previous years, they come all the way back. 6 in a row.
Or 5 in a row.
5 in a row. 6 out of 7.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And well, here we are. The emotions have officially changed.
Yep, it is gone from happy-go-lucky, hey guys, we're slamming these fools, to, guys, are we still slamming these fools? I'm getting worried. But I would guess, and venture to say that Wichita Wolves, the solace that they can take from this is West Garfield's map choice. But once again, map choice when you're going to basic maps against teams with experience doesn't really matter that much.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
I still believe, I believe map picks don't count. Everybody should be good at everything. I'm sorry. Anyway, that is, once again, we see LMGs with the max zoom. This time it's the Capital LMG, which is interesting. It's one of the cooler LMGs, in my humble opinion. But nonetheless, my opinion doesn't matter. You've got Freak with the boxing glove charms, and he is roaming around near security. The Wolves and roaming has been one of the things they've relied on quite a bit over the course of today. And they're looking to rely on it to keep perhaps their hopes on this map alive. Freak, once again, he's still holding around. Did someone just use a Capital bolt? Rudy has used, maybe the UI is wrong. Or it doesn't show. I don't know if he's used all his bolts or one or what.
I don't know what he would use them on, besides just one, but Forrest, he'll land the kill onto Jay. I believe that was up above. Yep, but Forrest able to land through the hatch. A beautiful first frag. And with West Garfield, when they get that first kill, their conversion rate has been insane. Whether that's a product of the way their team is set up and opening picks just worked well for their system, or the fact that most of their picks were on the defensive side, which are easier to convert upon. That's still left to be discovered as this round continues to play out. Mohess, I believe he thinks he got misdroned, but
he did.
He definitely did.
His belief would be valid.
Bio as Mohess is going to take out the hard breacher. Sure, Rudy still has the can openers, but as time is slowly dwindling away and Mohess is still alive inside of meeting, this round is getting more and more worrisome. Matt Bonger, he's going to get that trade. Mohess narrowly missing that headshot. But with a minute left on the clock, having this man advantage for West Garfield continuing and persisting could bode well for their execute.
I almost wonder what would have happened if... We're not quite there yet. What would have happened if Mohess hit that shot? We're going to be asking ourselves that question here in about 40 seconds. Oh, they're going for a double flank up, actually. Or maybe just one. Maybe it's just the Malusi. I have no idea what they're thinking about right now. If you're going to do it, do it. Because right now, you're hesitating. Freak's going to go for it. He's going to go for the flank, but they're all going... Where are the attackers going? Down the stairs, down blue, but no one's going to the hatch? Either way, Mohess, or rather, the Malusi can just sit there above the hatch and perhaps deny one of the doorways into the site, but Reed doesn't win the gunfight. No, he's going to flank the back. He's going to flank the back and get 2, and that might be what does it. 1 versus 1. Call out, and Matt Bonger, and call out is on the ground. Matt Bonger just swing around the corner. He doesn't, and Wichita Wolves. Oh my. Usually when you see someone prone, Connor, that it's bad news. But the Wolves are going to stay alive.
Is very, very bad news.
they're going to stay alive off the backs of one of the most... You don't see flanks on Oregon like that for a reason. It almost never happens. And here we go. Freak good night. Pushes us to 7-7.
But you do have to say, that was the most competent attack of the basement that we've seen in this matchup so far. They actually touched the bomb site.
The bar is like on the floor. Then what? Did he really clear the room at all? If Mohess is
No.
waltzing around? So no, that was not. But I mean, then again, I guess based on your definition, they touched the site. They literally stepped into the boundaries of the site. Yeah. But basement has just been an impenetrable fortress, apparently. Either way, we're not going there. We're dorms. The main menu dish here. Dish on the menu. I don't know why I'm like saying stuff back. I don't know if I have dyslexia of the voice or what, but the main dish here. The main course is kids' dorms on 7-7. Baby. What are the Wolves having planned for us?
The Wolves are going to have to get creative because all the times they push this bomb site hasn't been pretty. Has not been pretty at all.
Has anyone pushed pretty? Didn't we have double 5-1s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both wins were on the tertiary bomb site as well.
Yeah. Nobody's pushed pretty today. This is gritty winners bracket final game plan. Forrest, he just casually is dropping 15 and he's running out. He is not going to kill Freak. He rolled the dice and he got nothing for it on match point. Maybe if this was 2017 Forrest and you had the Jaeger ACOG at that range, I would have commended that run out. There's another player from West Garfield close on the master door. Thankfully he's traded if you're Wichita Wolves. But wow, sloppy start to this round from both sides. But Wichita Wolves are on top of it. Impact from below to deny it. Wait, what?
Dang, that's a
Dude,
nerdy angle.
Rudy is literally Patrick Mahomes in this game. He's throwing Selmas across the map for touchdown. He's throwing impacts across the universe. Rudy is on one with the throws this game. And that's huge. Rudy, he only has one more. Did they even get tower? Yes, they did. Okay, they have. I'm over exaggerating now. I'm getting
pre-jacked the
I'm
second
getting excited. Connor, I'm getting excited. All right.
Yeah. Things even with the man advantage for the Wolves, they're still not a great position to be in because the clock, it's ticking and Bio has the smoke. Mohess, he's gonna have to get active inside of Attic and make sure that nothing like Matt Bonger's position can go unpunished. Call out, he's rotating to the other side as Freak. He's just waiting for any push. He can peek these prone holes, potentially find the leg of Matt Bonger. But Matt Bonger, he's going to take out Mohess. That could be the frag that seals the fate of the Wolves' attack. Reed, he's going to have to go big. Rudy taking a lot of damage and falling off instead. Util burn from the breach is coming out. His call out, he's rotated to big window. And seems like Rudy wants to flank up White. Freak, he's taking the initiative. He's going to walk straight in, and down goes Matt Bonger. More rotations coming out.
Oh,
as
Freak
lines them all up, and Freak gets the ace.
Freak just went absolutely massive on 7-7 on the Thatcher. The fragging Thatcher just walks through the doorway, kills everybody. And this is the Freak they want to pay $100 million, the max rookie deal. That's the Freak they always wanted. And what a way to do it against his former teammate. You know, I said some fighting words. Forrest was their best player.
Freak took that personally.
He took that. I took that personally. Freak says. As he snatches the map from West Garfield. Their own map pick gets stolen from him. Just like that was an emotional map both ways.
Yeah, double 5-1s,
So
defender, OT, and the last one was an attack that the Wolves were able to just narrowly scrape out because Mr. Freak decided that, I don't know, the RGB in his computer was going crazy giving him the extra frames, or maybe it was his gaming chair. How comfortable he was. You want to be comfortable like free, CJ. Where should you go?
You should go to Mavix.com. There's a holiday sale that is still going on, even though the holidays are.
Now you got the financing, the $24.69 a month. Nice and easy.
Yeah, 24.
Do you know what's all year round, CJ? Is our beautiful code NSG55 because
really? It's year round? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's still around. It's going to be around forever because Mavix, they're our exclusive and only chair sponsor for the tournament series.
Oh, it's not a holiday
You can get
sale.
some critical ergonomics. You can get some comfort. You can get a wonderful Mavix chair.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty cool.
Year-round sale. I like that. Connor?
$55 off.
I like permanent
that's no
promo
pocket
codes.
change.
All right,
you know what? Do you know what else is $55? That's more expensive than Qual 2 Pass for the first Qual. Buy a Mavix chair, save the $55, and use the rest on a qualifier. That's some big brain stuff.
You just hit me with a double ad so subtly. That's funny. Yes. Second qualifier. Yes. Pay for that or pay for a new chair, guys. Pick one if you're on a budget. I know the holiday. You just spent like $1 million on gifts. Pick one. Both of them are worth it. And yes, map 2, Connor. Map 2 is going to be Cafe. We literally watched these maps just previously. Wichita just played both these maps. Let's see how they look on Cafe. This time it's map number 2. Stay tuned.
Have to get aggressive. Breeze looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1-half for serve.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun, all thanks to the nerds.
Have to get aggressive. Breeze looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1-half for serve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had to cool off from that crazy hot final round from the Ace of Freak, but we still have another map still left to be played. We've got Cafe up on the docket after Wichita Wolves stole the map choice of West Garfield.
and it's weird to say stole because for a minute it looked like they were more than gonna steal. They were gonna just straight up
obliterate.
What do the kids say these days?
Gunpoint.
No, what do these kids say these days? They hit a devious lick.
Yeah, they hit a devious lick with a mattress.
What do the kids say these days? They were up 5-1. Made it really close and even fell down 6-7 at one point after a comeback attempt from West Garfield. But they win the last 2 rounds of the game, including the last one in, well, biblical fashion, an ace from Freak. In a very, honestly, that round was not going anywhere. So him acing was everything. That's why you pay him $100 million a year. That's why they have a statue of Freak in the city of Wichita.
Yep.
On the Wichita State campus. That's why they have it. You know?
He deserves it. That was a biblical play.
It really was. And now we're going to Cafifi.
Cafe Dostoevsky. Which Wichita Wolves, sure they lost to One Shot, but
7.
That was one of One Shot's strongest maps. They say, hey guys, we've never lost it until we lost to Asian and Ashen and Ambi and Reed Sync and why am I forgetting their last player? The Spiff?
Yeah.
Spiff don't whiff? Yeah. Okay. Until they lost to them. They took them to max OT 8-7, so the Wolves, they're no slouch on Cafe. For West Garfield Park, it's getting a little bit interesting because they will be playing against the winner of Juicers in One Shot if they lose, which is not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. They were able to take out Juicers and send them to the lower bracket just about like 45 minutes ago, but One Shot, they're a team that is pretty good, you would say.
No, they're okay. Hey, we see the Zofia band for
the boy better.
Yeah, we have the Zofia band for like the 5th map in a row.
Yeah, they do not like Zofia. I think it's because Freak is more comfortable on the Ash, and it's like if we're not going to use Zofia, let's just ban her and make teams uncomfortable.
Yeah, give him a reason so he can lock Ash every round. Great.
Yep.
I mean, whatever you need to do to enable your star player who has statues everywhere in the city, whatever you need to do. Flores banned as well. That means Thatcher's up.
And Valkyrie.
Thatcher's up on Cafe. It also means with my ban and Thatcher up on Cafe, let me just tell you right now, shield meta, you can forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff's
sure,
gonna blow up.
Flores is gone, and you would think like, hey, but the Flores and the Zofia, they're gone. They take out shields. Nope. Thatcher indirectly obliterates shields on this map.
We're also looking at 2 nade ops. I mean, obviously Freak's playing Ash over, like, let's say, something else that has nades. Like an Ayana, which would have, like, I guess, 1 more projectile. But who cares? I guarantee you, especially considering West Garfield's status as a team, they don't have these 1 trillion IQ shields. I doubt that's going to be the game plan for them. Obviously, they have 1 on the Echo. Okay, they're shotgunning each other at this time. Good stuff for us. You know, your LFT and you're shotgunning your teammates. It's not very marketable. It's not very marketable to shotgun your teammates for us when you're down.
Rudy needs the nerf. He's too OP.
Yeah,
especially with Capcan.
Yeah, when Rudy puts down placeables, like an Aruna Gate, I bet you someone dies to an Aruna Gate this map.
You know, could happen. Could definitely happen.
Not a coulda, shoulda, woulda, but yes, Rudy's going to be very hurt. But nonetheless, West Garfield. I mean, if I want to say it's like this is like a hybrid roam and anchor setup, but there's really not a lot of I guess roam potential here at the same time. I see the mute. Usually that indicates something crazy, but there's no vigil. There's none of that stuff, so maybe they are playing it closer to the chest on the site. It's looking like it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see exactly what West Garfield are going to go for because, you know, We saw them bunker a lot on the basement of Oregon, but then again, this is a completely different map, and they read into the Okay, Forrest. I don't know how he got away with that, but as soon as that air jab was placed by call out, and while he was reloading the air jab, he decided to jump out and flew off the side and fell back into the map. Okay. That was an interesting interaction that you don't see every day.
Yeah, I mean, not to take the attention off of the task at hand, but I've just been informed One Shot is playing Casanova playing again.
Yes, I do see that.
So if the winner of this
Slippery
game
is not playing.
The winner of this game has a very juicy matchup, I feel like, going in their favor down the line.
Well, that game will be tomorrow.
Down the line. You hear me?
That game will be tomorrow. But you're saying that if Juicer wins, they potentially didn't deserve it? I mean, for the side of West Garfield, Juicer took them to max OT on map 3, so...
No, I'm not saying Juicer's is stinky, as Callout gets the opener onto Psychosis. Honestly, the opener should have come way earlier, as there's so many low HP players on the side of West Garfield. Of absolute flurry down the freezer drop, but Callout, or rather, Pio is showing he's still got it in the tank. Who's calling him old and washed? Well, Freak's just gonna peek into Matt Bonger. Make this a 2 versus 2. What honestly was a very explosive start to this round for the Wolves has now turned into a situation, thanks to Bio and Matt Bonger, where they could perhaps lose. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe they just lost that after how explosive they looked through that freezer drop. They're gonna lose a round. No discipline. Everyone's peeking, sticking their face, everything. And they lose a round.
Wow. Matt Bonger! If you didn't know the name, you'll remember it now. Goes massive for the 3K retake that didn't look very good.
That was...
Forrest is returning to his roots of
It's a
8.
2v5.
Yeah.
What do they do?
They went crazy.
Bio... I mean, okay, you said they went crazy. Bio's a sitting in bakery. Everybody
Yes.
walked in front of that. Everybody's walking to Matt Bonger. Look, Matt Bonger might be... He might be, you know, the smallest Cheeto in the bag. That doesn't mean he's a pushover.
He's not a Cheeto. He's still tasty.
Yeah, he's still got seasoning. So I don't understand why they're just tweaking this guy like, oh, it's Matt Bonger and Bio, just run in. That's disrespectful from the Wolves. And you know what? Don't you disrespect West Garfield. Not West Garfield Park. They take that round off that. I mean, that was a really good attack until the end. I don't know what that was. They just said the 5v2 we're gonna beat. All right.
Yep. West Garfield, I think we can comfortably say that they stole a round away from the Wichita Wolves, or more so that the Wolves did a little bit of troll.
Significant. And that was a really good, like, that's
Tremendous.
That's the thing. If you sense disappointment in my voice, it's because I am disappointed. That was such a good attack. Obviously, Forrest did his best to, like, make it's like shotgunning Rudy and whatever. But it was a good attack. It was decisive. It was good. And then they just crumple it up. You know what I'm about to say. And throw it in the garbage. You can't do that. But here we are. We're moving on. Round 2, baby. Oh, this is going to the roof. And well, if we go back to the game earlier today, where Wichita playing One Shot, there's a lot of misdirection on these cafe attacks. You can expect someone to crouch walk up white to try to hot breach or repel somewhere. You can fully expect that out of Wichita. And obviously, if you're West Garfield, a lot of these guys have been forged in the snow. Forged in the snow. Forged in the fire themselves. Forrest, of course, being forged in the Wichita Wolves fire. And look at this guy.
Oh.
What? No
Jay!
way. No way.
Not like
I
that.
mean, they get Matt Bonger, but come on.
They could have had both of the heroes of last round for no cost at all.
He does like 1 million damage. He just still didn't. That's just. I don't even know if it's like a. That's just unfortunate. In my eyes.
And it's just very, very unfortunate.
Get him anyway.
Freak, he takes out Bio. He'll pick up where Jay was unable to finish. There's a whole lot of controls in the side of the Wichita Wolves with this extra man advantage. They're doing quite well. It seems like there's going to be a interesting flank because Rudy's going to drop down Jay. And it's a read, it's a flurry, it's a back and forth, but the Wolves come out on top of those engagements. It's just Forrest with the worst gun in the game, as a wise man once said. And Reed's getting the bomb down. Forrest, he's trying to flank around, but it seems like Mohes has a general idea of, hey, he's pushing from Cigar. And Reed will finish him off through the holes pre-made by the defenders. Beautiful post-plant positions, beautiful hold of the site, and a beautiful take, even after that very, very ugly first gunfight from Jay.
It was a slight miss. I'll give Jay credit. Jay dropped like numbers earlier today too. He slightly missed his enemy. But either way, Freak finished him off. And, well, the Wolves finished off West Garfield in that round. They just kind of did what they wanted, honestly. Hitting windows, doing what they need to do. They made it look easy. And, well, going into reading now, again, keeping in mind, a lot of the backbone of reading is the shields. It's the power positions, the plywoods, the pixel spots, the double door and bar, torch cocktail. Those are all critical spots that are going to be infinitely harder to hold when you literally cannot protect your Jaeger devices from EMP, and you can't obviously keep your shields up. They're not even bringing any shields. So this is one of those rounds where it's like you got to get your gunny up if you want a chance at winning it. Even C4s aren't going to work. Snow info ops. There's no Valkyrie for you. So what are you going to do? You gotta shoot.
I don't know.
You gotta shoot him.
You gotta shoot him.
10 seconds to go.
All you can do. You have to get aggro. Forrest, he's back on the alibi. We've seen him do work on it. We've seen him do the opposite of work.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
And whiff mags with bad timing. Unfortunate timing, not bad timing. Unfortunate timing. Maybe he'll be a little bit stronger here on Cafe. The gunfights are typically a lot more close range than what we saw him on the late flank on Oregon. Not the easiest one, but he just Psycho.
Device in position.
Perfectly baited.
I don't know why it's so funny.
That rappel, Mr. Callout on the rappel, on the rope. He was like the worm at the end of a fishing line. He baited himself, but he covered his tracks and scooped up a free kill. Down goes Psychosis, falls to 1 and 3, relegated to cam duties for the entirety of this round. And Rudy will even it all up. The quick aggro play onto Freak takes down the entry of the Wichita Wolves, keeps everything square.
You think Psycho thought it was Valorant? You know how you're like waiting at the little gate, like out of spawn? You think Psycho thought it was Valorant, so he's just sitting there at the door, like waiting to run out and play?
Attackers have located a bomb.
There's a whole lot of interesting dynamics that are about to happen right now. As Wichita is transitioning more into a direct take. Got Mohes pushing into train. And yeah, like, look where Bio is. This is so awkward. They have no idea he's there. If he sledges that wall, which you sometimes see, he could be in for a surprise. But it looks like they changed their mind. They're going back to the top floor now. Wichita, make up your mind. Rudy's going to shoot something on the ground there. It looks like a drone. Wichita has changed their minds at least 3 different times here in the past 20 seconds. They still don't know Bios and Pillar, more importantly, and Callout's coming in from the basement again. You know how I said that's something they love to do? Well, look no further. Bio actually gets found out there. I guess a drone found him. Callout will find Forrest as well, meaning this rapidly, despite all the mind changing going on from the Wolves, they managed to manifest a victory in this round. They figure out the perfect recipe. It just took a little bit of trial and error, a little bit of taste tests, you know. Add a little bit of seasoning here and there. Let's go upstairs. Let's go downstairs. Callout hit the back. And it worked.
Yep. And the Wichita Wolves starting off strong. But what did we see last time they started strong, CJ? They took the lead.
I'm going to disagree. Actually, I'm going to disagree with you right now because I already know what you're about to say.
But they were on the advantageous side, and now they're on the disadvantageous side doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. So you already knew what I
You
was
need to
about.
let me finish.
No. Well, you were talking about that bull. So I was like, I ain't listening to you. You were saying some bull. Wichita should be up 3-0
I was gonna
right
say
now.
a disclaimer at the very end. I was gonna drop the little
Well,
tiny
well,
italicized
hurry up
text
and
that you
do it.
can't even read.
Well, hurry up and do it. All I know,
did.
Wichita should be up 3-0 right now.
They should.
On the unfavored side, as you say. But they aren't. But either way, they're starting off really strong. I mean, if they can just get 1-2 mo, they should be sitting pretty. But I mean, we say that, and to be honest, sometimes the all or nothing defense is against one shot earlier today. We got a sneak peek at it. That's the one thing. We got a really good sneak peek at already how they play this map. They play like maniacs on defense, and that could actually be a bad thing, as much as it can be a good thing. So that obviously is something, a storyline for later in the game that we can talk about. But this round, the storyline is a roam, 100%. There's a vigil, there's a Mozzie. If they're not roaming, they're Muppets. They're roaming, and Forrest on a donut is roaming. Forrest is looking to beat his chest.
Yeah, he is. He needs to get something going because he's been doing a whole lot of nothing besides baiting out nomad charges and saying that he's returning to Soren ape form. But that hasn't been very successful. But what has been successful is Freak's entry over towards coat check. He's got that area on lock as another player's trying to push in from the window, holding those cuts. That's Jay cutting down Psychosis. The refrag from Matt Bonger will be immediate, but Freak, he's about to swing out and try to get this kill. The shots miss both ways, but Bio's going to swing straight out.
What?
Reed and Mo are going to finish off those kills, and he's just up to Forrest and Rudy. The flank and a player that's rotated back onto the bomb site via the hatch drop.
You can tell
Reed,
Forrest
he's
is
going to be
just...
carefully checking all these corners as Callout's going to find the head of Forrest. It's just up to Rudy in a 1v3. He could potentially stop this plant, but as he drops onto Callout, he's going to pick up everybody except the planter. It's just Reed against Rudy. The two R's going strong. The Bearing 9 in hand, trying to take these close fights. But Rudy's playing patient. You know so that the attacker has to work a minute and 28 seconds. But Reed's going to be swinging close proximity with the Bearing 9. It's a game of cat and mouse. Neither player fully committing to a peek. Instead, patiently waiting for their opponent to make a mistake.
Reed picks a very interesting time to hop on a drone and say, "Where you at, though?" Hops off of it, though, and knows, I guess, has wind that he's stuck bunker. With 2 flashbangs, he should be able to flash out and kill Rudy easily here. And there it is. Wow. That was almost pure heartbreak from the Wolves again on this site, but thanks to the clutch machine, they locked that one out. Dude. Rudy has the it factor, man. It's almost like he should be a pro. Don't you agree?
I've been told that Reed does not lose with the Bearing 9. And I guess we've seen it now. We have seen that occur. West Garfield, they need a timeout. They know that this is not a good position to be in. They still got to rotate to 2 other bomb sites or try to go back downstairs once again. That's the only place that they found success. That success was long ago, 3 rounds ago to be precise. And since then, raiding and the upstairs, it's been taken by the Wolves on their attacking side. They're comfortable attacking those bomb sites. That's not a position that you want to be in, because going down 4-2 is not easy to overcome on your cafe attacks. Unless all of a sudden we see some crazy momentum busting stuff come out of West Garfield like last map. That's going to be incredibly more difficult considering the sides.
So we'll see what the plan is for West Garfield to try to adjust. We've seen the Echo. They tried to do that. Y'all can't see it right now, but Bio's actually not playing the Echo in kitchen, at least right now. So unless someone else takes up that mantle, and that someone else would have to be Psychosis, who's currently not in the lobby. Okay, he's returned. Y'all gonna see what I mean, the operator situation. They've actually opted to bring a... Wow. When y'all see it. Oh, when you see it. I can't wait till y'all see it. I'm not gonna spoil it, because this is moderately interesting considering the site. I will spoil that it's kitchen. But look at what Rudy is playing.
Yep.
Okay,
It seems like we're about to go straight back
second now.
into it.
Okay, there it is. Rudy's playing Mira.
Yes.
On kitchen, there's no echo, and they're not really roaming either based on the other operator. I mean, like, what Forrest playing Cade? Unless he roams as Cade, he's a maniac. They're going to try to play like a mirror and bakery? That's like the only mirror I can think of that is relevant to this discussion, and unless he puts them above somewhere, maybe on the single wall. That could be something, but like...
Could put it like on the freezer wall.
Oh my god.
One of them.
I think I get it. Actually. I mean, so the wolves haven't cleared, right? They've been cleared once.
Yep.
So why not bring in a mirror and force them to either clear or they're just going to walk into mirrors? I mean, that mirror on the single wall that you're looking at in the kitchen, looking in towards freezer, will actually be the most overpowered thing ever because Wichita does not necessarily clear. Now, they're shotgunning the other wall, the red wall, so I'm not sure what the plan is. Actually, because they're going to give up coat, I imagine, by default, right? Surely. I don't know. I would love to see how this round comes out and what these mirrors end up doing. Rudy still has one mirror in pocket, so I'm not sure exactly where he's going to put it. He can't put it there unless someone just trolled him, unless he's like, what are you guys doing? I told you not to reinforce that. I imagine that's because he's flicking around like he's confused. So obviously an improv strat here that West Garfield's trying to do. And well, the wolves are just going to clear anyway in response to maybe seeing the mirror, hearing the mirror. Which, I mean, that's a testament. I mean, Callout's not going to do the same over and over. He's like those quarterbacks, right? He has a wristband, audibles on it.
Yep.
And he sees a mirror. All right, we're going to clear.
They've got the whole flow chart of if-then statements.
Yeah.
If blank, then blank.
Which
it seems
honestly,
like if Mira, then full clear is coming out because we've seen success on that minimal take. That they didn't really do anything and they were successful. Sure, it came way too close for comfort. Like way too close to comfort because Rudy went crazy, but not crazy enough. And this time for West Garfield, guess what, CJ? They aren't roaming again.
don't have the operators to.
No.
Just don't have the equipment to roam right now. And obviously Forrest isn't playing all that well, period. So that's one of the guys who would do it, obviously. He's on Cade throwing C4s at his demons. He didn't actually throw that anywhere near Mohes. Which means unless Rudy hits a C4, his sledge should be able to sledge with impunity. If like is very unlikely. There's where he puts his Mira. In bar. Obviously someone can come in from coat eventually and make that very unfun to play. Callout's gonna get the first kill. Well, on to Rudy. Yeah, he didn't even have to do that. He just, I don't know how Callout got the angle on him, but he did. Matt Bonger's holding VIP though. Rudy J with another, and Matt Bonger just has no idea what's going on. Matt Bonger's twirling around like a ballerina in the corner. And it's just Forrest and Psychosis. Psychosis still holding down coat, and Forrest, of course, has a strong weapon, a kit for the situation that all. A lot of gunfights, and none of them go the way of the wolves. Forrest gets 3. And well, it's just the sledge, Mohes. And well, Psycho has to cross. Unbelievable. That ending to that round was just such a swing both directions. And thanks to Mohes, it ultimately ends in favor of the wolves. I don't even know how to break that one, to be honest. I don't know what to say.
A lot of the kills were off screen because that entire cluster was chaotic, to say the least. But at the end of the day, it started off as a full clear, but quickly evolved into, hey, we're not going to do any vert pressure, and we're just going to push in horizontally and kind of waste the first 2 minutes of the round. But who really cares? They still won it. Mohes, sure, he had to ice up. He had to clutch. He had to Callout almost called out the 6th pick of the cap can. Nope. Instead, it will be young Forrest onto the Vigil. Fresh off of a 3K. Maybe he should have kept the Cade up because he was doing a lot of work with that AUG.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, that was... They had to have just like lined up or something. Forrest just shooting. He just lines up. But wow. A near attempt. A near save. West Garfield. from Psycho and Fofo, but it doesn't bear anything. And more importantly, I mean, 4-2 at minimum secured.
10 seconds remaining.
And they've obviously had success attacking this site. Not a good look for West Garfield. But I will say, honestly, the way the bans are, these are pretty attacker-sided. If there's any silver lining for the defense, looks like Forrest and Rudy are going for a high-low play, it looks like, at least. Or spawn peeking, he'll get Mohes. Mohes, you're not playing enough ranked lately. Not that you can anyway. He doesn't expect a spawn peek. Which, you know, maybe he forgot what it was like. Have Forrest on the team. Maybe he forgot what Forrest is known for.
On this map, Forrest is known for jumping out of.
He's known for being crazy.
Really struggling to kill Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
But Psychosis is known for killing Jay. Down goes the Finka, as now 2 kills have gone into the favor of West Garfield early on. For the Wolves, they have an uphill battle, but you could almost say that their attacking half was pretty good. Worst case scenario, 4-2. And feeling good about that, unless we see a fully attacker-sided cafe, which I don't foresee coming.
I think it's possible.
They could just try to coast this out and make things more difficult for West Garfield as they transition onto their attacking side. But the full skylight drop is coming. Reed falls in the hands of Psychosis, and Rudy will take out Freak. Forrest will drop down, call out flawless for the defenders. That's a rough position to be in. But yeah, still a 4-2 split, which is not ideal for West Garfield.
Mess obviously said it best. That was a round-winning play. I know Mo pretty much stroked his own ego there too by saying, or spawn peeking him in particular was the reason. But he's kind of right. I mean, you obviously kill one of the max contract players, the other being Freak, and then, of course, you know, at that point, you're just treading water as an attacker. Though obviously there were other things that went wrong. That's a big thing. Losing your key player to a spawn peek. So, Forrest finally doing something. What's he up to? 5 kills now. 2 rounds in a row where he's been biblical. One netted a win. The other did not. We're going to kitchen first for Wichita. And I don't know, Connor. What do you think they're gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do?
Probably full clear.
I'm talking about the defense. Think they're
Probably
gonna
in a roam.
You think in a roam?
Force the attack to full clear.
You think they're gonna roam all 5 people, or just like 3?
I think they're gonna do 3, but the option for somebody like Reed to get active up red stairs or something like that is gonna be there.
You see Jay trying to return the favor. They're trying to spawn peek literally everywhere, and the thing is, only Forrest to master that. He's become much more of a grounded player over the years, but obviously he's still got that as part of his player skill set. And obviously it works in reverse. He just reinforced.
Wow. Okay.
He just reinforced in.
A bomb has been located.
To be fair, this is the first bakery take Wichita's experienced all day. Freak will take out Psychosis trying to push through and secure Coat. So that's something. But, I mean, can they actually take this round back? There's so much angle control established by the attack now. They didn't even open the... This setup clearly has not been completed. But can West Garfield capitalize?
That's the big question. Because I think Callout still has a C4. But with the drones going into sight, they have a general idea of what's clear and what isn't. The rest of the Wichita Wolf defenders, they're all far back. And Freak, he'll go DB&O from the angles. Forrest finishes him off from that pre-opened red hole. Jay drops down Matt Bonger, but he can't find the kill onto Rudy. And he's just called out on the flank. Bio, he's going to be getting the bomb down. Forrest swaying passively. Understands that, hey, the Mozzie's going to peek me here. And the Mozzie's going to fall down. West Garfield, the successful attack, the direct take. They didn't push into the roam that was being established. Wichita Wolves have been bringing out all day long. And they found success.
Yeah, I think that's the first, however you want to call it, a first bakery clear we've seen in a hot minute. Usually it's something reserved.
One defense goes wrong, or one attack goes wrong, and the Wichita Wolves call timeout. They don't want the momentum.
Did it before. This is no surprise. All I know is usually the bakery take is reserved for rank.
Yes.
When people are running around like, and you don't want to clear it. So whoever decided to make that decision was actually kind of a genius, because, am I right? Or am I right?
Yeah.
What else?
It's a very smart decision, because the Wolves have been good on roams, which is why they like the downstairs bomb site.
You can't clear, or you can't deal with people pushing bake, especially if your bake player or whatever dies, which literally happened.
Yeah, Reed dies immediately.
You can't counter that as a roamer. Like, the small bakery flank is the hardest thing to do in the game.
Oh yeah.
That
Sure,
and
you
West
can
Main.
have vert holes to watch prep as well as like the breach, but the breach that's a big angle to watch because one of the walls was soft. Mo has died trying to reinforce it. Just unfortunate timing from him. And then, yeah, a lot of control was into the side of West Garfield, and they utilized it properly. They did well. Made their trades because they had the numbers.
Well, top floor defense. Again, shields, you can't rely on that. You gotta dig deeper. I think that's why you're seeing some spawn peaks and whatnot, because it's a lot more closer to like maybe year 3 or year 2 Siege. I don't even know what year it is for Siege at this point. What are we in, year 18?
Yeah.
But obviously it's
Siege
more
can buy its own lottery ticket.
pre-deployable shield Siege. How about that? Where people will spawn peek, people will flank this and that, and you're gonna see some unorthodox gameplay to deal defenses. Not people just sitting behind shields. People are gonna get physical and people are gonna get athletic to make things happen. You see the holes pre-opened in the freezer and all that as well. Honestly, don't know how I feel about that, considering the lack of shield. Again, like, that usually works because people have shields, not because it's just a wide open wall.
What is up with Rudy and these ridiculous throw angles? I think that went into bathroom, like off of spawn.
I'm like out of quarterbacks to compare him to.
He's on the Peyton Manning type beat.
Yeah, we got Tom Brady. Tom Rudy Brady, and then Forrest upside down repel will get Freak. Dude, Freak has just freaking upside down repels. Especially
Match
in Cafe.
made in hell, not heaven.
Yeah, match made in the dumps.
That's the Tinder match gone wrong. Just like that. That's a Pixel player. But sure, Pixel can be taken really easily because of the exact reason of what you saw Forrest do. He can just sit up there, and all of a sudden, it's like ADSs don't exist. And you can get rid of a shield very easily, no burn. Super, super easy. And you can even get walls open if there's something like a mute jammer, and you don't even have to go below. You just open stuff up, and you can drone and see that, hey, Reed, he's inside of the humidor. And it doesn't seem like they know that he has the angle. He just walks right by the hatch anyways. What we saw for the side of one shot to take out, or no, it was actually Wichita Wolves on their attack to take out that player in humidors. You can just nade the hatch and drop him down, free delivery like Amazon. But it doesn't seem like West Garfield want to go for that.
And honestly, maybe Psycho burned that in the wrong order, to be completely honest. Mohes just absolutely obliterates him.
That is from Timbuktu. That was from Narnia.
Yeah,
That
Psycho
was from
didn't.
so far away.
Psycho didn't think that one through. Honestly, it was kind of a deserved death. He didn't really think that one through at all. And now, well, I don't know what they do in this attack now. They try
Seems
to
like
come
they're
up
just
some-
going to try to force gunfights into an aggressive side, either up white or just have to push the white hallway. The castle barricade, it's going to remain, which means the pushing. Yep, Cigar is going to be hard unless Forrest just drops the hatch and destroys Reed. The smoke canisters are coming out right on the good timing. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock for West Garfield to get in, get all the frags, or to try to go for a plant. And Rudy, he's starting to hit the back. He's going to go right up the white staircase. Never mind, he rotates over to red. I'm incorrect because call out is sitting on white. He can lock down this hallway. But even more so and even more pressing is Jay inside of Freezer. He has the position that can win this round. And Matt Bonger, he's going for the plant already. The coverage is
He's
there.
not gonna
He
stick
gets
it?
off.
Oh, why did he get off? Why did he get off?
Why did he get off?
Matt Bonger.
Matt Bonger.
He didn't trust Rudy. Whoever the thing was, honestly. Look.
That is
Question mark.
That is some question mark moments.
I mean, to be fair, maybe he, I don't know.
We're not in the comms,
We're
but
not in the comms.
from the outside, that looks very suspicious. Very perplexing.
Jeez. Also, I don't know. I'm like running through the permutations in my head here with whatever Psycho is doing. Wouldn't it make more sense to throw 2 nades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he just, were there just too many ADSs in there or something?
I don't know.
And don't they have Thatcher?
Yeah, they have Thatcher that could not only
What's going on?
not only disable the ADSs, but also the Aruni gate.
Yeah, like that was made like so difficult for no reason, actually.
Yeah.
Well, obviously West Garfield, it's not no reason. This is a team. This team just got put together. Okay, so I'm gonna roll back my criticism. You know, I'm gonna get my panties out of a knot. Obviously, this is a like legit pug stack. Okay, so they're not gonna have perfect coordination with Thatcher. Again, something even coordinated teams can't do. So obviously, it's not a big deal. But obviously, it is a big deal because they're now down 3-5, and a lot of it is because they just did not clear that efficiently, and whatever that was at the end. Let's say the Wolves in a very advantageous situation.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
They are now proving that they can win a defensive side, which originally was a little bit alarming because West Garfield just kind of came in and slapped them about on the basement defense that they were feeling very, very comfortable and confident in. As soon as they go upstairs, all it takes is throwing a whole bunch of utility the way of West Garfield, even with Thatcher up, to give them a problem that they were not able to solve. They could not find the solution, either math or whatever kind of problem it was. It wasn't necessarily getting solved, even with all the tools. But West Garfield, they're probably going to have to clear even more utility because we saw Mohes, he brought the Mira on the top floor for this reading hold, making the top floor very, very difficult to try to clear because these super long lines of sight that we've already seen Mohes be prolific on with that UMP will be opened once again, and arguably even longer.
Let's see. The pulse from Reed. You know the coach has good comms because he coaches the guys on comms. Probably letting them know that Matt Bonger has moved into an aggressive position and that they should be alert. Forrest will go down. What? To call out. The call out can't finish him off, and of course the clutchest Finka boost known to man from Rudy Cat. Matt Bonger also getting nearly killed by a C4. That was a really good C4 from Reed. You can blow someone up through the soft wall, but it didn't kill him. Unfortunately, we've got 2 really low HP Garfield attackers. Freak kind of leaning the wrong way, to be honest. Maybe if you lean the other way, you might actually see the Thatcher, or the sledge rather. Grenade flying out. Surely Freak knows now that someone's pushed up in the corner. A lot of, it's pretty awkward right now. Yeah, look at that timing for Freak. So unfortunate. He's just going to opt to vault over to his
almost
demise.
gets away.
Well, that is about as unfortunate as a sequence as you're going to see Freak. He's just not had a lot of luck on Cafe. Psycho gets tagged up, and there are 3 very low health Garfield attackers. And Matt Bonger has exactly started sledging to where the pressure's going to be felt on the side of the Wolves. So there's a good chance the defenders can hold firm here. As now Matt Bonger begins sledging with 40 seconds left. No C4s, it's all guns, it's all vertical play. Jay's in the basement, so is all out potentially. Both of them can come up from either part of the staircase, I say. Let's call it goes down. A trade though, as Rudy doesn't anticipate 2 players down there. Reed goes down to Matt Bonger from above. And well, it's gonna get intense, especially for Jay, because he has to kill 3 attackers in 15 seconds. He could rotate up. Psycho doesn't know that he actually went up. So unless there's some significantly good communication going on here, Jay should get the drop on the sledge, but he's not going to be able to stop the plant, which makes this a lot harder to win for the Legion. He's got 2 attackers where honestly he doesn't have a whole lot of information. Force is going to run outside, and Psycho's playing quite the off angle, but still loses the fight. Jay's low on HP though, lower on HP than Forrest, meaning that he's got 20 seconds to find him, and he's not even looking in the right vicinity at all. He's looking on the complete opposite side where Forrest is, pistol out. To me, that signals that this round's over unless he runs out and pistols the soul out of Forrest, which he won't.
I was a believer for a second.
I was too.
Because when he swung, it seems like, yeah, he didn't expect him immediately, and then good little micro flick from Fofo-san.
Close, but no cigar. And Garfield, I mean, they hung firm there. Did what they needed to do. Great coverage from the sledge. And I don't know what happened in the base, first floor, wherever you're from, whatever you call it. But between call out, like Rudy and Jay, it was just like a whole bunch of death down there. And obviously the slight players fell apart shortly thereafter.
Yeah. Freak, if he had been able to stay, I think if Freak went 1-for-1 up top, things get a lot better for the side of the Wolves defense, but he got caught just maybe half a second away from getting away with that drop. And then you have impacts down below to help challenge the good old-fashioned vert pressure that was applied and all those angles opened up by Matt Bonger. But at the end of the day, all the slaughter downstairs in the basement and the good holds over towards the white flank, that was a really crucial part of West Garfield's attack. And now we're going to have to go back to where their attack you touted as somebody, whoever called it, needs a raise over towards the direct bakery. Will it work once again, or are we going to have to see them go on this full clear into the heart of the Rome of the Wichita Wolves?
Thing is, it may not work again because part of the reason it worked was Mohes was reinforcing in the middle of it. I don't blame him, but it's just like Call Out just gave his position away, maybe for someone else to get an opening. I don't know. Or maybe he just decided to step outside and get some air. Not sure. I think it's the latter, honestly. I think he's just getting some air. You know, maybe it was hot inside. Take a step outside. And Jay's dead. I don't know what happened. All I know is he's dead. He got sniped by Psychosis. He was the one playing VIP. And considering this is looking like it's going to be a exclusively first floor clear based on Psychosis's position. Just kidding. Forrest is going on a mission. Forrest is on a deployment right now.
Or he's just setting up a drone.
He's a lone wolf. I think he's going to try to crouch walk on these guys.
He's an AWOL wolf. No longer with the pack. In more ways than one. But
yeah, that was good.
But with the rest of the Wichita Wolves, they're all upstairs, potentially going for a full flank. But Forrest, he just jumps into Christmas and over towards VIP. The aggression, it's coming out from West Garfield. They're trying to tie up this game. They don't want to push into the roam.
What?
Why push into the roam when you can just get all the kills over towards site and force the roamers to come back into you? Down goes everybody in unison. A flawless round for West Garfield. Wichita Wolves got pieced up.
Yeah, that was a look and a half. So now we got ourselves a ball game yet again. Wichita Wolves had a lead, and now they don't.
Yep, the lead is gone. The alarm bells, they're ringing. They are ringing because we could potentially be seeing a nice, even cafe after 12 rounds. If the whole attacker sided 4-2 splits continues to be the trend, Forrest, he's swapping on to the Twitch, feeling that the better gun and kind of more difficult way to get rid of utility is an even trade-off, as opposed to easier way to get rid of utility and slightly worse gun. And maybe that's going to allow him a bit more playmaking ability, as opposed to when he was on the Thatcher for this top floor clear, because it got kind of rough, because even with the Thatcher, they were unable to clear the daunting task of 2 ADSs and an Aruni gate.
I mean,
apparently that was enough to send Psychosis into a meltdown.
I don't even know if that's all on him or Thatcher is also a Muppet. By the way, there is no Thatcher this time. I mean, so yay. Maybe the Twitch is the answer. There are 2 ADSs there, but I mean, there's 2 ADSs, 2 grenades, 2 ADSs. Quick math, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 ADSs. There's one obviously is in Humidor. So what's the problem here? 2 grenades. I guess obviously 2 grenades. He would need one more like thing thrown in there.
I mean, it's 2 nades and a gun.
But then you wouldn't have enough for the.
Yeah, but I also just Thatchered it.
You don't have enough for the gate. So there's like a slight mathematical conundrum there. Obviously, he could throw a drone too. That's a possibility.
Yep, could have burned it with a drone.
There's a lot of things that could be done here. It's up to West Garfield if they want to actually do it. You know, maybe they don't feel like it. Oh my God! Freak misses those shots too. Freak doesn't finish off Bio, and now he's running at him like a madman, and he's gonna lose the fight. Thankfully for the Wolves, Reed gets a trade, but what? Freak's saying he sucks, but I don't know. I would say both of them kind of suck there. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, that was Mr. Freak, the kettle, looking at Mr. Biologic, the pot.
Yeah. So we are at even 4-4. At the minute 30 to go. Humidor control still established for the defense. Just kidding. He runs away and called us below as Jaeger, which, as you guys didn't know, Jaeger does not have C4.
Nope.
He does not have impact. So that's something.
They have 1 bulletproof, which I don't know where it is. That would be their only way of gathering intel to maybe go for a floor bang or something like that. Means it's a lot more likely that Callout's going to be going for some sort of late flank.
Listen, I don't know what Callout's doing. I know what he's thinking. There's still a bulletproof in Christmas, and honestly, I'm not sure what the end game is for Garfield. They're just gonna opt to swing in. Call out. Not even gonna comment on that. The grenade, Mohesh reacted to it about 0.2 thousand ms. C4 flying out on the forest, and well, this round is somehow in the favor of West Garfield. It's just Rudy who's standing in a smoke as Finka, but he does have the 1 HP castle he can take out, who puts his feet out in front of the LMG. Meaning it's an intense 1 versus 1. Rudy and Jay, former Beast Coast players, to perhaps send their respective teams to match point. Rudy has the diffuser. He's going to plant it, but that's in the full view of the rotate. Where, Jay? Jay, you just have to peek. You can't play this so passively. He's planning, Jay. And he's going to win the gunfight anyway against Rudy. Jay is the superior Beast Coast player. The teabags. The disrespect. He's literally putting... Never mind, I'm not going to say that. But yes, Jay. He does it. And he puts the Wolves on match point. Man, if this wasn't a PG-13 stream, I would have. I'm not gonna say it.
Jay just went massive. As he lined up like 3 players, killed 2, downed 1, and then picked up the final kill. That was a round that West Garfield should have been able to convert. Instead, Jay, proving why he got picked up into Pro League nonetheless. Rudy, so close, almost able to finish it off, but instead it's Jay with the victory dance. He wasn't teabagging, he was just dancing, CJ.
He was just twerking on Rudy's
body. Yes, he was
body.
just dancing. He was dancing because he was so happy he won
Things
that
get
clutch.
crazy. The Beast Coast house, huh?
Yep. But now we see match point, series point, punch your ticket into the grand finals point. Not have to play against the winner of Juicers in one shot point. We're going to reading room. This is a bomb site that West Garfield looked pretty dang good attacking last time around. Wolves Roam had a lot of utility, had a lot of setup. We saw Mira, we saw a whole bunch of stuff all on the top floor, all this cutesy things. But West Garfield just said screw it and slaughtered them.
10 seconds.
Obviously, the fact that Wolves are winning when the cover athlete is currently 3-11 and probably dying in some of the most asinine ways that you can ever die is the only. I mean, that's some good news going into this defense. Obviously, we talked about previously how Freak was playing that Mira. He almost had this. He almost had that. Will those almost actually turn into something for Freak? Forrest has decided, you know what? I need to get some food. I need to get me a couple chicken nuggets out the microwave. I'm going to warm this up in the kitchen. Because he's currently in kitchen as the site is... The rest of his team is clearing top down. So Forrest, once again, is on a lone wolf Ghost Recon mission.
And he did not ask permission from the Colonel to go on that mission.
Yeah, he just kind of... I mean, this is the most dangerous thing in Rainbow Six Siege. There's an Ash crouch walking across the map somewhere.
Yep. Because you know there's going to be no sound, and they're going to out-aim you.
So once again, this castle barricade is indestructible. This time, Rudy is the one who's just kind of incapable of dealing with it. No Twitch, no Thatcher from West Garfield. So that barricade, I mean, and Freak once again standing in front of the windows. You know, if for someone who dies to that a lot, I wouldn't even consider peeking a window. But he's going to die
It's
for
in
the
the
12th
strat book.
time.
He has to.
Alrighty. West Garfield went from not being able to clear a castle barricade to getting an opening kill. Seemingly for nothing. Binka boosts coming out. The Wolves are still at large in the top 4. I guess that's good. But West Garfield's going for that minimal take, which of course goes around this control. There's no way Colin has any idea that he's there in the corner. He's making all kinds of noise. Yeah. Rudy's waiting for him. Off angle being played. But that's the flank watch more importantly, because again, this is a minimal take. Rudy was supposed to be responsible for that. And now there's a chance for the defenders to perhaps peer down into pillars, but it's actually Mohes that's going to go down. Reed is going to also get slammed by Matt Bonger, leaving just Jay to drop down to his demise. And we are going to overtime.
Overtime indeed. Double attacking, attacker-sided Cafe, which I said was unlikely. But here we are. I was incorrect. I found my foot inside my mouth as I was incorrect and feeling bad. But for the side of Wichita Wolves, on their own map choice, they chose the defensive side for OT. West Garfield are now on technically the more advantageous side as they transition over. They've looked a lot more free. They've looked a lot more lethal as soon as they got their hands on the attacker-sided rifles. And overall, for Wichita Wolves, we haven't seen really anything super inventive. We haven't seen anything crazy going on that has made West Garfield really think too much, besides the first time that they showed this strat, which was successful. And actually, both attacking wins have been on this bomb site for the Wolves, so maybe they can replicate and find themselves at a quick lead, transitioning onto their attacking portion of overtime. But if you recall correctly, CJ required a amazing clutch from Jay in order to get them there.
Indeed. The humidor has been a very controversial thing. It's been extraordinarily controversial. Wonder if that's going to continue to be the case. Forrest once again looking to go against the grain. This time he's Thatcher. Rudy narrowly gets away with his life. But he's Finkus, so he's just going to heal. And heal his teammates while he's at it. Callout's going to rotate away from danger. But again, the Humidor. Everyone has struggled so much with this castle barricade. It's mind-numbing. It would be excusable if there was Lamai. You know. There's 2 ADSs there. It's 4 burn total. Jay's going to go down. Psychosis somehow is there. I don't know how he got there. I'm not going to ask. All I know is it's a 4v2. All I know is it's a 4v2 for West Garfield. And it's caught Freak. Freak's 4 and 12, by the way. Psychosis holding down White Stairs, but he looks away. He looks away at the wrong second. Grenade goes out, and that's actually gonna... just kidding. Call gets blown up by that grenade. Post-mortem. Grenade kill for Psychosis and Forrest sitting on the roof still. It's match point for Garfield.
The good old-fashioned up white into sight. It rhymes, so it has to work every time. And the quite literal refrag of himself for Psychosis, pulling up the triple kill. Absolutely massive. All the space was made. That's a true space maker that Forrest is teaming with now. And they find themselves in the lead, going down to Kitchen Service, which is a bomb site that Wichita Wolves did a touch of tomfoolery, a little bit of trolling, a tad bit of throwing.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It could potentially be worrying, because they're trying to close this out and make sure that the decider is not necessary.
I have a crippling feeling it will be.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
The fact that I said...
So you're saying that the good old-fashioned decider is coming up. You feel that. Feel it in your bones.
The fact that Freak went from being, as I said, and I quote, they have statues of him in Wichita, Kansas, to going 4 and 13. He is dying in some of the most mind-boggling ways. And whatever Forrest said in all chat is extraordinarily true. At this point, he should just hide in a corner.
Yep. What I was saying.
He's died every freaking round.
Something else is coming up, CJ.
What is?
You appear at the bottom of your screen. What is that that's coming up?
It's the Stage 2 qualifiers from January 7th to January 9th and January 14th to January 16th.
Yes. What can you type into chat for more information?
Exclamation point play for more information on those 2 qualifiers that are paid entry. But if you pay for both calls, it's like cheaper.
It's cheaper. But, and CJ, what is on the line for that stage?
A double quarter pounder from McDonald's.
Are you sure it's not a Pro-Am spot and $5,000?
Oh, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, that's just a little bit better. But we still have some Siege left to be played tonight. Maybe even a whole nother map if West Garfield is able to finally find a successful defense.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Let's see. Definitely a more complete team effort from West Garfield. If you look at the scores, a lot of eloquent performances for everybody. So let's see. Obviously, this started out as somewhat of a roaming. You see the Mozzie. Or Rudy, maybe he's just playing it for the gut. But they're going to have a minute 30 to sledge out and do what they need to do. No C4s, really. I mean, there's just one. There's one C4 and it's Rudy's. So this is really, they're really relying on a Tachanka on this site, which isn't the worst idea, especially considering, I mean, Wichita Wolves, and they've been shaky at times at clearing out. Oh, this Mozzie drone. They've been shaky.
There's a lot of attackers and a lot of intel that they just found.
They've been shaky at clearing out Whiskey. So if Forrest sits on the other side, where you see where Rudy is, and just shoots to chomp the flames over, that could be something. The C4 could also be something. Is the Mozzie drone still in there? That could be a game-deciding Mozzie drone from Rudy. And a game-deciding C4, but instead Nothing but property damage. The Gone 6 onto the drywall. And Rudy's playing close. Whether they know that or not is obviously very important as we're reaching the witching hour, ladies and gentlemen. Freak is going to push up into the shotgun and win that fight. Call out as well. Freak gets a second. But they don't know Rudy's tucked in this corner. There's 25 seconds left, and well, it seems that we got what we asked for, an attacker-sided cafe. And well, Garfield, West Garfield Park, they are going to be attacking going into this final round, perhaps of the series, perhaps of this map.
Maybe, just maybe. And it's going to have to be a defensive win. They could repeat the upstairs. They could go to reading, but no, they're going to go to kitchen service, a bomb site that they have not been successful on.
I was going to 6. Okay, I was about to say. That's actually clever because you said they haven't been successful on it. Maybe hide that you're going to it somewhat by showing the mirror. That might throw off the attack. Obviously, it didn't prompt them to change any operators, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
They could go for a super bunker heavy setup.
They are.
Or they'll most likely, yeah, I was about to say, they're probably going to extend into bakery. Which we saw how that worked last time, and it didn't. Wolves were also aggressively peeking the cafe door, which gave them a free first kill, and then also killed Mohes as he tried to reinforce the wall. And then it was not a fun situation for the Wolves. But considering the mass amount of utility that they're bringing, this is something that was absent the last time that we've seen them come to this site. Got the Goyo shields, got a bunch of nitros, you got the good old-fashioned read on the smoke with the Jaeger ADSs of call out to protect said shields. They're going to be all over the place horizontally, and it's not going to be fun for West Garfield to try to clear them. And they almost immediately kill Jay.
Yeah.
And with this hole opened, because they didn't reinforce both, they have a very scary angle almost through the entirety of the bomb site, 30 seconds into the round.
And Freak's just walking and Freak's walked in front of it like twice. I guess it's, they're still holding VIP, so obviously that's maybe potentially halfway by design. Grenade gonna fly out and kill that Goyo shield instantly. Again, the power of the fact that there's no Wamai and a Thatcher available. Shields are not necessarily auto-win like they used to be. And you see West Garfield's trying to push into bakery, which worked for them before in their defense, but they did not have to go through Mohes. Mohes was caught reinforcing last time. So it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially considering they're not necessarily giving away that single panel as well. With the Cade playing there, even with the Thatcher, there's a chance that he can trick those Habana pellets. So really look for Psychosis to go huge here. And Coat, Bio, we didn't see it. Bio is trying to get this wall open, trying to do what he can to make this push work. Mohes is lagging out. Is this happening on 7-7? Everyone's doing the Michael Jackson on 7-7.
This could be our observer.
I don't know what's happening.
I think
there's
our
a connection failure.
failed. No!
Reconnect!
Not like this!
Reconnect!
No. Reconnect!
He can reconnect. Guys,
come on!
He can reconnect.
I'm at the edge of my seat. Imagine we just go in and the round's over.
Reconnect. We need to know what's happening in bakery.
We need to know. We need to know. It's failed! Oh my gosh. Oh man. We will never know. Ferme, go to Biologic stream. Is he streaming personal perspective? I'm about to pull this up on my own. Bio is streaming. I have an ad! I have an ad, man! I love supporting. I love supporting this. I love supporting the streamers. but not right now. Not right now, man. I do not want to watch a Nintendo Switch ad for Mario Party. I want to watch this thrilling and exhilarating gameplay.
And Viles like gets
Oh, that's
a massive
right. He
delay.
would be delayed.
Oh my god.
While we had clean feed.
Is this happening?
This is happening.
The whole map. There's always
Yep, we're gonna have to watch this whole round from Bio's perspective.
Might be mine.
Their kitchen.
Okay. Do we get comms?
Are we doing same take?
Yeah, you can. You have Thatcher too.
I want to get info. Someone's like Baker at. Sarkosis, you should cam safer spot. If someone goes again, they might try to shoot it. Are you sending Baker or what?
Yeah, they extend bake. Where do you work? Open wide again. Forrest, you might need to come by me, Forrest. Become small bakery.
I'm gonna sit on the mining balcony.
Cause you can, I think you can Habana this guy's wall open. Watch for spawn peaks.
He's gonna hop out the red window, I think. Y'all gotta watch out for that.
Honestly, I don't even want to speak, so I'm not going to. I want to hear the comms.
No, meat's back inside. Rory, hold on a second. This meat is stuck. Oh, now you trying. I just lost. God damn, I lost the meat. One day.
Forrest, I need your Thatchers.
I'm coming. Yep, I'm a Thatcher above.
Wait. I'm gonna see something. Did you open front door?
Yeah, I did.
Alright, Reed, first, I'm ready. Forrest, I'm ready.
Smoke is playing cup.
Wait, you didn't get it.
How about now? I'll show you it now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a random nade.
He's shooting him off.
How does Bake look?
He's big. He's big. Yo, one's Psycho.
I'm pretty sure I just walked on red.
Nade over top, Matt. Nade over top if you can.
Yo, can you?
He's up there.
Yeah, I hopped the red. I'm on red. Yo, spawn it again.
It's bandited or cated.
I'm frozen. No fucking way, bro. Bruh.
They lag too.
Oh, yeah, I'm not
Great.
frozen. Oh yeah, I am.
Bro, I'm in such a good spot to. Oh my god.
Oh, so everybody
Bro, they're gonna know what I'm gonna do now, bro. That is so.
Oh, everybody crashed. I thought it was just us.
Nope. So we are currently in the progress of restarting the lobby.
That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate.
You can hear the desperation and despair for his voice. I'm in a good spot. No, you ain't. Not.
He was in a pretty good spot.
Not what Rainbow Six Siege said. The only spot you're gonna be in is back in the lobby, rehosting on 7-7.
But hey, maybe they'll be able to get open the wall a little bit faster.
You also heard that oh, you missed your EMP.
Hopefully he's not gonna miss it this time.
Yeah, this is
Or they're gonna expect that.
Wow.
The co-check player is gonna shoot them off.
I don't know. I'm not sure how to handle it. I'm not sure how to navigate the situation, you know?
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever seen this one before. I can't say this ever happened to me before, so I don't know. I'm not quite sure what to say to you guys.
I want to know what happens, man. I'm invested. But we just have to wait.
Well, I guess keep y'all updated. Our observer is setting everything up, make sure all the rounds are right, and we're just a hair away from starting round 15 over again. I guess the good news, the attackers, they can see that setup again because they can't change ops.
Nope, they cannot change ops, cannot change site, can't change anything.
They can't change sites. You can't change anything. You get to look at it again.
They changed their push because it wasn't working that well, but we've seen West Garfield be able to just kind of make something out of nothing on their floods, relying on their gun skill. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. So once again, we're just triple checking everything, right?
But we are going to go to a quick tech pause while we get everything set up. Stay tuned, because we'll be back shortly. in it, baby. It's like nothing ever happened. It's not like the entire server crashed on max OT about halfway through the round, but we got to replay it.
Yeah, but what? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is it's 7-7.
My bad. Man, this game has been so good with absolutely no interruptions. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is a great game, 7-7. Yeah. So let's see, guys. Who's going to win this game? Currently, Wichita Wolves is up 1-0 in map count. They won map number 1 in impressive fashion. It was also a 7-7 game. Freak aced on the last round of the game to take that map for the Wichita Wolves. And now here we are on Cafe as well. Another 7-7 affair. Who is going to be the hero of this round, and what storyline is going to be birthed here right before our eyes?
The loser plays Juicer, a team that West Garfield already took care of. Already took care of them and sent them to the lower bracket. They knocked off one shot and will be in the lower bracket finals tomorrow, playing the loser of this, and then the winner of that plays a winner of this. Pretty easy.
5 seconds left.
But we still potentially either have one round or a whole nother map left to be played in this series. We've already seen what the Wichita Wolves are bringing to the table. An extension, pretty horizontally, a lot of utility coming out, which for the side of West Garfield, they were struggling initially. But with a second lease on life, they could potentially change that up.
Now, they have to keep the same operators. That doesn't mean they have to technically keep the same setup. Slight adjustments can be made. ADSs can be moved. The Cade, of course, still playing that position and still K-tricking this wall. The Goyo Shield getting destroyed instantly. And before there was the rehost, obviously, West Garfield had quite the obstacle. They could not... Tech grenade. Oh, it doesn't kill them. Yeah. But West Garfield obviously struggled to get that single wall open. They struggled to get rid of Mohes. But obviously, here in this alternate universe, he's going to walk away unscathed. Bakery control should be in control of the attackers now. But obviously, that's not necessarily enough for this attack. Either they're going to have to deal with these players looking down or holes above, or go for quite the plays into Coat and VIP. It's looking like they're going for the former. They're going to try to clear out above somewhat. That bonger's in, dropping down below in the laundry. And he's going to make some vertical pressure here with a lot of time, Connor. Minute and 40 with plenty of time to sledge out and do what they need to do. And do not tell me this is happening again, because you know what? If it is, I'm going to leave. I'm done. I quit. It's really happening again. Woo! Rainbow Six.
It crashed at the exact same minute and second mark. The exact same time in both rounds.
Right. Later.
Goodbye, everybody.
Later, peace out. The freaking game stinks! It happened again! I've never seen this in 6 years. 6 years of this. I've never seen a double 7-7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be
I'm
back.
done.
We're going to try to fix this. We're going to try to fix this.
making history, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed making history because I have never, and I've played this game since 2015, and I have never seen the game crash on 7-7 match point twice. Never in my freaking life. So you know what? If you're frustrated and you want to go to sleep, I don't blame you. If you got work tomorrow, just go to work.
Just call off.
Because I've never seen it before in my life. But here we are. For the third time, we are going to 7-7. For the third time, we're going to see this same setup unfold. A bakery hold from Wichita. They can't change their ops. They can't change the site. They're going to do this again. If the Wolves win, they will win 2-0. Otherwise,
guess what? We have another map.
We sure do. So I'm sorry. I had to let that out. Now I'm ready to go. Okay, so 7-7, ladies and gentlemen. The setup's probably not going to change because again, you can't
It's not
change.
like they can change their operators.
Can't change the ops. So it's like, what are you going to do? Roam with Cade now? No. You stick to your guns. You try this one more time. I mean, they've literally done this synopsis.
We've been in lobby, like in this round, for a full 3 minutes. And we still have yet to see them do anything.
We've yet to see this unfold. We've watched Mohes Cade trick, and West Garfield can't deal with it. Mohes rotated away last time. It's like is this a simulation? Is this some sick joke that the universe is playing on us? On these players? It's not even about me at this point. They're gonna blow up this Goyo shield for the millionth time. We've literally seen this before. Are we in a time warp? That's what it feels like.
This is Groundhog Day, dog.
What is... Okay, so he blew it up again. Mohes ran away. Except it happened way faster this time. The attack literally shaved off about 30 seconds off of last time. Okay, great. We still have defenders holding down Coat. We still have, I imagine, a top clear going to come through from West Garfield because they know Wichita Wolves is not roaming. They've seen this simulation 2 times before. So they're probably going to clear top down. You would think.
No, they're not.
No, because Matt Bonger is actually a bakery now. So they might just try to force their way through this breach. Considering there's no one above to traditionally stop this, it might actually work. Huge gunfight's going to have to come out through this breach that has been sledged by Mr. Bonger. Because there's not much else happening. This is literally just a land. This is no man's land, World War I gameplay right now. Bakery versus the defenders entrenched in kitchen. Who is going to come out on top? We finally may answer that question.
Potentially a war of attrition as we're coming to the very scary time. It's actually going to be the kill as Mohes as the lobby is not crashing. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. People are moving. Bodies are falling. Forest falls at the hands of Freak. The bomb is going down. Bio typing that password as the nitro cell rips. But he baits it out in perfect time. Rudy goes massive. 2 kills for none. Jay gets that trade onto his former teammate. But it's read and call out. We're going to have to go even bigger. Punching above their weight classes. The rotation of the push could be coming out. Psycho, he sees that a man is in Coat and another one is deep in the bomb site. Never mind, he's shallow. He's all the way up on K1. This is call out. He's getting aggressive over towards the breach, CJ.
Aggressive indeed, and I don't think they have any idea. They're not sure. Taking their time to drone it out. Guns up on the Habana. That's biologic. Holding close on this breach. He's going to peer around this corner. Surely he does. He has no idea call us here. But the gunfire from small prep is going to give away his position, leaving just Reed. He's going to have to be the clutch machine here, but he doesn't actually check the corner fully. And yes, after 30 minutes of rehosting, we are going to go to map number 3. And you could
Ladies and gentlemen,
you could clearly see how more efficient they were after seeing it 3 times. But that's how life goes sometimes.
C'est la vie.
We're in a simulation. We have to be.
We are indeed in a simulation. Whether it's the Matrix, choose red pill, blue pill.
This is
whatever. I would choose whatever pill would end
real,
our mortal suffering.
It's not even just a game at this point. Everything just feels like a simulation lately. Everything. I just don't know what to say anymore. I can't take it. I can't take this anymore. CDAPs. I can't do it. I can't do this. But they do it. We're going to map 3. In this universe, that you're currently existing in this.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, we have good news. You know how that typical break thing that we do? We aren't doing it. Because the power of Mike and Ike has fueled us. It has leveled up all these players to the next level. The fruity, delicious flavors, they want to keep going. No break. We're going right into it as soon as these replays stop. As soon as we can get everybody all set up. Oh, never mind. I misunderstood. We are still going to have a break, but they want to keep on playing this series instead of delaying it for tomorrow. I thought we were going to get to go right on into it, but
What'd you think?
Still, I guess they weren't leveled up enough because they didn't eat enough Mike and Ike.
What'd you think they were going to do? Say, all right, we'll just play map 3 tomorrow. We'll just sleep on it and play map 3.
I don't know, but I figured like they were going to not want to break and we were just going to go straight in and it was going to be faster, but no, not enough Mike and Ike, not enough fruity, delicious flavors. They didn't even get the Mega Mix that has even more flavors. It would really bring them up to the next level, but who knows what they're going to be fueled on, because we are going to have to go to a quick little break and we'll be right back.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it and Hill. Got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1/2 for certain.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS 6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS 6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS 6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The Grand Finals of the Winter Champs SCS 6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
The government has acknowledged professional video gamers as athletes.
The crowd, everyone's cheering the team on, you make friends, these are people you talk to, you play with online. It's all about community, it's being part of something that you're incredibly passionate about.
Aggressive. Reed's looking for it and Hill. Got it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to push for the Maluski.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1/2 for certain.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, C-Daps, how are you, man?
See? For you, it's like 11. For me, it is 1:21 a.m. And I see all you guys laughing in chat. I saw the lamaus and the lulls and whatever. Why are you laughing at my pain? Because we have another map.
This ain't funny at all. Oh,
This ain't funny.
like we got the
funny.
we got the Omarion variant. Like, it's just life ain't good right now. I'm just being honest. I'm having.
If Jay made us wait all this time for them to lose the series, that jersey, I'm burning the left half. That's the side that Jay's on. Young Alec, he can stay. He's cool. But Jay? Nah. Why couldn't you just close it out, man? I should be in bed right now. I should be in bed. Hey, and guess what, CJ? For the 6th time in a row, Zofia band from Wichita Wolves. So quirky and original. Never seen it before.
Yeah, Sophia's band. As Force for Archik said, he said, you gotta make the entries uncomfortable. Let me tell you, I'm uncomfortable right now.
I wish I had makeup. I would legitimately.
I'd start painting Joker shit.
I would put on Joker makeup right now. It's like that's where I feel. That's where my arc is going.
This is like a villain arc. Whoever loses this is just gonna have a
John W. Ubisoft paid to design these servers. It's on site, man. It's on site.
Get a refund, please. Please get a refund for these absolute dumpsters servers that we have. Literally just a dumpster, literally just a garbage can. All right, but here we are. Valkyrie and Mirror Banding. Again, not necessarily in last map, but the first map, I think. But yes, Valkyrie Mirror Bandings. Nothing too crazy. Obviously, it affects. What's crazy? I'm not even going to analyze this, bro. You know what's hilarious, too? We watched the same maps. Literally the exact same maps from the first best of 3 we're watching again. That's what makes it even funnier. Does God do this stuff and he's just like laughing at us?
Yes.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
He's literally he's just laughing at us. Same op bands and the same maps. Anyway. Wichita. They played this earlier. West Garfield also played it. This is where, when I was hooping and hollering about the 7-round comeback, it was on this map. Villa. To get them to this point. So let's see. Let's see who comes out on top on map number 3. Will it be a Raffle Stomp? Because if you remember, Connor,
5 seconds left before insertion.
when Wichita and West Garfield, or rather, when Wichita and One Shot played, it was the most polarizing rounds back and forth throughout most of the game. So I'm wondering if that'll still be the case here. Wondering what we're gonna get, what we're gonna get out of this box of chocolates.
I don't know. Usually with a box of chocolates, you can just flip it on over to the bottom and it tells you what you're gonna get. I feel like West Garfield, they don't really have that luxury. They don't have the sky view. They're gonna have to find out the good old-fashioned way with drones and maybe even jackal pings, since that's what Forrest is bringing to the table. Whether it's for the gun or whether it's for the tracking, probably a little bit combination of both. We've seen him prolific with that C70 rifle before. He might have to go big considering how strong Wichita Wolves' roam game was last time we saw them on this map. Mohess, he's in the first engagement towards Forrest. He's gonna finish him off. In goes the opening pick. Down goes the jackal.
Down he goes indeed. One of Forrest's favorite operators. Fits his role. It fits his personality. It fits his his astrology sign very well. I think it's perfect for him, but he's obviously not perfect because he's dead early on. Jay holding down these stairs, bobbing and weaving, looking up and down and left and right, drones whizzing past him, calling out that he is indeed on these stairs. It is indeed a hold on these stairs you have to deal with. That's once again Rudy with the Peyton Manning throws. He's creating angles we didn't know existed, and that nade should kill, and it does. Player swinging out from the site to assist Jay. That's call out, but I guess it's a good thing that he didn't lose his life for it, as the rest of his team is not really looking too hot. Between Mohes and Reed, they are both devastatingly low on health and constitution.
But not low on utility. The first Toxic Babe, it's going to go out as Bio's trying to go for a floor nade. Takes out the Goyo shield, but no bodies. Nothing left on that side as the 90 push might come out from West Garfield. But more lethal could be Mohes's flank. The diffuser, it's down and picked up by Rudy on the other side as time is slowly bleeding. And Bio's timing might be perfect. He's able to pick out Mohes as Matt Bonger takes out Freak. The Nitro will claim the life of Psychosis. But with Call Out and Reed not on a whole lot of HP, it's not looking too good. The only thing left on the side of Wichita Wolves is that little bit of time that's slowly dwindling. Rudy's typing on the diffuser in that safe spot. Reed can't swing comfortably because of the positions. His Bio's going to take out Call Out, and he's also going to get Reed, scooping up both.
Wow. I mean, I thought maybe there was a chance for Reed to swing there, but not really. Really solid attack from West Garfield to start out. I needed that. I needed a stupid Forest comment. But yes, I needed a Forest all chat message to cheer me up. That's just what the doctor ordered. But yes, strong round from West Garfield. I mean, both these teams played this map recently, earlier today. They're warmed up on it. It seems that West Garfield was just that much warmer.
Maybe. maybe. But West Garfield, they're bringing the heat. They're starting off strong. And sure, the early round didn't go into their favor. Forrest fell at the hands of his former teammate Mohes, but the rest of his team were able to pick it up. As they flooded, they were able to burn out utility by just baiting some wonderful utility, nitros, toxic babes, all that. Didn't even really need to get the bomb down. But they still did anyways. Coverage was nice. Study was there for post-plant position. Nothing really could be blamed on the side of West Garfield's attack. Nothing really could improve unless maybe Forrest won that gunfight. It would have been even more dominant. But when you win, you win.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. When you do win, you win. It looks like the game crashed. So, maybe was it just our observer that crashed? Or
everybody crashed. Everybody crashed again.
So I've just been informed. Everyone crashed. And because of how utterly ridiculous this is, we're biting our options on what to do, how to proceed. What are you eating there? You just like I just, you know what, bro? Like, you know what, bro? I swear to God, I'm losing my mind on this bar. It is videotape. I'm losing my mind on video. I can't believe this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do this anymore.
I can't do it. 2 BO3s supposed to take between 4 and 6 hours. Been here 7. The map's still left to be played.
Yeah, we're just like,
I don't know what to do.
Was there like a patch recently that is just?
Is another cheater holding the game hostage again?
I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule out some cheater just griefing us. I don't even know at this point. Is some guy just sitting in his like Cartman in South Park? He's just sitting there, just crashing our server every 2 seconds? God, what do you want out of me? What do you want me to do? Why are you giving me your toughest challenges?
Because you played for the lame Mickey PL.
I mean, God is giving me his toughest. I'm his strongest soldier. I really am. But I don't know. Even I.
He's giving me the same challenges, and I am not the strongest soldier, man.
I don't know.
I'm fighting for my life here. Can't do this.
Okay. So we're trying to figure out, guys, what we want to do. All right.
The options are to roll the dice and pray that the servers don't go down, or play tomorrow. We got Cookies Wonder over here. Stevie Wonder glasses. But I really wish I had a crystal right now, because I'd manifest the servers to work. 100% manifesting rate. But I don't even know if a crystal could fix this, man.
I don't want you to see the pain in my eyes anymore. So
My sunglasses are out in my car, or else I would join you, but
I don't even know where these sunglasses. I don't even know where these came from, to be honest. I got mailed these. I don't know when they bought them. What? I know, bro. It's how I know. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm literally out of material.
I don't know, man. Can't do this anymore.
So it looks like we. What are we doing? What's the observer doing?
I don't know what to do.
I
don't know what to do anymore.
I think we're getting a play of the day, guys. We're done with this crap. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna show you all the Mike and Ike sweet play of the day, and we're gonna let you go to sleep so you can work tomorrow. It's Tuesday. It's Wednesday for some of you. This is ridiculous. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna show you the play of the day. We're gonna finish map 3 tomorrow. We've determined that is the best course of action, given the extenuating circumstances.
If the sweet play of the day is not Freak's Ace, I don't know if I'm gonna come back on this broadcast.
I think it is, based on what I'm seeing. I'm pretty sure it is. But wow. What an unbelievable ending. We had a 777. I've never seen that before. I listen, I exaggerate, but I'm not exaggerating. I've never seen a rehost on 7-7 and the same freaking time stamp 2 times in a row. But the Mike and Ike sweet play today. We're gonna end on a positive note, guys. We're gonna watch this was from map 1 of, let's guess. Just do a guess, Connor. Where was it from?
If it's not Freak's Ace on match point, then I might not come back on this broadcast.
Well, there. I mean, you threatened that, but you don't actually do it, which is kind of the problem. Oh yeah, I remember how Freak got his first kill. Maybe you don't remember, but Forrest, you see that little blue dot out? Forrest is like, you know what? I'm going to make a play. Freak obviously is waiting for it. Freebie. Forrest does exactly 5 damage. Freak, right? So Freak, you know, he's Thatcher and all. He do be thatching. He do be thatching, right? So it's like he's they don't actually, he's like aiming around or whatever, but he isn't drone master. So that's kind of a Mickey Mouse move from Freak, but he does trade Psychosis. So you're thinking, wow, surely the Wolves are going to win this round easily, right? Right, Connor? Are you there?
I don't even know.
Are you still with me?
You would expect the Thatcher to be more of a supportive op because of his utility, but Freak, he seems like he doesn't really want to do that, and especially with how this round was going, for the direction of the Wichita Wolves, it wasn't looking that good. They were stalling. Somebody needed to step up. And who other than the man with a statue in the city of Wichita?
Yeah, I mean,
Freak.
What's hilarious, after this map, I said that he went like 4-20 after that. Map number 2, but this map, watch the ending. Watch this. He's holding his angle. He's a good Thatcher. He's holding his angle, right? So now, obviously, this Selma is so that you see Mohess, who's actually the player in Attic's going to push up, and Freak, in theory, is supposed to, assist through this breach, which he's trying. He's trying to impose his will. But Matt Bonger is playing an angle in which Freak can't safely peek it. So he's like, oh man, Mohess is dead. I gotta do this. I gotta do it for Maddie.
I gotta do it for my team. Put the team on my back. Greg Jennings.
Right? So he does that.
He just gets in. He takes charge. He is large and in charge. Down goes Matt Bonger. And this play was massive. Everybody lines up. Down goes the former Beast Coast players, Rudy and Bio.
Freak did that.
And wins that game.
That's why they have statues of him, man. He's so good. Now, unfortunately, we can't see another map of him. See if he could recover from map number 2. See if he could wash the stench off from his map number 2 performance. We won't see that. Not today. We will play that tomorrow. It is undetermined.
Point, stay tuned for the update.
We don't know if that'll be on stream or not, but follow the SCS Twitter for updates. SCS_esports. Follow it. See what's popping. Get news, get updates. Follow the brackets on Liquipedia. Go to the SCS6 website if you want to follow anything and everything SCX. Well, Connor, I can't believe it's ending like this, to be honest with you. My disgust is immeasurable. But we will be seeing you another day. I bid you all adieu.